The kind of pain that burrows deep into your bones. It was everywhere, all over my body. This wasn't a feeling. It was really happening. I was being trampled into the ground, fists, feet, and clubs raining down on me. And the ones doing it were the neighbors and friends I'd once trusted, once helped. In this resource-starved apocalypse, they didn't remember a single thing I'd ever given them. They just went straight for the kill. As I lay there gasping my last breaths, I saw her, Fang Yuqing, the woman I'd worshipped. She hid behind the crowd, wearing this pitiful, innocent look, and yet she screamed at the top of her lungs. I'm the one who told him to open the door. I deserve an extra share of the supplies. This woman, she tricked me into opening my door, and then she got me killed. I glared at her, my eyes full of hatred, full of regret. If I had to blame someone, it was myself. Too stupid, too kind, only to end up as someone else's stepping stone in the end times. How I wished I could do it all over again. If I really got the chance, I'd never go soft on anyone ever again. I'd live for myself and no one else. Everything went black. I lost consciousness. But the next second, my eyes snapped open, and I bolted upright off the couch. That hellish scene, that gut-wrenching pain, it was all still crystal clear in my mind. I was panting hard, drenched in cold sweat. What the hell? Wasn't I just killed by those animals? Once I caught my breath, I looked around. I knew this place. It was my own apartment. But the comfortable warmth in the air made my skin crawl. Because I remembered, in December 2050, Blue Star got caught in the shockwave of a supernova 50,000 light-years away, and the entire world plunged into the Cambrian storm. Temperatures crashed. In Tianhai City, where I lived, it was routinely negative 60 or 70 degrees. The blizzards came down for a solid month and buried the entire city. Up north, they said it hit more than 100 below zero, and the whole earth turned to ice. Species died off en masse. Over 95% of humanity perished. I stood up, grabbed a bottle of water from the fridge, and chugged more than half of it down in one go. The water was ice cold, but to me, right now, it was pure nectar. In the apocalypse, if you wanted a drink of water, your only option was to go outside into negative 60-degree cold and dig up snow to melt it. One wrong move, and you'd freeze to death out there. After I finished drinking, I pulled out my phone and checked the date, November 12th. Exactly 1 month until the end of the world. Looks like I've been reborn. I took a deep breath. It all made sense now. That month was no dream, especially the pain of being torn apart alive. It was far too real. Having survived the ordeal, my heart was split in two. Half relief, half bloodlust. The people who killed me, I remembered every single one of them. In this life, I wasn't just going to survive. I was going to protect myself first, and then take vicious revenge on those animals. But right now, the most urgent thing was figuring out how to make it through the apocalypse a month from now. My situation actually wasn't bad. My parents had passed away long ago, leaving me a 120 square meter apartment in Tianhai City and over $2 million in savings. In normal times, that was comfortable. But once the apocalypse hit and the whole world faced a massive supply shortage, that money wouldn't last long at all. To survive alone, what you needed was a massive stockpile of supplies. Since I could prepare in advance, I wasn't just going to survive, I was going to live well. Food, entertainment, all of it, or my mind would break down sooner or later. And weapons and gear were a must. That's how you stay alive, and how you get your revenge. Just then, a wisp of white light suddenly flashed before my eyes. I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me and rubbed my right eye. But a strange thought popped into my head. This white light seemed like it had always been a part of me, and its information appeared directly in my mind. With a single thought, my consciousness plunged right into it. Once inside, I found a vast, empty white space, so enormous I couldn't see its edges. Completely empty. Is this a pocket dimension? My heart leapt with joy. It seemed being reborn had given me a special ability. Probably the gamma rays had mutated my body. Having a space this huge to store supplies was incredibly convenient. But first I needed to figure out exactly how much it could hold, and whether there were any restrictions on what it could take in. My consciousness returned to the room, and I started stuffing things inside. I started small with a teacup and a wash basin. They went in effortlessly. Then I tried bigger items. The TV, the fridge, the washing machine, the computer, the AC unit, the vacuum cleaner. It took them all in, no questions asked. And with a single thought, I could pull the items right back out. But I discovered that things that were fixed in place or not standalone objects couldn't be stored. For instance, when I tried to pry up a piece of flooring, nothing happened. Looks like this space has plenty of rules. I'll have to figure them out slowly. But just having a space that can hold an unlimited amount of stuff is more than enough. I licked my lips as a bold plan formed in my mind. My job? I was the warehouse supervisor for Walmart's South China regional facility. Walmart is the largest retail chain in the world, stocking anything and everything. In China, it has 3 massive warehouses, Central, South, and North. And the South China warehouse is the most staggering of them all. Completed in 2040, it's 1,500 meters long and 720 meters wide, covering over 1 million square meters. It's billed as the largest warehouse in the world, and the president of Walmart Greater China hyped it up as the eighth wonder of the world. Of course, there are only 7 officially recognized wonders of the world. Every eighth wonder is self-proclaimed. There are thousands of them. But the scale and inventory of the South China warehouse were genuinely number one globally. The supplies it kept on hand could feed tens of millions of people across several cities for a week. In other words, as long as I could empty out this entire warehouse and move it all into my space, I'd have enough to last not just one lifetime, but 10. Even better, Walmart's quality control was strict. There were no cheap, off-brand knockoffs in the warehouse. Whether it was food, daily necessities, or luxury goods, everything was a well-reviewed, big-name brand. If I really emptied out a whole warehouse, not only would I never have to worry about supplies, but I could also live in serious style. As the warehouse supervisor, I knew every shelf, every security camera, and every shift staffing schedule so well I could recite them with my eyes closed. Emptying it out wouldn't be hard for me at all. With my mind made up, I felt a lot lighter. Growl. My stomach started to protest. I rubbed my belly, then glanced at the braised chicken over rice I'd ordered sitting on the table. I hesitated for a moment, then shook my head with a smile and decided against eating that takeout. The end of the world is only a month away. I need to eat the good stuff while I still can. There won't be any chances later. Why be so stingy with myself? I'd suffered through a solid month of cold and hunger. Right now, I really wanted something hot and delicious. What was the point of hanging on to money? In the apocalypse. Here's the English translation. Once the apocalypse hits, all this cash becomes worthless paper. Might as well blow it now while I still can. I turned around, ready to head to one of those upscale restaurants I could never bring myself to walk into before and treat myself to a proper meal. Outside, everything was peaceful. Parents were playing with their kids in the plaza, all of them wearing happy smiles. But I knew the truth. In 1 month, all of this would be reduced to ashes. I hurried out of my complex. There was a 3-Michelin-star restaurant nearby. A single meal cost at least 5,000 or 6,000, which was why I'd never gone in. But now, I couldn't care less. Back from the dead, that called for a celebration. I walked in and grabbed a seat by the window, then ordered every single one of the most expensive dishes on the menu and popped open a bottle of Lafite. The whole spread came to 50 grand. The waiter's expression changed when he looked at me. Probably figured I was some rich kid. Who else but a trust fund baby would drop that much on one meal? I didn't care what anyone thought. The moment the food arrived, I started shoveling it into my mouth. Maybe it was because I'd survived those 6 months in that frozen wasteland, but tasting this food almost brought me to tears. My table manners must have been pretty savage, because the other diners kept shooting me looks. I couldn't have cared less. Once doomsday came, people would kneel and kowtow to you for a single pack of instant noodles. By then, civilization and morality would all be one big joke. Just as I was digging in, a woman stopped in her tracks outside the window. Long flowing hair, flawless makeup, Gucci heels, an LV bag on her arm. It was Fong Yuqing, the woman who got me killed in my last life. Beside her was her best friend, Lin Caning. The two of them were passing by this 3-Michelin-star restaurant and couldn't resist a few glances inside. They'd always craved these luxury spots, but their wallets never let them splurge here. Still, that didn't stop them from peeking in. Maybe they'd spot some quality rich kid to reel in. And that's when Fong Yuqing froze. Zhang Yi was actually inside, with a massive spread of top-tier gourmet food in front of him. Isn't that Zhang Yi? Where'd he get the money to eat here? Fong Yuqing looked stunned. Lin Caning covered her mouth. He's this rich. Then she shot Fong Yuqing a suggestive look and laughed. Yuqing, you're so lucky. That simp who's been chasing you turns out to be a secret rich kid. Look at that table. That's got to be 50 or 60 grand at least. What normal person could afford that? Lin Caning's voice was dripping with envy. She knew Zhang Yi had been chasing Fong Yuqing for 2.5 years now. And Fong Yuqing had been stringing him along the whole time. Never rejecting him, never accepting him either. She was a total gold digger, dead set on marrying a quality rich kid and living the good life. But she couldn't quite let go of me either, a middle-class guy in Tianhai City with a car and an apartment of his own. So for the past 2 years, I'd been her backup plan. Her rules for backups were simple. Don't initiate, don't reject, don't commit. Watching me enjoy a meal worth tens of thousands, all by myself, Fong Yuqing started scheming. Could Zhang Yi actually be a secret rich kid? She rested her chin on her hand, thinking it over, and the more she thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. Right, isn't this exactly how it goes in TV dramas? The guy's actually loaded but pretends to be ordinary so he can find true love. She'd talked herself into believing it, and her eyes lit up. If that were true, it would save her so much trouble. Zhang Yi had been chasing her all along, so she figured all she had to do was give a little nod, and I'd propose to her on the spot. Lin Caning egged her on from the side. Yuqing, let's go in and find him. In truth, she had her eyes on that table of food. 3 Michelin stars, something a regular person might never taste in their whole life. Fang Yuqing hesitated, then shook her head. That's not a good idea. He might think I'm a gold digger. Here's what we'll do. We'll wait outside and pretend we ran into him by chance. She was no fool. She wasn't about to lower herself for one meal. Even if I really was rich, she was going to keep up her goddess act. That was the only way to keep me wrapped around her finger as her loyal simp once we got together. So the two of them ducked out of sight not far from the restaurant and waited for me to come out. I ate for over an hour, then contentedly patted my full, round belly. Honestly, 3 Michelin star food wasn't all that special, but for someone who'd just come back from the apocalypse, it was more than enough to move me. Next, I planned to hit up a nearby supermarket to stock up on supplies. For one, I wanted to test my dimensional space's storage capacity, so nothing would go wrong later. Even though I was fully confident I could haul stuff back from the Walmart warehouse, better safe than sorry. After all, I was someone who'd known real hunger. I would never allow any accidents to happen. I paid the bill without batting an eye and walked out the door amid the waiter's obliging smile. Right then, a familiar voice rang out beside me. Zhang Yi, what a coincidence. I turned to look. It was Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning. Fang Yuqing reached up and tucked her hair behind her ear, deliberately exposing her fair neck and pink earlobe. I sneered inwardly. Classic manipulative move. The whole point was to make a guy's heart skip a beat without him realizing it. As a top-tier femme fatale, Fang Yuqing naturally had this down to an art. Too bad I was no longer that naive simp I used to be. Not long ago, this woman had gotten me killed in the most miserable way. She'd even wanted to break my ribs to boil them into soup. At that thought, my gaze turned cold and cruel, radiating naked killing intent. The apocalypse was coming soon anyway. Killing her wouldn't be a problem. Should I just take her out right now? Fang Yuqing shivered under my stare and said nervously, Zhang Yi, what's wrong with you? I quickly reined in my gaze and said flatly, nothing. I mistook you for someone else. I'd suddenly changed my mind. Letting her die just like that would be letting her off too easy. Besides, if I acted now, I probably wouldn't escape the law, and I had no intention of spending the apocalypse locked up in a detention center. Better to let her taste the despair of doomsday first, then slowly torture her to death by my own methods. I had plenty of time to prepare, and with my memories from before the rebirth, I had 100 ways to make her die in agony. So for now, there was actually no need to deal with her. The most crucial thing right now was building the safest possible shelter, so I could survive the apocalypse in both safety and comfort. My attitude toward Fang Yuqing was ice cold, and both she and Lin Caning could tell something was off. But since they'd mistaken me for a secret rich kid, far from getting angry, they actually leaned in closer. So what if a rich guy had a bit of an attitude? That was just having style. Zhang Yi, were you just eating at this restaurant? Lin Caning asked, feigning casualness. She asked with feigned concern. I furrowed my brow. This woman was no saint either. She was cut from the same cloth as Fang Yuqing. Back then, she'd had a hand in cheating me out of food and getting me killed. Yeah, I answered coldly, hands in my pockets, and turned to head toward the supermarket. The two of them hurried to catch up. Zhang Yi, where are you going? Fang Yuqing asked with a gentle smile. The supermarket. My tone stayed cold, tinged with impatience. If I didn't want her to taste the despair of the apocalypse, I'd have killed her on the spot. Fang Yuqing shot Lin Caning a look and quickly added, what a coincidence, we wanted to pick up a few things too. We're heading the same way. I got it now. They must have seen me feasting at that 3-star Michelin restaurant and assumed I was some secret rich kid. That's why they were suddenly so friendly. I couldn't be bothered to respond and just kept walking. But the colder I acted, the more convinced they were that I was loaded. Why else would I be throwing money around like that? Fang Yuqing pressed up close beside me, deliberately brushing her hand against mine now and then. Whenever I glanced at her, she'd bashfully turn her head away, cheeks flushed, playing the coy little thing. I sneered inwardly. What a manipulative fake. You're acting so good you could win an Oscar. Inside the supermarket, I grabbed a cart and pushed it in. The two of them quickly grabbed carts and followed. Zhang Yi, were you eating with someone? Fang Yuqing asked with a smile. I walked toward the food section. Can a guy eat by himself? Her eyes lit up. Oh, come on. That's not what I meant. It's just that the food there is pretty pricey. I thought maybe you were treating someone. Lin Caning couldn't resist chiming in. Zhang Yi, you only make what, 10-something grand a month? That one meal cost you half a year's salary. Looks like your family left you a nice little nest egg. Fang Yuqing shot her a vicious glare. Idiot. How could you ask something like that? The #1 rule for a top-tier gold digger, with the rich, talk feelings. With the poor, talk money. Realizing she'd said the wrong thing, Lin Caning scrambled to cover. Haha, I'm just kidding. We're all good friends here. Money doesn't matter. I ignored them both. At the food section, I looked at the shelves packed with goods like I'd stepped into a treasure trove. In my past life, I'd survived by stretching a single pack of instant noodles over 2 days, so my hunger for food knew no bounds. I went up to the shelves and started dumping ham sausages, instant noodles, self-heating hot pot kits, and seasonings into my cart, buying everything in bulk. The two of them watched, jaws dropped. Zhangyi, why are you buying so much food? Going camping? Yeah. I gave a flat reply. Lin Caning leaned over to Fong Yuqing and muttered, would a rich kid eat this stuff while camping? Fong Yuqing looked a little puzzled too, but thinking back to that Michelin meal, she wasn't ready to give up on the idea that I was rich. She hurried over and eagerly asked, is there anything I can help with? Free labor was showing up at my doorstep. No reason not to use it. Looking at her fake, innocent smile, an idea for revenge took shape in my mind. I still had a month to prepare for the apocalypse. Building the perfect shelter and ensuring my safety wouldn't be hard, and I could stock up on supplies through the Walmart warehouse. That way, I'd be completely safe and living comfortably once the apocalypse hit. Why not deliberately let it slip to Fong Yuqing that I'd stockpiled a ton of supplies, so that when the time came, she'd come crawling back, begging me. As for her leaking the news and drawing that pack of scumbag neighbors to swarm me, that was easy enough to deal with. As long as the safe house was built solid enough, I wouldn't just survive the siege. I'd turn the tables and slaughter every last one of them. Just imagining them furious and utterly powerless against me, the smile creeping onto my lips turned a little twisted. Yeah, this plan was worth considering. I decided to go find a security company to build a safe house like that. If it worked, I'd go with this plan. If not, I'd get far from the city and set up an underground shelter in some remote wilderness. 2 backup plans. I curled my lips. Then help me push the cart. Fong Yuqing nodded eagerly. I told Lin Caning to grab another cart too. Full of suspicion, the two of them did as I said anyway. I bought plenty of non-perishables, instant noodles, ham sausages, cured meat, canned goods, and dedicated one whole cart to fresh meat, fruit, vegetables, and live fish. I wanted to test whether my personal dimension had any special effect on storing fresh food. All 3 carts were packed to the brim. I handed the one loaded with beef, mutton, and canned goods to the 2 women. It had to be at least 400 or 500 pounds. They were drenched in sweat pushing it. Fong Yuqing pouted and complained. Zhang Yi, how many people is all this food supposed to feed? Are you throwing some event you didn't tell me about? I sneered. You never know when disaster might strike. What if the world ends someday? Better to stock up now. Every word was the truth, but nobody would believe it. A certain Dr. Li had proven as much in my past life. Fong Yuqing burst out laughing. Oh, if you don't want to say, that's fine, but why joke about something like that? Anyway, since I helped you out so much today, you'd better take me out to eat later. Her eyes were full of hints, clearly hoping I'd take her to that 3-star Michelin place too. I curled my lips slightly. Sure, but I've been busy lately. Let's say next month. It's a deal then, Fong Yuqing said happily. Lin Caning quickly squeezed in. Yay, yay, count me in too, he. Just pushing a cart could earn her a fancy meal, so of course she was thrilled. Fong Yuqing glared at her again, but she pretended not to notice. I went to check out. This trip cost me over 10 grand in supplies, and I paid without batting an eye. In the apocalypse, this stuff would be worth tens of thousands of times more, priceless, even. By then, no amount of money would guarantee you a single bite to eat. There was so much stuff that the supermarket happily lent me the shopping carts. I shamelessly put the 2 women to work pushing everything home. I actually had my own car and could have easily hauled it all myself. But when free labor's available, you'd be a fool not to use it. The 2 of them kept whining about being tired, but the moment they thought of the meal I'd promised, their energy came right back. So the 3 of us pushed 3 cartloads of supplies back to the residential complex. Along the way, plenty of neighbors saw the scene and started gossiping. I didn't care anymore about being caught stockpiling. These 2 gold diggers already knew, so the news was bound to get out anyway. If all I wanted was to survive, I could easily liquidate my assets and build an impenetrable fortress out in some deserted wilderness. But then how would I get revenge on the neighbors who'd hacked me to pieces in my past life? If I didn't kill every last. Here's the English translation. These people, my heart will never heal. So one of my end-of-the-world plans is to stay in this complex and take revenge on everyone who wronged me, in a whole different, brutal way. That is, if the security company can build me an impenetrable shelter. Otherwise, I'll settle for plan B and build an underground bunker out in the middle of nowhere. Watching the neighbors around me chatting and grinning, an image already flashed through my mind. The apocalypse, and them storming into my home to loot everything. I'd lived through all of it, for real. But I wasn't afraid. This time around, I'd be ready ahead of time. I'd make sure those people could see it all but never get their hands on it, and it'd drive them half to death. Fang Yuqing and the others lived in the same apartment building as me. Since I work as a manager at a Walmart warehouse, the neighbors often asked me to grab discounted goods for them, so everyone knew who I was. Seeing us haul back so much stuff, an older woman out walking her grandson came over. Her eyes locked onto the food in the cart and the fresh beef and lamb, and she was instantly tempted. Hey Zhang, buying all this stuff, did the warehouse mark it down? That's way more than you can use. Why don't you share some with the neighbors? This was Auntie Lin from the Homeowners Association. She always threw around what little authority she had, bossing the neighbors around like she was some kind of boss. She was constantly having me buy her cheap stuff too. She loved getting something for nothing. In my past life, she'd badgered food out of me the same way. But when the neighbors stormed my home to loot it, she didn't just fail to stop them, she went at it harder than the young guys did. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning didn't want to get on her bad side, so they quickly said, Zhang Yi bought all this. We're just helping carry it back. Auntie Lin turned to me immediately, all smiles. Zhang, looks like this is from your warehouse. How about sharing a little with Auntie Lin? While she was talking, her grandson Xiaohu had already climbed onto one of the carts and grabbed a box of chocolates. Small as he was, the kid had a sharp, greedy eye. That box of imported chocolate went for over 200 at the store. Without a word, I snatched it right back and said coldly, sorry. I'm keeping these for myself. The apocalypse was coming any day now anyway. I couldn't even be bothered with pleasantries. Auntie Lin's face changed. You? She was furious that I'd shown her, the leader of the complex, so little respect. Her grandson Xiaohu, having his chocolate ripped away, started bawling for it and pointed at me, cursing. You're a bad guy? Give it back, or I'll beat you to death. I stared at him coldly. Say one more word, and I'll smack you across the mouth. Xiaohu froze, then burst into tears, wailing, dropping to the ground, and throwing a full tantrum. Auntie Lin rushed to comfort him, then turned to scold me angrily. You're a grown man, arguing with a little kid? It's just a box of chocolates. What's the big deal about giving it to him? Just give him a box, put it on my tab, and I'll pay you back later. Like anybody wants to take advantage of you. The corner of my mouth twitched. Everything's mobile payment now. Paying is dead simple. Her whole, I'll pay you back later routine was obviously just a scam to skip out on it. I already told you these are mine. Want some? Go buy your own. I let out a cold laugh, called to Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, and walked off. The second I turned around, Auntie Lin's cursing erupted behind me, but I tuned it out completely. Her son and daughter-in-law worked out of town, so she was home alone raising her grandson. She only ever bought a single day's worth of groceries at a time, so when the apocalypse hit, their household would be the first to run dry. Back then, I'd gone soft and helped them. But this time, without my help, that shameless old woman and that bratty little Xiaohu surviving even 10 days would be a miracle. Me, Zhang Yi. I couldn't care less about squabbling with the walking dead. It's not that I'm heartless. It's just that once that day came, everyone would struggle just to look after themselves. Other people's lives could only ever come second to mine. I pushed all 3 carts of supplies back home, then sent the 2 women on their way. Zhang Yi, don't forget you owe us a treat. Fang Yuqing winked at me playfully. Just the sight of it made my stomach turn. I brushed her off with a few vague words. The 2 of them had wanted to hang around and probe whether I was some secret rich kid, but seeing that I clearly wasn't in the mood to entertain, they had no choice but to leave. Once they were gone, I opened my dimensional space and stashed everything inside, curious whether the supplies would change at all in there. By the time I finished, it was already late. But I didn't rush to sleep. I pulled out pen and paper and started mapping out a detailed plan for the month ahead. I'm usually a lazy person, but when survival's on the line, you can always dig up a hidden well of energy. If I want to live comfortably through the apocalypse, I've got to nail down food first. That part's easy. Beyond regular shopping, I could pull everything else from the Walmart warehouse. But I couldn't rush it. I needed to scope things out first and only grab the stuff a few days before the end, so I didn't draw attention. If I got thrown in a cell, I definitely wouldn't last more than a few days. I wrote food in my notebook and put a check next to it. Next, heating. After the apocalypse, energy would be scarce, and the AC would be useless in no time. I'd have to go with the most primitive method, a fireplace. That's how Europeans get through harsh winters, which meant the place would need a full renovation, ideally with an added layer of insulation. The mention of renovation dredged up the memory of my front door being smashed in last life, and my chest tightened. I also need to turn this home into an impenetrable iron fortress. Reinforce everything with thick steel plating or alloy, enough to withstand a basic explosion, at the very least. In the apocalypse, people would do anything to stay alive. I wasn't about to gamble with my life. One taste of that kind of death was more than enough. The safe room was the easy part. Tianhai City had companies that specialized in security for the wealthy and powerful, including safe room construction. I remembered reading a news story last life about some overseas billionaire who'd built a fortress that could even survive a small nuke. Then there's medicine. I need to guard against getting sick with no treatment available. The Walmart warehouse stocked plenty of common medications, good for colds and fevers, but nowhere near enough. The Cambrian storm would last decades, at minimum. Luckily, I had solid connections. Working in warehousing, I knew people at hospital storage facilities. With enough cash, I could get my hands on any drug I wanted. I tapped the notebook with my ballpoint pen. One last problem. My gaze sharpened. Weapons. Once the apocalypse hit, humanity's mask would slip completely. Killings over supplies would be everywhere you looked. Human life would be worth less than dirt. And if I wanted to survive, I needed enough firepower to back it up. I'm no expert fighter, but no matter how skilled you are, you can still get taken out by a kitchen knife. With strong enough weapons, none of that mattered. Machetes, crowbars, felling axes, easy to get. Crossbows, air rifles, compound bows. I had channels for those too. The best, of course, were guns, but domestically that meant going through the black market. Go abroad to acquire them. Not realistic. I'm a stranger here, and I don't have a gun license either. I rubbed my chin. No solution to that problem for now. But I still had a month. Money could always buy a way in. It took me 3 hours to nail down my plan before I finally treated myself to a hot shower and crawled into that big, comfortable bed to sleep. Early the next morning, I dragged myself up. I'd slept badly, jolted awake by nightmares several times. When I woke and realized I was still lying safe in my warm home, I let out a long breath. Those days during the apocalypse had scarred me too deeply. It only strengthened my resolve. Everything had to be foolproof. After making breakfast, I opened my dimensional space to check on my supplies. To my delight, the meat, fruit, and vegetables I'd left overnight hadn't changed at all, still as fresh as when I'd bought them yesterday. This space of mine exists outside the world, so its time works differently too, I mused. Either time flows super slowly, or it's frozen entirely. That's fantastic news. I can stuff it full of stuff without a second thought. But when I checked the fish, I found them all dead, though they looked lifelike and hadn't spoiled. So I learned another rule. Living things can't be stored inside. Or if they are, they won't survive long. Guess the idea of living in there myself isn't realistic. No big deal. The space was just an endless white void anyway, nothing like the comfort of my own home. Being able to store things was enough. That thought sparked a bunch of ideas. If it could keep meat, veggies, and fruit fresh, what about cooked meals? Sure, I could cook, but I was nowhere near a real chef. If I cooked for myself every day, I'd get sick of it sooner or later. I immediately called the biggest 5-star hotel in Tianhai City, Grand Fortune. They did takeout, top-notch food, my favorite. Hello, Grand Fortune Hotel. How may I help you? I got straight to the point. I'm hosting a big event, a 3-day open banquet. I need to book 500 tables. The person on the line froze. 500 tables would take ages just to prepare, and their cheapest table ran $3,000 to $4,000. 500 tables would come to over $1 million. The receptionist didn't dare make the call herself. One moment, please. Let me check with my manager. After a while, someone else took the phone. Hello, sir. This is Manager Chen Dingfang. May I ask who I'm speaking with? Name's Zhang Yi. 500 tables. Any problem on your end? The manager was stunned. First time since opening he'd had a request like this. Of course he had to take an order this big. Mr. Zhang, 500 tables will run over $1 million. If that's what you need, we can start preparing right away, but we'll require a 200,000 deposit first. No problem. Send me the account number. I'll transfer it now. Money makes everything easier. The manager readily agreed, added me as a contact, and sent the account number. Without hesitation, I transferred 200,000. Once they confirmed the payment, they instantly gave the orders to every department. Move it. Big order came in. Purchasing, stock up. Kitchen, drop all other takeout orders. We need 500 tables done within a day. After hanging up, I couldn't help but sigh. In a month, money will be worthless paper. But right now, I still needed to buy things. Between my parents' inheritance and my own savings, I had about 2 million total. That one order had eaten up half of it. Honestly, it stung a little. But on second thought, it was for the best. So many people would end up clutching piles of cash that turned to worthless paper, never getting the chance to spend it. I've got a bunch more expenses coming up. I need to figure out how to get more money. My eyes landed on my house. It was in the mid-ring district of Tianhai City, 1,290 square feet, 10 years old, going for over 40,000 a square meter now. Worth at least 5 million. That's it. A mortgage loan gets me cash. I chuckled to myself. Borrow it and never have to pay it back. What a sweet deal. I got in my car and drove straight to the bank. On the way, I got a message from Fang Yuqing. Zhang Yi, weekends are so boring. I really wish someone would take me out somewhere. I glanced at it and tossed the phone aside. At the bank, thanks to the large loan amount, complete documentation, and a fully paid-off house. It got approved fast, though they only offered 4 million. I didn't haggle. It was free money anyway. I couldn't be bothered arguing with them. Signed the papers, and the money hit my account. The banquet cost over 1 million, so I've got 5 million left. Enough for renovations, but I still need to buy tons of medicine and weapons. Might not be enough. I stroked my chin, calculating how to get more cash. Just then, a bleach-blonde punk on the roadside locked eyes on me deep in thought, his face lighting up as he sidled over. "Hey buddy, you need some cash?" I looked up. "Who are you?" His grin widened as he lowered his voice. "Just asking. You in a bind for money right now? Bank won't lend to you." I got it immediately, a loan shark. Something clicked. I had a plan. I let out a sigh, feigning distress. "Yeah, family business urgently needs to turn things over, but the banks." I deliberately put on a troubled look. The blonde nodded like he totally understood. Who'd come to a loan shark if they could borrow from a bank normally? "Banks are super strict about lending these days. Endless red tape, and payouts are slow," he said. "But bro, if you need money fast, I can help with that." I eyed him carefully. "You? You sure? I'm talking several million." Hearing it was big business, his eyes lit up even brighter. He pulled out a business card and handed it to me. "Our company specializes in bailing people out of tough spots. When you're short on cash, we're your guys." The card read Duo Financial Services Company, Limited. His name was Hu Minghua, title, Business Manager. I put on an excited act. "You really can lend it? I need 5 million. Just get me through this rough patch, and I'll pay it all back in 3 months, tops." Hu Minghua smiled. "Totally doable. Our company's got serious backing. We specialize in helping folks like you who need cash. Come on, let's head to the office and talk it over." I followed him, playing up my eagerness. The so-called company was in some out-of-the-way office building. Once inside, he led me into the boss's office. The head of this lending outfit was a big, burly guy, but dressed in a designer suit, trying hard to look legit. Still, there was a certain menace in his features, the kind you only get from years of scrapping in the streets. Hu Minghua made the introduction. "Boss, this is the client looking to borrow." The boss, Chen Xiong, smiled and invited me to sit. "Mr. Zhang, how much are you looking to borrow?" Real loan shark style, blunt and to the point. Outfits like this were never legit to begin with, so they didn't bother with much protocol. Besides, they had plenty of ways to force you to pay up. No fear of you skipping out. 5 million. Chen Xiong furrowed his brow. "That's no small amount. But let me be upfront with you. Our interest rates are high, so you'd better be prepared for that." Hu Minghua chimed in from the side. "Mr. Zhang's business just needs a little cash to tide it over. Once things turn around, he'll earn that money back in no time." Right. The two of them played off each other perfectly. I saw right through it, but kept up my anxious act. "Exactly. I'll pay it back fast. High interest is fine, as long as you're willing to lend." A smile spread across Chun Xiong's face. "All right then. Our rate is 40%. You borrow 5 million. You pay back 7. First, you write me an IOU for 7 million. And you'll need to put up collateral of sufficient value. A house, a factory, a car, any of those will do." I pretended to hesitate for a moment, then gritted my teeth and pulled out my property deed. I'd just taken it to the bank for a loan, so it happened to be on me. "This house is worth over 5 million. That should be more than enough collateral, right? I've also got a Mercedes worth 300 grand. If I can't pay you back, you can take that too." Chen Xiong had never seen such an agreeable client. He quickly took the deed and looked it over, growing even more pleased once he'd confirmed the details. This house would sell for at least 5.5 million at market price, and with a car on top of that, there was no way he could lose. Still, he put on a dissatisfied face. "Mr. Zhang, this house is worth 4, maybe 5 million at most. You want to take out 5 million? I'd be taking a loss." I put on a panicked expression and said urgently, "Boss Chun, you've got to help me out. I need the money badly. As long as you can wire it today, I'll take just 4.5 million." Chen Xiong and Hu Minghua exchanged a glance, both their eyes full of mockery. Their whole business was about kicking a man when he's down. The more desperate you were, the harder they'd bleed you dry. No, this deal's just not worth it." After some haggling, we finally settled on 4 million. My only condition, it had to be in my account today. As shady as these lending companies were, their efficiency was genuinely impressive, probably the only thing they had over a bank. The moment the contract was signed, 4 million in cash landed in my account. I laughed to myself. For Chen Xiong, this money was like a meat bun thrown at a dog. Gone for good, never coming back. Why does that feel a little like I'm insulting myself? Grinning, I took the money and left. The moment I was gone, Chen Xiong and Hu Minghua's hearty laughter erupted from inside the office. "Ha, that was way too easy. That dumb kid actually just walked off with 4 million. Chen Xiong said smugly. "We'll clear at least 2 or 3 million on this one. This month's numbers are in the bag." Hu Minghua leaned against the desk and chuckled. Boss, he signed that contract awfully fast. You think there's something wrong with the house? Chun Xiong pinched the property deed between his fingers and said with a satisfied smile. The deed's real, no problem there. As long as the house is his, he can't get away. With the property deed and that 7 million IOU, they naturally had ways to get their hands on the house. And that was just the start. They had plenty more tricks to squeeze me completely dry. Chun Xiong narrowed his eyes and took an elegant sip of his coffee. Worst case, we contact those overseas organizations and see what valuable parts of his we can sell off. He smiled, never make a losing deal. Meanwhile, I strolled cheerfully out of the lending company. I glanced back at the office building, a trace of scorn at the corner of my mouth. What good people they were, handing me money for nothing. From now on, Chun Xiong, Hu Minghua, and I would never cross paths again. To put it bluntly, they'd most likely die in the apocalyptic cold snap a month from now. I now had around 9 million on hand, more than enough to carry out my plan. After all, from here on out, I could pay for anything with just a deposit. This 9 million could leverage tens of millions in buying power. Any more than that would be unnecessary. Otherwise, I wouldn't have minded fleecing a few online lending platforms for good measure. I drove to Tianhai City's famous Battle Dragon security company. Battle Dragon was one of the largest security firms in the country, specializing in protection for the wealthy and celebrities. Sometimes, even high-ranking government officials called on them for travel security. The reason I came knocking was that in my past life, I'd heard Battle Dragon had built a top-tier safe house worth $1 billion for the son of one of Jiangnan province's richest men. That rich heir, who'd made his fortune in real estate, lived comfortably through the apocalypse, and that safe house deserved much of the credit. I explained my purpose to the receptionist, and was soon shown into a lounge by someone from the business department. The receptionist even brought me a cup of freshly ground coffee. Before long, a burly, broad-shouldered man with a buzz cut walked in. The black suit on his frame looked like it might burst at any second. He had the unmistakable air of a suited enforcer. I had to admit, seeing a guy like this genuinely put a client at ease. Hello, sir. My name is Wu Huiran, business department manager. What can we do for you? I took a sip of my coffee. I want you to build me a safe house. The kind that can withstand the end of the world, the highest grade you've got. Wu Huiran's expression instantly turned serious. Anyone else would have found this laughable, since no one believed in some end of the world. But to Battle Dragon, it was no joke. The richest and most powerful people in the world often feared death the most. Wealthy foreigners had been spending hundreds of millions on apocalypse shelters for years, and lately the whole world had followed suit. Some feared natural disasters. Others simply had too many enemies and wanted a sense of security. Battle Dragon's apocalypse safe houses were born to meet exactly this demand. The moment he heard I wanted an apocalypse-grade safe house, Wu Huiran became noticeably more courteous. A big order like this only came around a few times a year for them. Mr. Zhang, Battle Dragon is a world-class security company. We can absolutely meet your requirements. I got straight to the point. If I asked you to convert an entire apartment at the height of the 24th floor, could you do it? Wu Huiran's gaze turned a little strange. Usually these safe houses were standalone villas or underground shelters. Few wealthy clients chose to build one inside an apartment. But if a client asked, they'd deliver. He smiled confidently. No problem at all. With our technology, it's entirely doable. Hearing that settled it for me. I'd convert my own home into a safe house. I'd chosen to stay behind precisely so I could watch, with my own eyes, how the people who'd wronged me met their ends. Wu Huiran pulled out a tablet and handed it to me. All our services are custom-tailored. You can browse the options in here. Everything's priced. I took it and started carefully filtering through. Continues. I have to admit, professional companies really know their stuff. As long as the money's right, they can meet just about any demand you throw at them, including building a safe room 100 meters underground, or even on the ocean floor. But that kind of thing takes way too long, and I only had a month. I picked out my project fast. First, reinforce the entire place. Swap out all the building materials in the whole unit. Walls, ceiling, floor, all replaced with 200mm thick alloy panels instead of the original walls. It's an aerospace material, only a third the weight of steel, but 10 times stronger than the best refined steel. Just right for fitting into my apartment building without overloading the load-bearing structure. The window glass got replaced with the best bulletproof glass in the world today. The ventilation system was fully outfitted with air filtration, so no harmful gas could get in. Add to that a complete surveillance system with 0 blind spots. Every door was swapped for the same material used in bank vaults. Even a small bomb would struggle to blow it open. In a word, I wanted to turn this place into an iron fortress nobody could break into. Once I finished checking the boxes, I handed the tablet back. When Wu Huiran finished reading, he couldn't help but widen his eyes. A 120 square meter apartment, turned into a solid iron drum. With some weapons added, this would basically be a fortress, he murmured. My eyes flickered. Oh, you know something about fortresses? Wu Huiran chuckled. I used to work as a mercenary overseas. When it comes to military gear, I know all the ins and outs. An idea flashed through my mind. I lowered my voice. Then do you have a way to get me a gun? At that, Wu Huiran's face turned serious. In this country, private gun ownership is forbidden. Mr. Zhang, as a rule, that stuff isn't allowed for private ownership, he said quietly. Have you run into some terrifying enemy? Is that why you're so scared? I took the opening he'd handed me. That's right. I've crossed some people from the underworld, ruthless types, and they've got guns. I figured maybe I could get some firepower too, to protect myself. Can't just hide in my apartment and take a beating, right? Wu Huiran laughed lightly. I'm afraid I can't help you with that. We're a legitimate company. But I could tell from the look in his eyes, it wasn't that he couldn't get one, he just didn't want to wade into that mess. I took a deep breath. This safe room project is going to cost me over 8 million. If something still happens to me down the line, that wouldn't look good for your company either. I stared at him and said, word by word, I just want something to defend myself with. Do me this favor, and I won't shortchange you. Wu Huiran said nothing, frowning as he waited over. He definitely had connections. He just couldn't read me, and didn't dare make an introduction lightly. Head home for now. I can't do this myself, but I can ask around for you. I'll contact you if I hear anything. He couldn't make up his mind on the spot, and I didn't push too hard. Guns really are something you have to be careful about. All right, I'll wait to hear from you. I smiled. By the way, I'm in a real hurry on this safe room. Please start construction as soon as possible. 2 weeks at most. I guarantee it'll be done. Once we'd hammered out the details, I signed the contract right then and paid a 1 million deposit. As for the balance, I'll never get the chance to pay that in this lifetime. The housing problem was basically settled. Back in my car, I called an acquaintance, Liu Yang. Liu Yang runs a hunting ground in Tianhai City. He's leased a few hundred acres out in Xishan, stocked with all kinds of harmless small animals for people to hunt for fun. He's got a large supply of crossbows, compound bows, and air rifles, all obtained through legal channels. I'd gone out there to play a few times, so I had his contact info. I asked him to buy a batch for me and said I'd pay a premium. Liu Yang's a businessman, and he'd needed favors from me before, so he agreed readily. Bro Zhang, what do you need so much equipment for? This stuff is only for hunting for fun. You can't go hurting people with it, he asked with a laugh, a hint of caution in his tone. If something went out through his hands and I hurt someone, he'd be in trouble too. I laughed and made up a reason on the spot. You're overthinking it. I've got some friends together. We're heading to an African safari to hunt in a while, so I'm stocking up on gear. Liu Yang clicked his tongue. Ooh, Bro Zhang really knows how to have a good time. Africa's got plenty of lions and hyenas. Stay safe out there. Yeah, then it's settled. How soon can you have it ready? I've got it all in stock right here. Just come pick it up whenever you're free. I didn't drag my feet. I drove straight to the Xishan hunting ground and hauled the stuff back. For me, time was precious now. I couldn't waste a single moment. I bought 5 refined steel crossbows, 3 high-end compound bows, and 300 arrows and 300 bolts. On top of that, 2 top-quality hunting knives, forged from Damascus steel, tough and sharp. Unless you're hacking at hard objects for a long time, they're nearly impossible to damage. This thing would cut through a person clean. It all filled up the entire trunk. Looking at that pile of gear, I felt a lot more at ease. Since it was all bought through legitimate channels, and I'd even gotten a hunting license back when I was into it, I wasn't worried about being questioned by the police. It was already dusk by the time I got home. I went back out and had a satisfying hot pot meal by myself at Haidaleo. Thinking about how I'd have to make my own hot pot from now on, I pulled out my wallet on the spot and ordered 10,000 servings of hot pot base. The waitstaff were stunned. They thought I was a rival business owner there to cause trouble. Luckily, Haidaleo's service is great, so they didn't turn on me. The manager came over, asked a few questions, and took the order, on the condition that I pay in cash, in case I was trying to sabotage them. I was more than happy to oblige, paying over $1 million on the spot. That big spend had the store manager grinning ear to ear, and he threw in 500 free servings. I left my address and told them to deliver the hot pot base later. As for ingredients, I just grabbed those straight from the Walmart warehouse when the time came. Only the hot pot base wouldn't actually be sold to the public. The packaged stuff on the market is a far cry from what they serve in the restaurant. Otherwise, who'd bother eating there? Once I finished and was about to head home, my phone rang. It was the manager of the 5-star hotel. Mr. Zhang, the 500 banquet tables you ordered are ready. Is now a good time to receive them? Yeah, just send them over. Those 500 banquet tables would keep me fed for 2 or 3 years. Anyway, I still had 8 or 9 million on hand. I didn't feel the slightest pinch spending now. If anything, I was in a hurry to blow it all. On the way, I thought about what else I liked to eat and just placed orders with all the major restaurants in Tianhai City, 100 tables from each. All 8 major Chinese cuisines plus Western food. I ordered several thousand tables in total, stocking up on half a lifetime's worth of meals. Before long, the Hongfu Tianxia Grand Hotel. The catering trucks pulled up right at the entrance of Yuelu residential complex. 20 or 30 of them rolled in, one after another, jamming the road completely. The neighbors just stood there, dumbfounded. Uncle Yu, the security guard, stepped up to stop them and asked what they were here for. The hotel manager explained the situation, but Uncle Yu insisted the resident come out before he'd open the gate. This whole thing was way too big. Nobody knew what was in those trucks, and for the complex's safety, he couldn't just let them through. The manager had no choice but to call me. I came downstairs to the gate, which was now surrounded by a crowd. Neighbors, plus Feng Yuqing and Lin Caning, who'd come to watch the show. I walked up to Uncle Yu and smiled. Uncle Yu, these are food deliveries for me. Let them in. Uncle Yu looked stunned. Deliveries? What on earth are you eating that takes a dozen trucks to bring? The neighbors erupted in chatter. Man, that's got to be at least a few hundred tables worth. Where's he going to put it all? Is something going on at Zhang Yi's place? Is he getting married or something? Look closely. That's Hongfu Tianxia, a 5-star hotel. A few hundred tables has got to cost at least $1 million. Holy cow, $1 million on a single meal. Zhang Yi's been holding out on us. We knew his family was well off, but now it looks like he might be seriously rich. The neighbors buzzed with speculation, and the way they looked at me turned almost reverent. Standing off to the side, Feng Yuqing pursed her lips as she took it all in, more determined than ever to lock me down. She walked right up to me and smiled. Zhang Yi, what have you been up to lately? Buying all this stuff? After work, I drove straight to that 5-star hotel in Tianhai City, the very Hongfu Tianxia, where I'd placed my catering order. The moment the manager heard I'd arrived, his face lit up with a beaming smile, and he quickly had someone set me up with a room. A room at a 5-star hotel runs over $1,000 a night, but I didn't feel the slightest pinch. I still had several million on hand. Leaving it unspent would be the real waste. That night, Feng Yuqing, that little Miss Innocent, messaged me first for once. Zhang Yi, I passed by your place today and saw someone doing renovations. I smirked. Yeah, that's right. You've been acting so strange lately, stockpiling stuff, renovating your place. Is something about to happen? I raised an eyebrow. This girl might be rotten, but she wasn't dumb. Looks like my odd behavior lately had caught her attention. Not that I cared. What other people thought of me had long stopped meaning anything. It's nothing, I replied coldly, tossing my phone aside. On the other end, Feng Yuqing was not happy. For the past 2 years, I doted on her, showering her with concern, coming up with excuses every single night just to chat with her. But lately I was like a different person, cold, distant, not even reaching out to her anymore. She could be uninterested in me, but she'd never allow me to lose interest in her. In her eyes, that would be like letting a fish slip out of the pond. Sure, I wasn't a rich kid, but I was solidly upper middle class, a decent catch. If she couldn't land a rich guy down the line, she could always fall back on me. She sent another message. Feels like we haven't talked much lately. It's making me kind of lonely. She waited a long time, but I never replied. She bit her lip, irritated. This damn Zhang Yi. I reach out to him first, and he has the nerve not to answer? Her roommate Lin Caning sidled up with a grin. Zhang Yi has been kind of weird lately, buying all that food and drink, ordering all those banquets from a hotel. It's like he's bracing for some supply shortage or something. Feng Yuqing frowned. Ningning, do you think something's actually about to happen? Like Zhang Yi got some inside info and started stockpiling. Lin Caning clutched her stomach, laughing. Yuqing, don't be ridiculous. If something were really going to happen, the authorities would announce it. Let's just live our lives. If we actually stockpiled supplies, people would laugh at us for being idiots. Feng Yuqing chuckled at herself. Yeah, you're right. I stayed in the hotel suite for several days without going anywhere. On one hand, I was buying up banquets from all the major hotels. On the other, I was practicing with my compound bow and crossbow in the room. Luckily, I'd always loved hunting and had a solid foundation. Now, within 15 meters, my accuracy was excellent. Especially with a professional-grade compound bow, even an ordinary person could loose an arrow rivaling an ancient master archer's. Forget dealing with people. Even wild boars, jackals, or large dogs would take serious damage. 3 days later, through Wu Huiran's connections, I successfully got my hands on 2 guns and 100 rounds of ammunition. The price was a bit steep, but I didn't mind at all. With this heavy hardware, I felt a lot more secure about my own safety in the apocalypse. As for the medicine I'd need in the end times, I also traded with Zhou Huiran for 5 crates of high-end imported goods. Another week passed, and Wu Huiran called to say the safe house had been built to my specifications and asked me to come inspect it. Only then did I leave the hotel where I'd been staying for quite a while and drove back to Yuelu Complex. Wu Huiran personally showed me around. The moment I walked in, my eyes lit up. Zhanglong Company really did live up to its reputation as one of the country's top security firms. Both speed and quality were flawless. The entire place had been fitted with 200mm thick alloy plating per my request, yet from the outside, it looked exactly the same as before. Wu Huiran explained patiently, the ventilation system is military grade. It can filter out any harmful gases and defend against chemical attacks. The insulation system has been completely redone using specialized materials from the Arctic Research Institute. Besides the fireplace we built for you, it can block 99.5% of temperature loss. At this point, he gave a mysterious smile. For your safety, we installed 300 cameras throughout the entire building. You can monitor every single floor. I didn't even know what to say. I could only marvel. It's good to be rich. Money can buy services ordinary people wouldn't even dare to dream of. I walked over to the balcony and found it had been converted into one massive floor-to-ceiling window. Wu Huiran explained. The window material is entirely bulletproof and blast-proof, even sturdier than the 200mm alloy plating. It also lets in plenty of light and gives you a clear view outside. I was extremely satisfied. Short of a military force with heavy weaponry, no one would ever be able to force their way in. Even if the whole building collapsed, my unit would probably come out without a scratch. I'm very satisfied, I said with a smile. Wu Huiran's face was all smiles too as he pulled out the paperwork for me to sign, then said, if everything's good, please pay off the remaining balance within 3 months. I nodded, beaming. Of course, of course. The truth was, I had no intention of ever paying that balance. Just thinking about how I'd scored a nearly 10 million yuan safe house for a mere 1 million deposit, getting it practically for free, was really awesome. I lay sprawled on the couch, admiring my perfect safe house, mulling things over, when suddenly it hit me that I'd overlooked something huge. Water. I smacked my forehead. Damn, how could I forget something as critical as water? Once the ice apocalypse hits, sure, the world outside would be frozen solid and I could chip ice for water, but temperatures would drop to 60 or 70 below zero, and stepping outside would mean putting my life on the line. A gap this big was something I absolutely couldn't tolerate. So I hopped straight onto a delivery app and ordered 100 giant water tanks, enough to store 500 cubic meters of water in one go. Plenty to last me several years. Combine that with the bottled water I could grab from the warehouse, and the water problem was completely solved. The delivery guy was quick as promised, dropping everything off just a few hours later. I went down to the front gate and had Uncle Yu, the security guard, let it through. Seeing me haul in yet another batch of weird stuff, the neighbors started buzzing with gossip. Is there something wrong with this Zhangyi guy? A few days ago during his renovation, I saw people carrying in these steel plates, like 4 or 5 inches thick. Must be out of his mind, building himself some safe house like in the movies. Now he's buying all these water tanks. Does he think Tianhai City's gonna run out of water someday? We're literally a coastal city. Facing all their mocking jeers, I couldn't be bothered to argue. I just sneered inwardly. When the ice apocalypse comes, you'll realize just how stupid you're all being right now. I had no interest in explaining. These people would only take me for a fool. They'd never listen, and might even turn it around on me, reporting me for spreading rumors and disturbing the peace, getting me hauled away. Uncle Yu, the gate guard, was chatting with Old Man Tang when he came over warmly. Hey, Zhang, what are you buying all these water tanks for? You need a hand. Just say the word. I'll help you out. Looking at the kind-hearted Uncle Yu, I couldn't help feeling a pang of emotion. He was a veteran, no wife or kids, and had worked as a security guard in this complex for over a decade, always dutiful and dedicated. In my past life during the apocalypse, he'd given away his last bit of food to save a starving mother and daughter, and ended up starving to death himself. He was one of the few glimmers of human decency I ever witnessed in that end times hell. So I told him, Uncle Yu, the temperature's been really off this year. I've got some inside info. This winter's going to be brutal. You'd better stock up on food and water too, before prices shoot through the roof. Uncle Yu and I had always gotten along, and he knew I was a good-natured kid. Older folks tend to have a sense of caution anyway, and hearing this made him furrow his brow. Zhang, you serious? Is this info reliable? I nodded. Look at how much I've prepared. Stock up on instant noodles and bottled water. Stuff like that. You can never have too much. Uncle Yu nodded. Living alone, he already liked keeping instant noodles and sausages around for convenience. Since I'd given him the heads up, he figured he might as well buy some for peace of mind. That stuff keeps, so no harm in having extra. But Old Man Tang, standing nearby, walked over. Zhang, you'd better not go around saying that. Society's peaceful and stable right now. How could there be any shortage? Careful someone reports you for spreading rumors, and you get hauled in for a chat. I rolled my eyes and didn't bother responding. I'd given all the warnings I could. Whether they believed me was their business. I had the delivery guy bring all 100 giant water tanks to the warehouse, then stashed them into my space and brought them back home. Back home, I turned on every faucet in the house and started filling the tanks. At this rate, they'd all be full within a week at most. The days went by one after another, and I didn't waste a single one. I spent every last cent in my hands without a second thought. Every day, I ate at the finest restaurants, then bought massive quantities of food from top-tier establishments and stored it all in my dimensional space. During this time, I went to the shooting range every day to practice with crossbows and firearms, working hard to sharpen my skills. Becoming a martial arts master in a month wasn't realistic, but with crossbows, guns, and a super safe house wrapped in a full metal shell, I no longer feared any danger. Naturally, these actions couldn't escape everyone's notice, but every person around me treated me like a joke, convinced I'd lost my mind, mocking me behind my back. Even Fong Yuqing deliberately kept her distance, unwilling to have anything to do with me anymore. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 days passed, and the apocalypse was drawing near. I'd already stockpiled an enormous amount of supplies, food, water, weapons, heating equipment, everything. But even that wasn't enough to make me feel secure. I made up my mind. I was going after that massive Walmart warehouse. Once I took it, I'd have enough supplies to last 10 lifetimes. Why not wait until the very last day to make my move? Because I'd remembered something. In my past life, I'd caught wind that the higher-ups had actually learned about the incoming gamma rays ahead of time. Long before ordinary people had any inkling, they'd quietly begun relocating huge quantities of supplies. I couldn't afford to gamble. I had to act early. And by that same logic, even if the Walmart warehouse got cleaned out, the higher-ups, busy scrambling for shelter, wouldn't have the resources to investigate. That gave me a perfect buffer window. So, I went back to the warehouse and worked my regular shift. The Walmart warehouse was staffed around the clock, but at night there were only 10 people. I decided to use the simplest, most brute force method, slipping sleeping pills into their tea. With only 3 days left before the apocalypse anyway, I wasn't worried about getting caught. These people were all old acquaintances of mine, so I pulled it off easily. Once the drugs kicked in and they were all fast asleep, I immediately ran to the surveillance room and shut down every camera in the warehouse. I knew this place inside out. I could picture every corner with my eyes closed, and having rehearsed it countless times in my head, I executed everything cleanly and smoothly. Once that was done, I put on shoes 2 sizes too big, slipped on gloves, and rushed into the warehouse. Gazing at the massive warehouse before me, I took a deep breath and started collecting supplies. All it took was for my right eye to sweep across a shelf in a single thought, and the entire shelf would appear inside my dimensional space. I headed to the beverage section first, where tens of thousands of tons of bottled water, soft drinks, and alcohol were stored, including plenty of high-end wines and imported spirits. I wasn't picky. I loaded it all into my warehouse, and the thousands of cubic meters of drinks before me vanished in an instant. Next was the fuel section, all smokeless coal, drums of gasoline, and alcohol, the household kind. There were over 10,000 crates of smokeless coal alone, not to mention all the solid alcohol and drums of gasoline. There was enough here to last me hundreds of years. I, Zhang Yi, never once thought about leaving any for anyone else. Once the apocalypse hit, this stuff would never end up in ordinary people's hands anyway. So without hesitation, I swept it all into my dimensional space. Drawing on my years of experience in the warehousing business, I mapped out designated zones for everything inside my space, making it all easy to use. Next came the food section. This, the largest stockpile by far, tens of thousands of tons. Several warehouses were packed to the brim, piled up like little mountains. Canned goods, roast chicken, roast duck, puffed snacks, instant meals, premium snacks. Enough to last me 10 lifetimes. I'm not picky. I took whatever was there, grabbed it all. Next was the sporting goods section. My safe house couldn't do without exercise equipment. Staying fit and healthy day to day, and it could save my life when it counted. Besides, the pocket dimension had unlimited space. I'd be a fool not to take it all. I also found some seriously useful gear, baseball bats, fencing swords, all handy weapons. But what really made my eyes light up was the skiing and mountaineering equipment. There was even professional cold weather gear at the national athlete level. This was cutting-edge 2050 tech, rated to withstand 100 degrees below zero. Once the ice apocalypse hit, this would be top-tier survival gear. Without a second thought, I swept up all several dozen sets of cold weather suits and sleeping bags in the warehouse. For 2 solid hours, I single-handedly cleaned out this million-square-foot Walmart warehouse. Looking at the empty warehouse, I felt an indescribable satisfaction. No matter how cold the ice age got, I was confident I could live through it in comfort. I returned to my post, changed out of the gloves and shoes and tucked them into the pocket dimension, took a sip of tea laced with sleeping pills, and slumped over the desk, fast asleep. I don't know how long it was before someone shook me awake in a panic. Supervisor. Supervisor. Something terrible happened. Wake up. I groggily opened my eyes and looked at a few coworkers. What's going on? One of the warehouse workers pointed at the storage area, trembling. It's like a ghost did it. Our warehouse has been cleaned out. What? I slammed the desk and stood up, then made a show of running over to the warehouse. And sure enough, saw the completely empty scene. I knew better than anyone what had happened, but I still let my legs go weak and said in a shaky voice, "What on earth is going on? All that inventory just gone." My co-workers' faces went pale. Yeah, this warehouse was worth at least 10 billion. Even with big rigs, hauling it out would take days. How did it vanish in the blink of an eye? As for me sneaking a nap earlier, no one brought it up. Dozing off on the night shift was pretty routine. I pretended to pace back and forth anxiously. This is beyond bizarre. There's nothing we can do. We'd better notify the higher-ups. Everyone nodded. With something this big, 10 billion in inventory gone in 2 short hours, there was no way the handful of us could have pulled it off. A few thousand a month in wages, and nobody had any reason to go to bat for the company. Let the mess be the higher-ups' headache. I immediately called the warehouse manager. When he heard, he was dumbstruck. He thought I was joking. 10 billion worth of goods, all now inside my pocket dimension, and I acted like I knew nothing, being the first to report it to management. The news spread quickly through Walmart's South China region. A crowd of executives, still reeling from the shock, rushed to the scene and called the police. Tom Watson, the general manager of the South China warehouse, stared at the empty facility, his face whiter than snow. God, how am I supposed to explain this to headquarters? The truth was, the U.S. headquarters had already given the order to ship the goods back to the States as soon as possible. Word was the freighter would be arriving at Tianhai port any moment now. Now it was all ruined. I wasn't the least bit worried about being exposed. 10 billion in goods vanishing into thin air in 2 hours. It was so unfathomable that even if the police threw everything at it, they wouldn't crack it anytime soon. And besides, Walmart was a foreign company, not a state-owned enterprise, so you can imagine how much effort the investigation would get. I kept up my act, nervous and scared, cooperating with the investigation. After a night of questioning, they let me go. The police were actually pretty suspicious. They checked the surveillance. Though the internal cameras had been turned off by someone, stealing millions of cubic feet of goods should have left some kind of trace. Yet the cameras around the warehouse perimeter showed no vehicles passing through at all. In other words, either the goods had vanished into thin air, or Walmart had robbed itself. Logically, the latter was clearly more plausible. Short of some supernatural phenomenon, there was no other explanation. As for us ordinary employees, sure, we were suspects too, but since the disappearance of the goods defied all logic, the employee angle wasn't the main issue. On top of that, Walmart was a foreign company with no government backing, the case was too big, the police were slow-moving, and they were even worried about causing international repercussions, so they started passing the buck. Forget 3 days, 3 months wouldn't be enough to get to the bottom of it. I was ordered not to leave Tianhai City for the time being and to cooperate with the investigation at any time. I was very cooperative, and then they sent me home. Back home, I peeked outside through the blinds. Today was December 10th, 2 days until the Ice Age. From here on, all I had to do was stay home and go nowhere, and I could coast through the rest of my life. Thinking about the 10 billion worth of goods in my pocket dimension, nearly everything a person could ever need, I felt completely at ease. After a long, exhausting night, I was tired too, so I went back to the bedroom and lay down. I slept until evening. I turned on the TV, and the news was covering the Walmart South China warehouse theft. The loss was too enormous and too strange. Every major news station in the country was scrambling to report it. A warehouse that big, emptied out in a few hours, it's definitely an inside job. Absolutely an inside job. 9 times out of 10, it's the higher-ups pulling insurance fraud. Millions of cubic feet. Big rigs couldn't haul it all out in one night. I chuckled. Nobody would figure out the answer until the apocalypse arrived. For the next 2 days, I stayed home and went nowhere. I knew there wasn't much time left for this world. To be safe, I didn't even step out the front door. During that time, the police and headquarters called me in for questioning once more. They still felt something was off about me that night. But the investigation window was short, and there was no evidence, suspicion or not, they couldn't arrest me. A few acquaintances also messaged me digging for the inside scoop, but I brushed them all off. Finally, December 12th arrived. The gamma rays passed Blue Star at 2 in the morning. It lasted only an instant, yet the impact it brought to this planet was devastating. I sealed the room completely a few hours ahead of time and got a fire going in the fireplace. Because soon, as energy ran dry, the AC and heating would fail, and warmth could only come from the most primitive methods. At exactly 2 o'clock, I sat in front of the massive floor-to-ceiling window, clutching a bottle of beer, eyes fixed on the world outside. Suddenly, a streak of white light spread across the horizon. It was the middle of the night, yet the earth lit up like dusk. But the light lasted only 2 seconds before falling silent. Most people were still asleep, dreaming. No one noticed that fleeting instant. But I, who knew exactly what it meant. By the time I noticed, my back had already gone ice cold. I took a big swig of beer. The cold, crisp taste steadied me a little. I tossed a few more good logs into the fireplace, turned on the TV, and waited for the world to change. A few minutes later, snowflakes started drifting past the window, dense and thick. At first they were the size of fingernails, but within 2 minutes they'd turned into a full-on blizzard. The wind began to howl, and the snow outside turned terrifying in an instant. All at once, snow was pouring down over the entire city. This is the power of nature. When it decides to change, it never gives you a heads up. I felt a little tense. The safe house was perfect, but I'd already lived through one ice apocalypse, and I couldn't help worrying. Could this $8 million safe house really hold up against the deep freeze that was coming? But once the fire in the fireplace roared to life, the inside got so warm it was almost too hot. I glanced at the thermometer, 32.6 degrees Celsius. Then I looked out the window, where the endless snow had already swallowed the whole city. I felt a lot more at ease and pulled out a few pieces of charcoal. It's uncomfortable when a room gets too hot. I wasn't in any rush to sleep. I still wanted to keep watching. There'd be plenty of time to rest later. It's not like I had a job to go to anymore. In less than half an hour, a thick layer of snow had already piled up on the balcony. I opened my phone to check the news. Reports about the plunging temperatures had already blown up all over the internet, everyone complaining, saying winter had come way too early this year, that they hadn't even had time to buy winter clothes. This crappy weather. How is it already negative 10-something degrees? The roads are going to be iced over tomorrow. How am I supposed to get to work? Some people were thrilled, though. Snowing this hard. No work tomorrow, huh? Especially some of my friends from the south. They excitedly posted selfies with the snow, saying they'd never seen snow like this back home. I shook my head. This was only the beginning. The snow would keep falling for at least 3 more months, and the temperature would only drop lower. By then, they wouldn't be in the mood to enjoy the view anymore. The ice age had begun. Tianhai City was buried in a blizzard, and the internet was buzzing, some people complaining, some counting their blessings. But nobody knew that this snow and cold weren't temporary. It would keep going, keep spreading, and eventually turn into a disaster no one could survive. And right now, I was lying comfortably on my couch, soaking in the 20-plus-degree warmth of my safe house, an ice-cold Budweiser in hand, completely at ease. My phone suddenly buzzed. A few group chats were blowing up, my classmates group, a hobby group, and the building residents group. Oh my God, why is it suddenly snowing this hard? The forecast said nothing about this. Woke up freezing in the middle of the night. Had to get up and turn on the heat. Don't even get me started, my crappy AC's heater is useless. The more I run it, the colder it gets. No idea how long this cold snap's gonna last. And I haven't even bought my winter clothes yet. Everyone was chattering away, but I could tell most of them still weren't taking the cold seriously. If anything, there was a hint of excitement in their words. I knew better. This comfort was only temporary. I yawned. I didn't feel like reading anymore. I went back to bed, pulled the thin blanket over me, and comfortably closed my eyes. This bed of mine was a high-end piece I'd hauled out of a Walmart warehouse. The mattress was supposedly the same model as some female celebrities, worth $3 million. Outside, the blizzard raged and the wind howled. But inside, the fireplace was burning strong and the room was nice and warm. Before long, I was fast asleep. Early the next morning, I was jolted awake by my ringtone. I opened my eyes. It was that little Miss Two-Faced, Fong Yuqing, calling. My good dream ruined, I was naturally in a bad mood. I answered irritably. Hello, what do you want, calling me this early? She paused, her voice trembling a little. Zhang Yi, it's freezing out there. You stockpiled all that stuff before. Did you know the cold was coming ahead of time? The corner of my mouth curled up. Just as I thought. This two-faced girl never comes around unless she wants something. A friend just mentioned it in passing. I didn't think it'd get this bad, I said, throwing off my blanket. It was too hot in here. I was actually sweating. I slipped on my slippers and walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window. The familiar scene before me made my eyes narrow. The snow had already swallowed the entire city. The streets and bushes were completely gone. I could only faintly make out the outlines of buildings, and quite a few first floors were more than half buried. And the snow was still falling, with no sign of stopping. On the other end of the line, she was still complaining. No wonder you stockpiled so much stuff. You didn't even bother to warn me about something like this. Now I'm freezing because of you. I frowned. She actually had the nerve to blame me? I hung up on the spot and tossed my phone aside. I went to the bathroom and took a nice hot shower, then pulled a piece of top-grade A5 Wagyu out of my storage space. Breakfast, steak and pasta. While I ate, I turned on the TV. The cold had just hit, so the power was still on and the TV worked. Even if it went out, it didn't matter. I had dozens of generators and a massive supply of gasoline. I had enough energy to last 300 years. I switched to the morning news. As someone who'd been reborn, I knew exactly what was happening outside, but watching was still a decent way to pass the time. On screen, both anchors were wearing thick down jackets. Keep in mind, a TV station gets priority power and never skimps on central heating. If the anchors had to bundle up in down jackets, it meant the temperature had dropped so low that even the AC couldn't keep up. The female anchor did her best to keep her voice steady. Last night, a powerful cold front swept across the globe, causing widespread temperature drops of 70 to 100 degrees Celsius. Meteorological authorities are still investigating the cause. Please keep warm, avoid going out unless necessary, and rest assured the authorities will handle the situation appropriately. Please do not panic, do not spread rumors, and do not hoard supplies. The blizzard will pass soon. I scoffed. Once the ice age hits, the only way to survive is to rely on yourself. The ones dumb enough to sit at home and do nothing would be the first to die. The top right corner of the screen showed Tianhai City's outdoor temperature, negative 65 degrees Celsius. Just yesterday afternoon, the high had been 15 degrees. In a single night, it had plunged 80 degrees. I shrugged. Exactly the same as in my previous life. But now, here I was in my pajamas, drinking red wine and eating steak, without feeling the slightest chill. This was the safe house I'd built for 8 million, and I'd made a point of emphasizing insulation. The heat inside barely escaped. Just then, my phone buzzed again. My curiosity was piqued. I wanted to see what all those neighbors who used to mock me were saying now. First was a message from Fang Yuqing. Zhang Yi, why did you just hang up on me? The snow's too heavy, I can't get out. Didn't you buy a ton of food? Lend me some first. I'll pay you back once the blizzard's over. I raised an eyebrow and gave a cold smile. This two-faced girl was clever. She knew that with snow this heavy, food was going to. Here's the English translation. Prices had shot up, and she wasn't willing to step outside into 60 or 70 degrees below zero, so she came looking to get some from me. But I knew this disaster would drag on for a long time. It wasn't going to blow over anytime soon. And more importantly, there was no way in hell I'd give her a single bite to eat. In my past life, I'd fallen for her act and given her a huge share of my family's food. In the end, she actually got me killed and then dug out my ribs to boil into soup. A woman like that, right now, I just wanted to toy with her and watch her die a miserable death. With that in mind, I smiled and replied, you should have said so earlier. My stockpile's almost gone. Here, steak I just cooked up this morning. I deliberately snapped a selfie with myself, the steak, and a glass of red wine on the table. Even made sure to capture myself lounging in my pajamas and send it over. At that moment, Fang Yuqing was curled up in her rented apartment, two comforters wrapped tightly around her body. The AC was cranked to 104 degrees Fahrenheit, but indoors it was still below freezing. She was shivering uncontrollably, feeling the cold air seep right into her covers. When she saw the photo I sent, her eyes went wide. In weather this brutal, here I was in nothing but thin pajamas, comfortably eating steak and sipping red wine. We lived in the same building. Why did it feel like we were in two completely different worlds? Looking at that steak and wine, she was practically drooling. As a top-tier gold digger and manipulator, she knew her luxury goods. That steak was clearly authentic premium Wagyu, and that bottle of French red was definitely from a classified estate. 30 grand a bottle, minimum. She was freezing half to death while I was living the good life. Consumed with jealousy, she immediately fired off a message. Must be nice. I want steak and red wine too. She figured the hint was obvious enough. Given how I used to be, she was sure I'd rush right over to deliver it. But reading it, I just found it hilarious. Did she still think I was the same old simp? I replied leisurely. If you want it, just go buy some at the store. Her expression froze. Wasn't that stating the obvious? Outside it was 60 or 70 below. Exposing an inch of skin could cause frostbite. She was such a delicate girl. How could I make such an outrageous demand? Gritting her teeth, she snapped back. Zhang Yi, you're not a real man. I hand you this golden opportunity, and you don't even know how to step up. Humph. At this point, she still had a bit of pride left. Sure, she was craving it, but in her eyes I was nothing more than one fish in her pond, and she was convinced this blizzard wouldn't last more than a few days. So she kept up her arrogant goddess act and refused to actually beg me. I ignored her and switched over to check some other group chats, ready to enjoy the show. In the residents group chat, Annie Lynn from the neighborhood committee was urging everyone not to panic and to just stay home. Everyone stay calm. It's just a sudden cold snap. It'll pass in 2 or 3 days at most. Whatever you do, don't hoard supplies. Trust the authorities. Our neighborhood committee will figure things out for everyone. So please follow instructions and don't cause trouble for the officials. One resident pushed back. The snow's this heavy, and there's no telling when it'll stop. It's hard to even go outside. How can we not stock up on supplies? Exactly. Better to head out and grab some groceries now. Prices are going to skyrocket these next few days. Auntie Lynn immediately hardened her tone. What do you all think you're doing? Stirring up trouble? Panic buying will only drive prices higher. Then everyone will be stuck paying for overpriced food. Anyone I catch hoarding, don't blame me for reporting you for inciting public unrest. Watching her bark orders in the group chat like some big boss, I sneered. Today was the first day of the Ice Age. It was so cold that the stores actually hadn't been stripped bare yet. Braving the snow to go out now carried a risk of frostbite, but you could definitely stockpile a decent amount. But with Auntie Lynn's scare tactics, plenty of people got complacent and didn't go out for groceries. The outcome? You can imagine. Just then, she suddenly turned her fire on me, tagging me in the group. Little Zhang, you've already stockpiled quite a bit. Now that the blizzard is this serious, you especially can't set a bad example. Stay home and behave these next few days. If I catch you going out to buy stuff again, don't blame Auntie Lynn for showing no mercy. My face darkened. This old hag. Last time she asked me for supplies and came up empty. She'd been holding a grudge ever since. Now she'd found her opening and was taking her jabs. Too bad. Some neighborhood committee Annie meant absolutely nothing to me now. I sneered and replied, Auntie Lynn, nobody knows how long this blizzard will last. If it drags on and people have nothing to eat, are you going to take responsibility for that? That single question voiced what a lot of people had been thinking. They'd been fed up with her for a while, but her committee position kept them from talking back. With me leading the charge, others quickly chimed in. Right? If we can't stock up and end up running out of food, whose fault is that? Can you actually shoulder that responsibility? Seeing everyone pushing back, Auntie Lynn got a little flustered and hated me even more for daring to publicly humiliate her in the group. Rest assured, our neighborhood committee is telling you responsibly. There will be no shortage of supplies. The blizzard will pass soon. And you, Zhangyi, don't go stirring people up at a time like this. This is a violation of the law. Curled up at home, she seethed through gritted teeth. This Zhangyi really doesn't know his place. I'll find some way to have him locked up in a dark hole for a few days. I burst out laughing. Even at a time like this Lin woman still wanted to throw around what little power she had. Truly laughable. Oh my, that's too big a hat for me to wear. Don't worry, it's so cold out there, I wouldn't go outside even if you begged me. You all do whatever you want. I'd already finished stockpiling my supplies, so of course I had no need to go out and fight over scraps of vegetables with anyone. But those who bought her nonsense? They'd be in for a world of hurt soon enough. With the apocalypse here, who knew how many people would freeze or starve to death? Then again, some people had it coming, like the neighbors who got me killed in my past life. What did their lives or deaths have to do with me? I'd already made up my mind. I was going to keep myself alive, no matter what. I leaned back on the couch and let out a bored yawn. While everyone else went hungry and shivered in the cold, I was living better than in paradise. My home had the perfect insulation system and an endless supply of fuel, a constant temperature all year round. Going forward, I didn't have to do a thing except enjoy myself every single day. There was nothing good on TV, and all the live streams had shut down because of the extreme cold. Those pretty streamers I usually watched obviously couldn't dance around in spaghetti straps in temperatures dozens or even over 100 degrees below zero. If any of them actually did, I could only give them a thumbs up and call them a total badass. I opened my spatial pocket. In the electronics section sat hundreds of brand new, still sealed PS5s, switches, and Xboxes, plus tens of thousands of game cartridges. I pulled out the latest PS5, hooked it up to the 100-inch Sony TV in my living room, and started playing this year's newest release, Bayonetta 3, with Elden Ring sitting right there beside me too. The Witcher 3, Sekiro. If those aren't enough, there's civilization and cities, skylines, plenty to keep me grinding for hours. From now on, no more dealing with work or social obligations. This life is even better than before the apocalypse. I just lounge around in my pajamas, snacking and gaming, having the time of my life. A little while later, my phone buzzes again. I check it. It's that annoying Auntie Lynn at ING me in the group chat again. Zhangyi, all the roads outside are buried in snow. Grab some tools and come out here to help shovel. Total commanding tone. My name is Zhangyi. That day, I watched Auntie Lynn rally everyone in the residents group chat to go shovel snow together, but barely anyone responded. What I didn't expect was that she'd aim her spear straight at me. I glanced out the window. Nearly an entire floor's worth of the building was buried under snow, 3 meters deep. Clearing it by hand was pure fantasy, and I knew this snow would keep falling for at least 3 more months. Shoveling now wouldn't even keep up with how fast it was piling up. I turned her down flat. It's freezing out there. You'd turn into a popsicle in minutes. If we're gonna shovel, let's wait until the snow stops. Someone immediately chimed in below. Yeah, it's -70 out there. You'd get frostbite for sure. This isn't the Northeast. We don't even have proper winter gear. How are we supposed to go out? Auntie Lynn lost it on the spot. What kind of attitude is that? Shoveling snow isn't for me. It's for everyone. You're all young and strong. When disaster strikes and you won't step up to serve the people, all you think about is dodging responsibility. How is that acceptable? She dumped all her fury on me. Zhang-yi, in the name of the neighborhood committee, I order you to go out and shovel snow. This is a time of crisis, and you must follow the organization's command. Anyone who dares lead a rebellion against me is rebelling against the neighborhood committee. When this blizzard is over, the organization will settle accounts with you. She pulled out her neighborhood committee card again. The residents were suddenly too afraid to speak up. The blizzard had only just hit, social order was still intact, and no one wanted to provoke these people who held a little bit of power and had a hand in daily life. Everyone stayed silent. Nobody wanted to be the one to stick their neck out. But I could tell they were all dying for me to step up and take Annie Lynn down for them. I saw right through these ostriches. A cold smirk crossed my lips, my heart full of contempt. But swallowing my anger? Not a chance. I decided to go for the throat. I scrolled through the chat history and realized every single person she had. Ed was one of the easygoing young people in the complex. The troublemakers and the powerful ones. She didn't touch a single one. I fired back with a taunt. Auntie Lynn's totally right. Since it's for everyone, then you neighborhood committee folks should be the ones leading the charge. And about being young and strong, there are plenty of people in this complex. Why are you only calling out as few? Do you think we're pushovers? What about the connected folks and the rich kids? How come you didn't add a single one of them? Suddenly, you don't have the guts to say a word. The other residents nodded along. Zhang-yi is literally speaking my mind on the internet. Exactly, she only picks on the honest ones. Why not go after Chen Zhenghao and Su Hao? Everyone knew exactly who I was talking about. Chen Zhenghao in Unit 601 on the 6th floor, a locally infamous gangster who ran an earthwork business with hundreds of men under him. Su Hao in Unit 802 on the 8th floor. His father was a well-known developer in Tianhai City, and his family had people working in the government. From start to finish, Auntie Lynn hadn't mentioned either of them once. One sentence, and I'd exposed her for what she was. Someone who bullies the weak and fears the strong. Her face immediately fell. The reason she didn't mention those two was simple. She didn't have the nerve, and they wouldn't give her the time of day anyway. People like her always bully the weak and cower before the strong. Humiliated and enraged, she fired off several long voice messages in a row. Shoveling snow is a public service, done for everyone's sake. Some people are so petty, without an ounce of dedication. They're rotten apples spoiling the whole bunch. If you don't want to do it, fine, there are plenty of others who will. Their awareness is far higher than yours. And another thing, I'm not playing favorites. There's just no need to at everyone individually. Slander me again, and I'll call the police. The more she explained, the worse she looked. That last line about calling the police especially made me burst out laughing. The timid residents had already grabbed their tools and gone out to shovel. But I wasn't the least bit scared of her. No cop would ever bother with her senseless nonsense. Besides, did she really think the machinery of society was still running like normal? I couldn't be bothered dealing with her, but I was bored anyway, so I figured I'd have some fun messing with the old woman. Ooh, look at Annie Lynn, so tough. If you've really got the guts, go tell Chen Zhenghao and Su Hao to come down and shovel snow. I called them out by name in the group chat. No mercy. I remembered these two clearly. Chen Zhenghao, everyone called him Brother Hao, was the one who led the charge into my home last time, gripping a felling axe. Su Hao, the arrogant rich kid, was the first to pull a knife on me. Among these neighbors, aside from a rare few good ones, every last one of them had taken part in attacking and robbing me. I could even guess that after I died in my past life, they'd each carved off a piece of me for themselves. So I owed none of them any respect. I just ripped away their fig leaf, naked and raw. Auntie Lynn stared at her phone, her face changing color. Me calling them out by name had put her in an impossible spot. If she backed down now, she'd become the laughingstock of the whole complex, and no one would ever listen to her again. She had no choice but to grit her teeth and at those two. Family, this complex is my home, and shoveling snow depends on all of us. Anyone who's free, grab your tools, and let's head out to shovel together. Moments later, Chen Zhenghao hit back with a string of question marks, followed by a voice message that exploded into the chat. Shovel snow? Shovel your damn head. You blind? Can't you see how hard it's snowing out there? If your brain's broken, go to the hospital. Don't sit here barking like a dog. At me again, and I'll end you, got it? The cursing was brutal. The residents were all cracking up, clutching their stomachs laughing. Auntie Lynn thought she was somebody, but these people didn't see her as anything at all. The rich kid, Su Hao, sent a voice message too. What the hell does shoveling snow have to do with me? I don't even have a job. I sleep all day. Then he tossed in a photo. Him lying in a thick, cozy bed with a woman in his arms. He'd bought that apartment to keep his mistress in the first place, and just happened to get stranded there. Auntie Lin telling him to shovel snow? He thought the woman was out of her mind. Cursed out by Qin Jinghao, Auntie Lin didn't dare talk back. But seeing Su Hao's provocation, she stubbornly held her ground. Say what you want. You're still a resident, and shoveling snow is your duty. Su Hao sneered. You think I pay those monthly property fees for nothing? Without my money, your neighborhood committee, they'll all starve to death, living high off the property owner's money every day, acting like they own the place. What a joke. He twisted the knife with a smug grin. You think I got where I am today by relying on myself? Nah, I've got my parents and my family. Not like you broke losers. Anybody who wants the snow cleared better hop to it. You've all still got to go out there and earn your bread. Once it's shoveled, I can finally get out of this hellhole. Everyone was furious, but nobody could argue back. Who told them not to be born into a good family? His words stung, but they were the truth. That little outburst crushed everyone's spirits. Old Lady Lin's rallying cry became a load of crap, and no one paid her any mind. She was livid, but she wasn't angry at those two. She pinned it all on me, convinced that I, the troublemaker, had ruined her plans. She messaged me privately, fuming. Zhang Yi, are you deliberately trying to make my life difficult? What the hell are you after? I told everyone to shovel snow. Not everyone even has to go outside. Now look, nobody wants to do it. Are we all just supposed to stay locked in our homes forever? I raised an eyebrow. Well, someone's asking to get chewed out. Cut the act with me. You bully the weak and cower before the strong. You piece of garbage. And now you're barking at me? You couldn't even let out a peep when they cussed you out. So now you're running to me to feel important? Let me tell you something. Your grandpa here isn't so easy to push around. Bark one more time, and I'll make sure you don't live to regret it. I had her personality figured out completely. Just a spineless waste who preys on the weak and folds before the strong. Sure enough, the moment those harsh words came out, she was terrified. An old woman raising her grandson alone. All she had was that little bit of clout from her neighborhood committee position to save face. But if someone refused to play along and was willing to go all in, she was nothing. She immediately clammed up and rushed to block me, scared she'd actually set me off. I could picture her shaking on the other end, cursing under her breath. That son of a bitch. He's insane. I won't provoke him now, but just wait. I'll have plenty of ways to make his life hell later. She was probably fantasizing about using her committee position to give me grief down the road, dragging her feet when handing out supplies, forgetting to tell me about the good stuff. And then I'd come crawling back full of regret, and she'd coldly shut the door in my face. Weren't you all high and mighty? Let's see you act tough now. With that IQ-style spiritual victory, she was thoroughly satisfied and went right back to the group chat to keep rallying people. Though everyone looked down on her, the thought of needing to go out for work eventually got to a few of the honest ones. They grabbed their tools and braved the bone-crushing 70 below cold to go shovel snow. I didn't expect that just as I'd chased off one old lady Lin, someone else would come looking for trouble. My WeChat rang with a call. I looked at the profile picture, and it was none other than Qin Jinghao. Looks like the way I'd called him out in the group chat had rubbed him the wrong way, and he was calling to scare me. I already hated this bastard to the core. My eyes narrowed. Honestly, right now I was almost hoping this blind fool would come looking for a fight. There was no way in hell I was leaving my safe room, and whoever dared to come, I had plenty of ways to make them die a miserable death. I took the call. The second it connected, a torrent of vicious cursing came pouring through. Are you f***ing suicidal? Who told you to run your mouth about me in the group chat? You dare mess with Qin Jinghao? Kid, you must be tired of living. I've got 100 ways to make sure you can't survive in this city. You believe that? Qin Jinghao was somewhat notorious in Tianhai City, with hundreds of men under him, and rumor had it he'd even beaten a few homicide charges. Every property owner in his complex steered clear of him. Nobody dared to provoke him. To make an example, his whole style was, cross him even a little, and you'd pay dearly. That was the so-called face of a gangster. So all it took was one mention of him in the group chat, and he treated it as a challenge. He snarled over the phone. You really want to die? Real mouthy, huh? You got the guts to talk trash about me. I wasn't about to let him have his way. I sneered coldly. Who the hell do you think you are? Quit putting on airs, you piece of gangster trash, you worthless waste. Call for your mommy, why don't you? The words felt incredible coming out. This was the very killer who'd led the charge into my home and gotten me killed in my past life. I'd been sitting on a belly full of rage. Qin Jinghao never imagined I'd dare talk back. He flew into a rage and cursed even fouler. I fired right back. You're just a worthless piece of garbage, all bark and no bite. Who do you think you're scaring? Go eat, SHD. With that, I hung up and blocked him. Picturing him raging on the other end, I couldn't have felt better. I walked over to the TV and pulled up the surveillance feed. When War Dragon Security had built out my safe room, they'd installed cameras across the entire floor. Now the whole building was under my watch. I looked at the 6th floor, and, sure enough, his door was soon violently shoved open. Chen Jinghao stormed out in a down jacket, a baseball bat in hand, radiating menace. But the moment he stepped out, he shivered from the cold. It was over 70 below out there, and just to look tough, he'd thrown on a down jacket over a thin autumn shirt, deliberately leaving the zipper open to show off the tattoo on his chest. The freezing temperature schooled him right away. Seeing no one around, he rubbed his hands together and hurried into the elevator. Unhurried, I slid a crossbow out from under the coffee table. It was a hunting model. One shot could drive a 20-centimeter bolt straight into the flesh of a 300-kilogram wild boar. Humming a tune, I loaded a bolt. After all this practice, I'd long since mastered it. Within 15 meters, I could hit a head the size of a watermelon without missing. The elevator climbed floor by floor. Crossbow loaded, I walked to the door. My massive security door had a firing port built in, right at the 2-meter mark. I stepped onto a chair and opened the port's cover, a thing that could only be opened from the inside. Then I aimed the crossbow out at the hallway. Just to be safe, I had a pistol tucked in my pocket, too. Even if Chen Jinghao were made of iron, coming here today was going to be his worst mistake. Moments later, the elevator dinged, and Chen Jinghao came charging out, cursing up a storm. The group chat had everyone's unit listed, so he found my door easily. He swung the baseball bat, pounding on the door and roaring, "Zhang Yi, you little SHD, get out here. Weren't you so tough just now? Come out if you've got the guts, and see how I finish you off." Too bad for him. My security door was a full 20 centimeters thick, reinforced with bulletproof metal, with defenses stronger than a tank. His baseball bat just rattled his own hands in pain, without leaving so much as a dent on the door. He had no idea he was already in a crossbow's crosshairs. Watching that vicious look on his face, I had the bolt trained on his head. But then I reconsidered and changed my target. Killing him now would be far too anticlimactic. In my past life, I was the one those deranged neighbors. They wanted to eat me alive. Scum like this, I couldn't let him die too easy. Thwip. The crossbow bolt punched straight through his shin. That was a bolt that could drop a wild boar. Chen Jinghao screamed and crumpled to the ground, clutching his leg and howling. In 70 below temperatures, with a wound like that, the leg was finished. No medicine, infection, the cold. He'd die slowly, in agony. Only then did he realize he'd crossed the wrong guy. Thugs like him ran on sheer recklessness, betting that honest people wouldn't dare fight back. But run into someone who'd actually let a crossbow fly, and fear creeps in. He never even saw where the bolt came from. He just dragged his ruined leg back to the elevator. I didn't press the attack. I wanted him to live a few more days. I'm not a monster. In the elevator, his cold sweat froze the second it broke out, but his heart was colder than the air. He looked down at the leg. The whole shin punched through, blood soaking half his pant leg, already turning to ice. The cold had numbed the pain, but that gave him no comfort. It terrified him. If he didn't treat it within half an hour, the leg was gone for good. Chen Jinghao was genuinely scared now. He pulled out his phone and dialed 911. For over 2 minutes, nothing but a busy signal. In this deep freeze, even the hospitals had shut down, and even if they were open, no ambulance was coming out in this. So the tough guy gritted his teeth and decided to operate on himself. He crawled home and dug a knife, an alcohol lamp, gauze, and clotting powder out of a drawer. A man who fights a lot keeps that stuff around. He cut open his pant leg, and his face went white at the sight. The wound was iced over, the flesh around it blue and purple, the whole shin dead to sensation. The cold had killed the pain, so he pulled the bolt out without anesthetic, nearly blacking out from it anyway. There was no saving the leg. He slumped against the couch, gasping, hating me to the bone. "Zhang Yi, I swear I'll kill you." If he didn't finish me, how could he ever show his face in Tianhai City again? I'd already blocked him, so he had to at me in the residents group chat. "Zhang Yi, you little mutt, just wait. If I don't kill you, I'll spell my name Chen Jinghao backwards." The residents had no idea what had happened. All they knew was I'd provoked Chen Jinghao, and they were all sweating on my behalf. The man was infamous for how brutal he got. If they'd known I'd wrecked his leg with a single bolt, they'd have been speechless. Some were just gloating. Auntie Lin, who I'd embarrassed before, was thrilled. Dog eat dog, best case scenario. Neither of them is any good. Hope Chen Jinghao beats Zhang Yi to death. That fake little Saint Fang Yuqing curled her lip too, dying to see me put in my place. All because I couldn't be bothered to fawn over her goddess act. But nobody dared say it out loud, afraid of getting dragged in. I saw the messages and burst out laughing. As long as I didn't leave my safe room, I wasn't scared of 100 Chen Jinghaos. I fired off a voice message. "The hell are you? All you can do is bark. Come at me again, and I'll put a hole in the other leg too." The group went into an uproar. Nobody had expected me to go toe-to-toe with Chen Jinghao and wound his leg on top of it. Chen Jinghao was so furious he nearly crushed his phone. "Zhang Yi, you son of a bitch, I'm going to kill you. I didn't hold back. You mutt, come on over if you've got the guts. Let's see who dies first. Once the apocalypse hit and all those rules of polite society went out the window, I didn't have to show anyone respect. It felt great. On his end, Chen Jinghao was about ready to blow a gasket. The heat had brought some feeling back to his leg, and it ached so bad he was baring his teeth. He could only walk on a crutch. Once he calmed down, he figured it out. Last time, he took a bolt because he'd been careless. Now he'd be ready. Bring his boys, rush in together, and he could still finish me off. Outside it was frozen solid anyway. Hospitals and cops all shut down. It was the perfect time to kill a man. He got on the phone right away and told his crew to come armed. A lot of them lived nearby, and the moment they got the word, they showed up with cleavers, baseball bats, and steel pipes. When they saw the wound on his leg, every one of them was hollering to get even for him. Chen Jinghao said coldly, "He's in this building, Unit 2401, alone. The little snake's got a hand crossbow. That's what he ambushed me with. Watch yourselves, don't let him hit you. Bust the door open and kill him, I don't care how." These lunatics weren't scared, they were excited. The city was locked down by the blizzard, no law, no order, and now they could kick in a man's door in broad daylight. Every bit of malice in them came pouring out. Of course I knew Chen Jinghao wouldn't let it go, but I wasn't the least bit rattled. I sat at home playing video games with a split screen up, watching everything happening in the building. The second that gang of small-timers walked in, I saw them clear as day. My gear was laid out on the table. I was just waiting for them to come knocking. These dregs of society had it coming. I wasn't going to feel a shred of pity. A dozen of them made it up to my door fast. Knowing I had a crossbow, they were pretty cautious. A few held wooden boards up front like shields. Once they were sure it was safe, they got to work. "Open up. You dare shoot our boss, how? You're dead today," cursing the whole time, swinging hammers and iron bars at the door. I was stuck on the first level boss, dead 7 or 8 times without clearing it, already in a foul mood. Listening to that bang 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 against the door, I snapped. "Can't you put some muscle into it? You forget to eat or something." Hearing me talk that much trash, they got even angrier and hit harder. But this 8-inch thick alloy door, even a small charge would struggle to breach it, and they thought they'd pound through it? They beat on it forever and only knocked a few flecks of paint off. Not even a dent. They were dumbstruck. The hell, it's solid metal. How do we get through this? Just how many enemies does this guy have? But they'd promised Chen Jinghao they'd drag me back, and there was no facing him if they couldn't get in. So they kept pounding and cursing outside. My game character died again. Listening to the barking outside, I finally lost my patience. I walked into the kitchen, hooked a hose to the faucet, and climbed up to the firing slot. The crew outside kept hammering away, heads down, none of them noticing what was right above them. The gang was still barking at my door. I smirked, cranked the faucet wide open, aimed it right at them, and let it spray. Can you imagine it? 70 below zero, and a hose of cold water dumped all over you. What do you think that feels like? The temperature gap between inside and out was 100 degrees. The water was still steaming as it left the nozzle, but the instant it hit them, it froze solid. These guys were in down jackets and sweaters, and once the cold water soaked through, it was like being stuffed straight into an icebox. Holy, I'm freezing to death. Stop it. Stop spraying. At a moment like this, they'd rather take a brutal beating from me than endure this icy torture. Lips going purple, some of them just. Hypothermia dropped them cold. 10-odd seconds was all it took to soak them head to toe. Some of them didn't even make it into the elevator before their clothes froze stiff as boards. Only after they'd all bolted did I shut off the faucet. Honestly, I'd planned to teach them a lesson with my hand crossbow, but it reloads too slow and leaves me open to a counterattack. Turns out the good old flood him out approach worked way better. The whole sorry crew scrambled back to Chen Jinghao's place. One look at their pathetic state, and Chen Jinghao slammed the table in a rage. "Where's that little punk? Did you drag him back or not?" But his goons were in no shape to answer. Their clothes had frozen into sheets of ice, and a dozen of them were fighting over blankets in the room just to warm up. There weren't enough to go around, so a few of them just stripped down and huddled together. Kind of a weird sight, honestly. Once one of them regained a little body heat, he stammered out an explanation. "That Zhang Yi's a real dirtbag. He blasted us with a hose. His door's ridiculously thick. We pounded on it forever and only chipped off some paint." Chen Jinghao frowned. He tried breaking that door himself, so he knew how solid it was. A frontal assault really was tough. But before long, he sneered again. "Doesn't matter. Even an iron turtle has a weak spot. There's no way he can stay holed up forever. You lot keep watch nearby. The second he pokes his head out, beat him to death." Frozen half to death, the thugs still had to put on a tough front, and they all sneered in agreement. But what they never imagined was, I had no intention of leaving at all. Outside was hell, my apartment was heaven. Who in their right mind runs from heaven into hell? After dealing with them, I went right back to playing video games. This crowd wasn't going to let it go, but but they didn't have what it took to break into my place either. As for going out, even if the risk were 1 in 10,000, I wouldn't take it. Kicking back comfortably at home, doesn't that sound way better? After a while, I walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window and looked down. Sure enough, some people were out there shoveling snow with whatever tools they had. I thought I spotted Uncle U, the security guard, that straight-shooting veteran who's always first to jump into action. There were a dozen or so people down there, all the more enthusiastic young folks from the residents group chat. As for Auntie Lynn and her neighborhood committee crowd, there wasn't a shadow of them in sight. They were hacking away at a snow layer 2 or 3 meters thick, but I knew full well it was all for nothing. Just digging a path from the base of the building to the complex gate would take an entire day. And even if they cleared it, so what? The roads outside were already completely buried. Snow this deep could only be cleared by professional heavy-duty plows, and down south, we didn't have any of those. Going outside had become an impossibility. Not to mention it was 70-some degrees below zero. Without proper cold weather gear, you couldn't last even half an hour out there without risking frostbite. I shook my head. Those honest folks were pretty pitiful. But that was their own choice, and I couldn't be bothered to say anything. None of this concerned me anymore. All I wanted was to stay alive and comfortable. By afternoon, I was getting a little hungry, so I pulled a lunch out of my personal dimension. Something simple, a plate of Australian lobster, a beef Wellington, plus a couple of Huangshan sesame cakes, and a bottle of Coke. Stuff like this, I had tons of in my space. Cooped up at home all day, my schedule had gone totally freeform. Sleep when I'm tired, eat when I'm hungry, day or night, didn't matter. Outside, the snow kept falling. The people shoveling had all gone back in, and the patch of ground they'd spent half the day clearing was quickly buried again. They'd probably realized by now that manpower alone was no match for Mother Nature. I lay on the couch in my long johns. The room was a cozy 27 degrees. I turned on the TV. A lot of stations across the country had gone off the air by now. Only provincial channels and CCTV were still broadcasting, and it was all propaganda and slogans. At this moment, we turn our eyes to Xinjiang, where officials are directing our all-out assault against the blizzard. America's poor response has left 200 million affected and tens of millions dead. Our nation's blizzard situation remains under control. Everything is improving. Please trust the authorities. I shook my head again. The horror of this blizzard was far beyond human imagination. The government was trying, but against nature, humans were just so small. In the residents group chat, Auntie Lynn was still rambling on. You've all seen the news, right? Our country is strong and can handle this blizzard. Don't panic. Everything will be solved. If any household is short on supplies, those who can, please help each other out. The blizzard will pass soon. No need to hoard. But hardly anyone replied to her. It had already been 2 days, and there wasn't the slightest sign of the snow letting up. A lot of people were starting to get anxious. Just then, Fang Yuqing messaged me again. Zhangyi, are you okay? I raised an eyebrow. She probably assumed Qin Jinghao had dealt with me, but I didn't for a second think she was being kind. I'm perfectly fine. Oh, that's good. She was actually a little disappointed. But she quickly revealed her real motive. We're out of food at home. I remember you bought a lot of stuff. Could you share some with me? I'll treat you to a meal later. I sneered to myself. Just as I thought. Nobody comes calling without an agenda. I remembered that last supermarket trip. She and Lin Caning had bought plenty too. Not as much as me, sure, but they couldn't last 2 days. That was ages ago. I didn't keep any of that stuff at home. I don't have much here myself. She wouldn't give up. Then at least a few packs of instant noodles? You're the one in charge of the warehouse. How could you be short on food? I played it totally shameless. Really, I'm out of instant noodles. Look, this is all I eat these days. I snapped a photo of the Australian lobster and steak on my table and sent it over. The second Fang Yuqing saw the photo, her eyebrows shot up in fury. Zhang Yi, what's that supposed to mean? You're doing this to spite me, aren't you? Beside her, her bestie Lin Caning poked her head out from under the covers. It was so cold the two of them were squeezed into one bed. One look at the delicious food in the photo and Lin Caning's eyes went green with envy. These two little princesses never cooked. They lived off takeout and off men buying them dinner. With the city locked down these past few days, the two of them were starving, reduced to gnawing on instant noodles and canned food. Seeing that I could still feast on lobster and steak, they were both jealous and hungry. What really got them was that I was eating it all myself and not delivering any to them. Lin Caning said sourly, "Wow, this Zhang Yi is too much. He's got all this good stuff at home and doesn't even think of you. And to think he used to say he liked you all the time. Clearly just fake, insincere nonsense." Fang Yuqing wasn't happy either. She knew I was deliberately provoking her, but she was convinced I still had feelings for her and was just trying to force her to give in. Humph. Idiot. Just a little food and he thinks I'll be his girlfriend? Zhang Yi, you're way too naive. Her words dripped with disdain, but the way she stared at that photo, the hunger in her eyes was impossible to hide. Lin Caning knew her too well. She offered a plan. Yuqing, just tell him you'll join him for a meal, but he has to pay. That way you keep your pride and get to eat lobster and steak. He'll be so thrilled he'll agree instantly. Fang Yuqing thought it over. To her, I was nothing more than a premium backup option. Good looking, a bit of money, but nowhere near the rich, tall, handsome ideal she dreamed of. Normally, getting her to lower herself would be flat out impossible. But now, she really couldn't stomach another day of instant noodles and canned food. Fine, I'll give him the chance to eat with me. She pursed her lips reluctantly, picked up her phone, and sent a message. Zhang-Yi, it's been a while. Come over to our place for dinner tonight. I saw it and grinned. You want to treat me to dinner? Sure, thanks a lot. That one line drained the color from her face, though maybe that was just the cold. She complained to Lin Canning. This Zhang-Yi doesn't know a good thing when he sees one. I give him the chance to treat me to dinner, and he expects me to pay. Lin Canning froze. She probably never imagined that the loyal simp who'd been chasing Fang Yuqing so desperately would suddenly grow a backbone. Strange, since when do simps have moments of clarity? Fang Yuqing hurled her phone down in anger. I was actually going to keep him around as a backup, but now he can go to the back of the line. I'm genuinely furious this time. From now on, I'm ignoring him completely. Even if he comes begging, it won't do him any good. Lin Canning, as much of a glutton as she was, fanned the flames from the sidelines. Right? He should take a good look at himself. Chasing a girl and being this cheap. A man like that deserves to be single for life. The two of them cursed me out for quite a while. During it all, Fang Yuqing picked up her phone several times, expecting me to send an apology. But I didn't type a single word, which left her stewing, her face darkening. Lin Canning, meanwhile, started scheming. She secretly messaged me. Zhang-Yi, how can you be so dumb? Yuqing's upset now. Do you have any idea how serious this is? When I saw it was her, I chuckled. For me, reading these group chats had become a form of entertainment. What could be more fascinating than human nature laid bare during the apocalypse? One plays the good cop, one plays the bad cop. I'd long since seen through this gold digger and fake innocent combo. Fang Yuqing had to maintain her pure goddess persona, so all the dirty work, demanding gifts, hinting for men to spend money, was handled by Lin Canning. I played dumb. What's wrong? I didn't do anything bad. Lin Canning said, are you stupid? The city's on lockdown now, and our food's almost gone. If you bring some good stuff over right now, wouldn't that be the perfect way to prove your loyalty to Yuqing? If I were you, I'd send all the steak and lobster over. Once Yuqing's touched by the gesture, your chance is right there, isn't it? Reading that message, I could practically picture that gold digger drooling. I sneered coldly, again and again. How is this any different from begging? The laughable part was, if you're going to beg, then beg. But no, they had to act like they were doing me a favor. As if my bringing food over meant they were the ones granting me an opportunity. That attitude made me want to slap them both, hard. Shameless. I decided to have some fun toying with these two fake princesses. I typed back on my phone. But we don't have much left either, just barely enough for myself. Lin Canning got frantic instantly and immediately lectured me. You fool. How many days can this snowstorm last? Skip a couple meals, win Yuqing over, and you come out way ahead. If you can't even part with this little bit, then clearly you were never truly serious about Yuqing. I watched these two women, one playing good cop, one playing bad cop. Their teamwork so seamless they were practically trying to fry my brain. Too bad for them. I'd been reborn, and I'd long since seen through their shameless faces. Faced with Lin Canning's manipulation, I replied with a single flat word. Oh. Then I tossed my phone aside, not bothering with her anymore. On her end, Lin Canning saw that. Oh. And nearly blew a gasket. Oh. What's that supposed to mean? I've been talking to you all this time, and that's your attitude? Get the food over here now. I want steak and lobster too. I sneered inwardly. This Lin Canning was a glutton. She hadn't had anything good to eat these past couple days, and watching me feast every day had her mouth watering. She'd wanted to use Fang Yuqing's name to trick me into handing over all the good food, but my single, oh, completely shattered her composure. She was probably wondering, could it be that Zhang Yi's lost interest in Fang Yuqing? No, absolutely impossible. She must have figured that, given how eagerly I'd played the simp all these years, I was just having a temporary lapse in judgment. The angrier she got, the faster she ran off to Fang Yuqing, embellishing the whole story. And of course, she didn't forget to take credit, claiming she'd only reached out to me to help Yuqing score some supplies. Fang Yuqing kept a cold face and said haughtily, Humph, Zhang-Yi? Who's that? Do I know him? Don't mention him in front of me again. In her mind, if I wanted to go back to being her simp, I'd have to properly apologize for these past few days and pay a hefty price to beg her forgiveness. Lin Canning nudged her. This Zhang Yi's a blockhead who won't come around. But don't you have other simps? Our complex housed quite a few co-workers from the warehouse, including some of Fang Yuqing's suitors, like Zhou Peng, the most desperate simp of them all. Fang Yuqing pursed her lips in disdain. This Zhou Peng didn't even qualify as a backup. They both worked at Walmart, but Zhou Peng didn't even own a place in Tianhai City. He was still renting to this day. Fang Yuqing just used him for small favors. She had zero real interest in him. Lin Caning urged her. It's so cold out there now, and the snow's coming down so hard. We can't even leave to buy stuff, so why not put him to use first? Have him run errands for us. Fang Yuqing's eyes darted around. She figured it made sense, so she sent Zhou Peng a message. Sure enough, in under 5 minutes, Zhou Peng came scrambling over, hauling a whole bag of food on his back. After all, working at the Walmart warehouse, they always brought home discounted goods, so their pantries were naturally well stocked. One word from Fang Yuqing, and Zhou Peng went at it like he was on steroids, cherry-picking the best items to deliver. He even beat his chest in a vow. Yuqing, whatever you need me to do, just say the word. For you, there's nothing I can do all of that. Fang Yuqing gave him a rare smile. Thank you, Zhou Peng. You're such a good guy. A few sweet words, and she'd send him packing. But the moment she got back inside, her face changed instantly. TCH, an ugly loser like you actually has the nerve to fantasize about me? Maybe in your next life. By now, the mood throughout the entire building had started to shift. The temperature had dropped to a terrifying level. Even with the AC running nonstop, it was below freezing inside. These Southerners in Tianhai City just couldn't handle it. They weren't in the habit of stockpiling supplies, and after 2 days of the deep freeze, everyone's fridge was running empty. Auntie Lin kept spreading the word in the group chat that the snowstorm would blow over soon, but people were starting to have their doubts. I watched it all unfold, and honestly, I was loving every minute of it. For me, the apocalypse was no big deal. I was fully prepared, living even more comfortably than before it all began. I felt like an outsider, calmly watching the drama play out beyond my door. After the lesson I'd taught Chen Jinghao and his crew, they hadn't come back to cause trouble, at least for now. They knew my place was too tough to break into. Besides, Chen Jinghao's leg was pretty much done for. With no way to get to a hospital, it wouldn't be long before he was crippled for life. As for the rest of his little goons, drenched in cold water, they'd all caught colds and fevers. With no way to keep warm, dragging their sick bodies around, they'd probably freeze to death before they even starved. I passed the time at home playing games and scrolling through the group chats. When I got bored, I'd work out on the high-end imported exercise equipment I had lying around, or read through professional manuals I'd downloaded online. Stuff like the Barefoot Doctor's Handbook and the Militia Training Manual. Better safe than sorry. Ideally, I'd never need any of it, but if some emergency ever came up, that knowledge just might save my life. Outside, the snow kept falling, and the sky was pressed down under a thick blanket of clouds. You couldn't even tell day from night. On the morning of the 3rd day, I crawled out of bed, munching on some deliciously roasted duck while checking the clock. Just about time. The show's about to begin. The words had barely left my mouth when my phone's group chats absolutely blew up. Day 3 of the apocalypse. That's when the real show finally began. I already knew what was going to happen that day, so I hadn't slept all night, just waiting to watch it go down. It was actually pretty simple. The power to the entire Yuelu community suddenly went out. Then, as a chain reaction of the blackout, the water company couldn't keep the supply running either, and every household lost water too. It was all exactly as I'd anticipated. When the apocalypse first hit, nobody could have guessed how long this extreme cold would last. The authorities were still fighting to hold things together, hoping to ride out the snowstorm. But as the days dragged on, by the 3rd day it became clear this was something no human effort could fix. In the bitter cold, the hydroelectric plants shut down one after another, and the thermal power plants stopped too because workers couldn't make it in. Once every city across the country burned through its stored electricity, blackouts were inevitable. At this point, probably only a handful of nuclear plants were still running, and whatever power they produced naturally went straight to government agencies. No water, no power. Ordinary people's lives were plunged into darkness in an instant. As for me, I'd already fired up 2 silent generators well in advance to power my place. Once that was done, I opened my phone. Several group chats were showing 99 plus unread messages. Do you guys still have power? Mine's out. The water's cut off too. What the hell is going on? We've got no water or power either. In this freezing weather, the AC's totally useless. The heater won't work. How are we supposed to live like this? Why isn't the government doing something? If this keeps up, people are going to freeze to death. I quietly shook my head. By now, the authorities couldn't possibly look after everyone. If you wanted to survive, you were on your own. From today on, the apocalypse had truly arrived. With no power and no food, humanity was headed for mass death. The thought sent a chill down my spine as I glanced around my home. Warm as spring, secure as a fortress, and the storage dimension packed with more supplies than the eye could see. My heart instantly settled, warm and at ease. The residents group chat was full of panicked venting right now. If it weren't for advanced technology keeping phone batteries from dying in the cold, they wouldn't even be able to use their phones. But without power, those phones would turn into useless bricks sooner or later. How long is this snow going to keep falling? The AC's dead, and it's over 30 below inside. If this keeps up, people really are going to freeze to death. The water's out too. Are we supposed to drink melted snow? We don't have much food left either, and the snow's blocked us in so we can't get to the store. What are we supposed to do? Someone started tagging Auntie Lynn. Auntie Lynn, didn't you say everything would be fine? Yeah, I trusted you and didn't go stock up. Now what? When are the higher-ups going to come save us? Say something, would you? Faced with her neighbor's accusations, Auntie Lynn was actually more panicked than any of them. The residents still didn't know how the authorities planned to help, but through the neighborhood committee, Auntie Lynn had already gotten the word in advance. The whole world is buried in blizzards right now. They're saying it's a snowstorm the likes of which comes only once in hundreds of thousands of years. This might be another mass extinction event. The end times are here. The government's doing everything it can, but with over 1 billion people, they simply can't cover everyone. Several major cities across the country have already fallen. From here on out, if you want to survive, you're on your own. You absolutely must stockpile supplies, especially food and fuel for heating. I've already started going door to door collecting supplies, in the name of the neighborhood committee. Isn't this hurting people? Hurting people? If I don't do this, the two of us will freeze and starve to death within 3 days at most. I can't afford to worry about anyone else. There's no telling how many people this snowstorm will kill. All I can do is save myself and my family first. Exactly. While we still have some influence, we need to grab as many supplies as we can. At a time like this, surviving is all that matters. Auntie Lynn stared at the messages in the neighborhood committee's group chat, trembling all over. The room was already over 30 below, yet cold sweat beaded on her forehead. She lay in bed under 3 thick layers of blankets, so heavy she could barely breathe, but she didn't dare throw them off, because the room was as cold as an icebox. Just then, her grandson Little Tiger asked from under the covers, "Grandma, why is it so cold outside? When are Mom and Dad coming home?" Auntie Lynn's heart sank. She'd just talked to her son and daughter-in-law on the phone earlier that day. They were working out of town, trapped in their rented apartment, and their situation was no better than this. I have to keep the two of us safe. We have to survive. She bit down hard on her lip, and something flickered in her eyes. A flash of ruthlessness crossed her face. There, Little Tiger. It's okay. Mommy and Daddy will be back soon. After comforting her grandson, she picked up her phone and posted in the residents' group chat. Everyone, this disaster is only temporary. It's freezing outside, so losing water and power is completely normal. Don't worry, crews are already working on repairs. The authorities have issued a notice. During a crisis like this, our neighborhood committee will take unified charge of managing the residents. I hope everyone will cooperate. Anyone who refuses and causes serious consequences will be reported to the police for arrest and interrogation. Heavy words. The residents were all resentful. At a time like this, instead of explaining her own failure to do her job, the committee head was threatening them. But everyone was afraid too, and no one dared to speak out. Holding my phone, I lazily read through Auntie Lynn's little speech, raised an eyebrow, and let out a scoff. Of course I knew she was lying. In my last life, this was exactly the kind of dirty trick she used to swindle huge amounts of supplies out of people. But I had no intention of exposing her. Whether the other neighbors lived or died, what did that have to do with me? I turned on the TV and went back to my game. No water, no power, no problem. My storeroom was packed with backup batteries, plus generators, fuel, and solid alcohol. As for water, I'd stockpiled 500 tons of tap water alone, along with tens of thousands of tons of bottled water and drinks. And if it came down to it, I could always melt snow. Fresh water, energy me? I had zero shortage of any of it. I played my games while munching on imported snacks, living the good life. The entire city of Tianhai, no, over 99% of the whole world, had fallen into the hopeless nightmare of no water and no power. The water situation was manageable. People who really couldn't take it could go dig up snow and melt it. But losing power was the real killer. Modern people are soft. Making them survive in temperatures of minus several dozen degrees was basically a death sentence. You couldn't even blame the authorities for it. It wasn't that the power stations couldn't operate. It was that the workers simply couldn't get to work. As I recalled, later on there would still be a short window of power each day. The government didn't want the entire population to die off. But the nuclear plants and new energy stations could only supply so much. Enough to charge your phone or boil a kettle of hot water, at most. Hydro stuff like air conditioners and space heaters? Forget it. Right now, the group chat was full of wailing. Fear drove the neighbors to huddle together, all praying someone could give them a shred of hope. Chen Jinghao, the guy whose leg I'd broken, was dragging that shattered leg around his apartment, freezing half to death. Already injured, now enduring this kind of cold, his suffering was doubled. His little cronies had it even worse. Back then I'd just hosed them all down with a garden hose until they were soaked through. But in weather like this, with no way to heat their apartments, the indoor temperature was slowly creeping toward the outdoor reading, plunging toward -50 or 60. They'd started spiking high fevers, the lowest at 102, and several burning past 104. They had no sense to stock up on medicine, not even ibuprofen in the house. Go out and buy some in this weather? A pipe dream. All they could do was tough it out. That was exactly why I hadn't just put a bullet in them back then. Watching them freeze to death a little more each day in despair was far more satisfying than shooting them dead. I sat on my carpet, absorbed in my game. Outside was a frozen wasteland, the north wind driving down snow in fat, goosefeather flakes. Inside, it was a cozy 80 degrees, brightly lit, plenty to eat and drink, and every kind of entertainment. If anything was missing, I guess it'd be a woman to keep me company. But I'm not the kind of idiot who thinks with what's below the belt. In my past life, I'd been burned by a woman. In this one, my safety and quality of life always come first. Unless it's absolutely safe, I won't let anyone into my safe house. In the apocalypse, the human heart is the most unmeasurable thing of all. I'd seen with my own eyes a woman beat her own husband to death over a single pack of instant noodles. Just then, my phone lit up again. Curious, I picked it up and looked. Annie Lynn had it everyone in the group. The blizzard is having a huge impact on everyone's lives. According to official notice, this snow will continue for a while longer. To get through this together and let everyone live with dignity. From now on, the neighborhood committee will be collecting supplies from every household for unified distribution. This is an official directive. Everyone must cooperate. Anyone who's selfish and refuses to comply will be dealt with by the organization later. Don't think that just because you've got the means, you can defy the organization. Remember, every one of your households has its own weak spot. I let out a cold laugh. The exact same playbook as last time. Annie Lynn was a member of the neighborhood committee, not much power, but a few more information channels than the average person. She must have known early on that the apocalypse had arrived and that the authorities in Tianhai had completely shut down. That's why she wanted to coax and threaten everyone into handing over their supplies. Her methods were just too crude. After all, she was an old woman with a middle school education. Any smart person could spot the holes in her words instantly. Even if the government were centralizing control, it would never issue an order like this. But this building housed more than 50 families, and there were always the timid ones who'd do as she said out of fear. I couldn't be bothered to get involved. I just wanted to watch the show. Sure enough, this time Annie Lynn's hardline tone about confiscating everyone's supplies pushed some people over the edge. Wang Min, who lived on the 15th floor, was a co-worker of mine, a thrifty, hard-working housewife who often brought little things home from the storeroom, as all the neighbors knew. If Annie Lynn was collecting supplies, her family definitely wouldn't get a pass. Wang Min said, "The snow's got us completely trapped inside. There's no way out. Nobody has enough food for their own family as it is. And you want to redistribute it all? Does that even make sense?" Another resident, Sun Jichao, chimed in too. "Times are hard for everyone. It's not easy to hold on to a bit of food, and you want to confiscate it? That's going too far." Auntie Lynn gritted her teeth and jabbed down hard on the voice message button. "I already said, desperate times call for desperate measures. The blizzard will be over soon, so don't you worry. We're just redistributing things a little, that's all. So many families have nothing to eat right now, and you're going to be this selfish? Have some thought for your neighbors." Where some people had stockpiled supplies, naturally others were running short. The ones lacking supplies immediately jumped to Annie Lynn's defense. "Exactly, we're all neighbors. What's wrong with helping each other out at a time like this? It's just a little food and drink. It's not like you couldn't afford it normally. It's only these couple of special days. This is the organization's decision. If you don't comply, the consequences aren't something just anyone can handle." In the group chat, the two sides erupted into a full-blown argument. I said nothing. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning, those two little Miss Perfects, didn't make a peep either. Their families had actually stockpiled quite a bit too, but given their personalities, they'd rather die than hand any of it over. My amusement at the whole show didn't last long. I stayed quiet, but Annie Lynn messaged me directly. "Little Zhang, you work at a warehouse. Your place must be packed with food and drinks, right? I still remember. Last time you hauled 3 whole truckloads of stuff back home. Everyone's in trouble now. This is your chance to show some spirit. Don't worry, once the blizzard's over, we'll pay you back. Everybody will remember your kindness. First stir up the crowd in the group chat to scare the timid ones, then pick them off one by one in private. Just conning a single household would net her a batch of supplies, enough to keep her and her grandson alive a few more days. And me, the warehouse supervisor at Walmart, I caught her eye too." I let out a cold laugh. In my last life, I underestimated how bad the blizzard would get. Thinking I'd buy some goodwill from the neighbors, I gave away some of the supplies I'd stockpiled. And what did I get? Not a shred of gratitude. Instead, everyone assumed I still had tons of stuff at home. In the end, they broke down my door, killed me, and treated me like rations. You could say Auntie Lynn, that old hag, had a hand in my death last time around. The corner of my mouth curled up. I lazily sent a voice message back. Oh, that's great news. We're all out of food at our place too. Auntie Lynn, when you've collected all those supplies, mind sharing some with me? On the other end, Auntie Lynn started cursing on the spot. Bah, who do you think you're fooling? Your place has to be loaded with stuff. You've worked at that warehouse for years. No way your hands are clean. The reason she was so certain was that I used to help neighbors buy discounted goods the Walmart warehouse was clearing out. Damaged packaging, near expiration items, all dirt cheap. As an internal employee, I got priority purchasing rights, and sometimes the warehouse even handed them out as employee perks. She'd peg me as a big fish, crack me open, and she and her grandson would score a mountain of supplies, enough to survive at least another week. Auntie Lynn took a deep breath and forced a tone that was gentle but stern. Little Zhang, don't joke around with your auntie. Everyone knows you're the supervisor at the Walmart warehouse. How could your family possibly be short on food and drinks? This is an order from the organization. You have to comply. Contribute to everyone, and both the people and the organization will remember your kindness. Be good. Bring everything from your place over here, and set an example. I chewed on a toothpick, picking at my teeth. The roast lamb leg from lunch had gotten stuck. I said lazily, I'm really not lying to you. We've eaten everything at my place. These days, even the landlords have no grain to spare. Auntie Lynn, why don't you send me a few packs of instant noodles? As a member of the neighborhood committee, you should set an example. Seeing that I wasn't budging, she realized the soft approach wasn't working, and her voice dropped. Zhang, so talking nicely won't cut it, huh? You think I'm speaking to you as an individual? I represent the organization. Refusing to hand over supplies means you're opposing the organization. I'll deal with you later. Mark my words. I sneered. Bah, represent the organization? You really think you're somebody? You're just a neighborhood committee errand runner. Forget being a civil servant. You're not even on the public payroll. Fine, go coax those old geezers all you want, but don't come here acting like a big shot. Do whatever you can. I'll be waiting right here at home. Neighborhood committee staff are just social workers. No official status. Definitely not civil servants. Auntie Lynn wasn't even a minor supervisor, just a gopher. Of course, even if she were some high official, I wouldn't give her the time of day at a moment like this. After cursing her out, I hung up without hesitation and blocked her. Shrews like her love nothing more than to rant and rave, and I didn't have time to waste bickering with her. My whole performance had her fuming. She wanted to kick me out of the residents group chat, but then figured that wouldn't actually hurt me. She thought about rallying everyone to condemn me in the chat, but that would let everyone know I'd refused to hand over supplies. And if they all followed my lead, she'd have no one left to con. After all that fussing, she had absolutely no way to deal with me and just had to swallow her anger. For now, her top priority was to swindle as many supplies as possible before people came to their senses. Over the next 2 days, with a mix of coaxing and threats, Auntie Lynn really did con some supplies out of several households. But not everyone was an idiot. When the apocalypse hits, everyone thinks first about how to keep themselves and their families alive. Some gave her the cold shoulder and ignored her. The hot-tempered ones just cursed her off. As for people you don't mess with, like Chen Zhenghao and Su Hao, she didn't even have the nerve to knock on their doors. I saw all of this clearly through my surveillance cameras, but I just ate and played as usual. No need to stick my nose in other people's business. It had already been 5 days since the blizzard hit. A normal household only stores 3 to 5 days of food, but around here, since a lot of people work at the big warehouse, folks had a bit more. Still, under the extreme cold, staying warm meant burning fuel, which drained supplies even faster. Over these past few days, a bitter edge gradually crept into the group chat. The residents who'd been honestly waiting for official rescue started to change their tune as energy and food ran low. Especially the few families Auntie Lynn had swindled. They finally couldn't hold back and demanded answers in the chat. How exactly were those supplies being distributed? Auntie Lynn, didn't you say you'd take everything and distribute it fairly? My family's out of food. It's been 2 days now. Give us some back. Yeah, you promised a fair distribution. But Auntie Lynn acted like she'd vanished, not saying a word. She could see it all, of course, but she had zero intention of handing anything over now. In the entire building, only she and I truly understood that things had already fallen apart outside. Having supplies meant living, and having none meant waiting to die. Clutching her grandson, curled up under 5 layers of blankets, she gritted her teeth. I worked my butt off to con this stuff. Why the hell would I give it back to you? Only then did the neighbors realize they'd been had. and the chat filled with warm greetings for her. But once she'd decided to swindle people, she'd already thrown away any sense of shame. Curse all you want. However, someone had set his sights on the supplies she'd conned, the local tough guy, Chen Jinghao. Even though it was already the 5th day of the apocalypse, no one knew the real situation outside, so it hadn't yet come to killing over supplies. In my memories from my past life, Chen Jinghao later led a gang of underlings around, robbing everyone in sight, even murdering people. But he wasn't at that point yet. Not all thugs are complete lunatics, and he had at least a little sense. The me who once shot and crippled his leg, without a surefire plan, he wouldn't dare set foot near my door again. By now, his supplies were pretty much used up. A guy like him never bothered stockpiling. Sure, there was plenty of beer in his fridge, but it had long since frozen into solid blocks, useless for hunger. If he wanted a drink, he'd have to smash it apart and gnaw on the ice. So when Auntie Lin announced she was collecting supplies for unified distribution, his eyes lit up. Now he had a perfectly righteous excuse to just take it all. Even if things blew up after the ice and snow melted, Auntie Lin would be the one in the wrong, and she wouldn't dare do a thing. So he gave her a call. At that moment, Auntie Lin was happily munching on crackers with her grandson, Little Tiger. Instant noodles could only be made during the brief window each day when the power came on. When her phone rang, Little Tiger shouted, "Grandma, phone." She let out a cold snort, assuming it was one of the neighbors she'd swindled, her face full of contempt. But when she saw the caller ID, fear crept across her expression. It was Chen Jinghao. He was a notorious thug, known far and wide, with a whole crew of underlings and, rumor had it, some serious connections. He was definitely not someone a lowly community worker like her could afford to cross. She picked up. "Hey, Auntie Lin, you've really got some nerve, huh? Rounding up everyone's supplies and stashing them at your place." The word supplies made her instantly wary. She cleared her throat. "As a community committee worker, managing and coordinating supplies is part of my job." Chen Jinghao sneered. "Perfect. My place is running low. Bring them over now." Her face went stiff. She hadn't expected this hoodlum to come shaking her down, conveniently forgetting that she'd scammed those supplies through shameless means herself. She gritted her teeth. These still need to be processed and coordinated. Some people haven't turned theirs in yet. They can't be distributed. Chen Jinghao lost his patience. "You old bag, don't push your luck. You've been pocketing all that stuff, haven't you? Hand it over nicely and we'll call it even. Otherwise, I'll come get it myself." She turned pale, trembling. What are you trying to do? I'm warning you, don't try anything. I'm a community committee worker." What a load of crap. You really think you're something special? You won't give it up? Then I'll come take it. With that, he hung up. It had been brutally cold these past few days, so he'd called all his boys over to his place. Partly for warmth and numbers, partly because a bunch of them had gotten sick after I'd doused them with cold water and needed looking after, and partly because he had a vague sense that things were taking a turn for the worse. Keeping people close meant he'd hold the upper hand when it mattered. But that many people needed to eat. The moment he hung up, he rallied his crew, and the whole gang stormed toward Auntie Lin's place. Chen Jinghao hobbled along using a mop as a crutch, a baseball bat in his other hand, looking downright menacing. I watched the whole thing unfold, crystal clear, through my security cameras. I sat on my couch, legs propped up on the coffee table, munching on potato chips. Well, looks like it's about to be a dog-eat-dog show. Only day 5 of the apocalypse, and already there was a spectacle this good, with both sides being people I couldn't stand, no less. I was in a great mood. Suddenly, I thought of all the neighbors Auntie Lin had duped. Based on my memories from my past life, after this incident, more and more people would keep falling for it. People always cling to wishful thinking, and after thousands of years of Confucian conditioning, they instinctively deferred to Auntie Lin as the face of the community committee. And so, layer by layer, they'd get fleeced. I stroked my chin. What if I posted what's happening here to the group chat? What would that do? A wicked grin spread across my face as I hit the record button. Chen Jinghao and his crew arrived at Auntie Lin's door, loudly demanding she open up. Yuelu Estate was a mid-range complex where every unit had a security door, but those doors only kept out petty thieves. They couldn't withstand a real beating. And Auntie Lin's place was no fortress like mine. You could tell she was desperately barricading the door, but the lock still couldn't hold back this pack of greedy thugs. Baseball bats, steel rods, crowbars, a few savage blows, and the lock gave way. Clearly, this wasn't their first time doing this sort of thing. Once the lock broke, the tables and sofas she'd piled up were no match. Through the camera, I saw Auntie Lin's ashen face frozen in terror. Soon after, I heard her scream like a stuck pig. Chen Jinghao charged in and slapped her hard across the face. "You old hag, scamming your neighbor's supplies. I'm here to deliver justice." He roared with laughter. Auntie Lin was knocked to the floor, unable to speak for a long moment. Chen Jinghao ordered his men. "Search the place. Take everything, food, drinks, all of it. This is what the neighbors saved up. She's not getting off easy. His underlings snickered as they swarmed into the kitchen and bedrooms, ransacking everything. In no time, they dug out a huge stash of instant noodles, bread, crackers, and bottled water. Auntie Lynn crawled over, sobbing, and clung to his leg. You can't take it all. Some of that is what we stockpiled ourselves. If you take everything, how are my grandson and I supposed to survive? Chen Jinghao looked down at her coldly and scoffed. Not my damn problem. Get lost. With that, he kicked her in the face with his good leg. Ah, she shrieked and toppled backward. Just then, a shout came from the bedroom. You sons of bitches, get out of here. It was Auntie Lynn's grandson, Little Tiger. When he discovered the chocolate cookies he'd secretly hidden had been dug out, his eyes went red. He grabbed a fruit knife from a drawer and stabbed it into one of the thug's backsides. In this extreme cold, any wound could be fatal. The thug yelped in pain, and when he turned to see it was a mere kid who'd stabbed him, he grew even more furious. How was he supposed to save face if word got out? Screw you, you little shit. He kicked Little Tiger in the stomach with all his might. A full-force kick from a grown man. A 6-year-old boy stood no chance. Little Tiger let out a piercing scream and flew through the air, slamming hard into the wall before sliding down like a heap of garbage. Beating someone flat as a picture on the wall. That phrase described this scene perfectly. Chen Jinghao's gang actually burst into delighted laughter. Ha ha, old five, when you get such killer leg game? You sent that little brat flying. The one nicknamed Old Five yanked the knife out of his rear and gloated. Pretty slick, right? Should have caught that on camera. Auntie Lynn had planned to play dead on the floor, but seeing her beloved grandson kicked into that state, she wailed in despair, Little Tiger, my grandson, and lunged toward him. Chen Jinghao pointed at her self-righteously. This is the price for swindling your neighbors. I'm delivering justice. With that, the whole gang roared with laughter and swaggered off, hauling their spoils. This brutal scene had my eyebrows arching. Watching that shameless Auntie Lynn and her family get thrashed, I felt nothing but satisfaction, not a shred of pity. But it also meant that, for this entire building, the rules of the old civilized society had already begun to. Cracks were beginning to show, and from here on out, things would only get more brutal. After all, once a solid sheet of ice splits even at one corner, the crack spreads fast. Well, too bad it's got nothing to do with me. I let out a sigh. Watching them tear each other apart over a few supplies while I just kicked back at home. So boring. I sprawled out on my imported sofa, watching a video I'd just recorded on my phone, and couldn't help laughing out loud. I posted the clip in the residents group chat. The people in the group who'd been scammed were still cursing out old lady Lynn. But the second they saw my video, Lynn's place getting smashed up by Chen Jinghao and his crew, her and her grandson getting beaten black and blue, all the supplies she'd conned out of people getting hauled away, everyone was suddenly thrilled. Ha ha, that lying old hag. Serves her right. Big bro, how's the man? That's exactly how you deal with people like her. Come down hard. Went for the chicken and lost the rice. LMAO. Sure, everyone knew there was no way Chen Jinghao was giving those supplies back, but seeing old lady Lynn get her beating still felt satisfying deep down. Some people even treated Chen Jinghao like a hero, singing his praises nonstop. Now that's a real gangster. The man's got a sense of justice. Careful, bro, how? That old crone's shameless. She might call the cops. This one move earned Chen Jinghao both money and reputation. No group backlash, and a huge stash of supplies to boot. I read through the chat, curled my lip, and shook my head with a cold smile. These people had no clue that Chen Jinghao, who could break into old lady Lynn's home and rob her today, could just as easily break into theirs tomorrow. Once people gave up all hope in the outside world, that day would come fast. Still, the fact that everyone could chat so cheerfully in the group told me one thing. They all still had supplies on hand. Things weren't that desperate yet. A lot of people in the Yuelu neighborhood worked in the warehouse district, so hoarding was second nature to them. Even those who didn't work there would buy discount goods through various channels and stockpile them at home. A case of near-expiration instant noodles, rationed carefully, could keep a family of 3 going for 4 or 5 days. So while getting fully fed and warm was tough right now, stretching things out for a while wasn't a problem. In my last life, I'd held out for a whole month before starving neighbors broke down my door and literally tore me apart to eat. Don't flaunt your wealth. Everyone gets that. All this crying poverty was just people afraid others would come asking to borrow. I stopped scrolling through the group chat, pulled a target from my pocket dimension and hung it on the wall, then picked up my crossbow and compound bow to practice. My safe room was a fortress, but you couldn't afford to let your guard down for a second in the apocalypse. Only by drilling survival skills every day could I make it to the end. Besides, target practice was a kind of entertainment for me. As for gunmanship, no need to train. I had a shooting club membership card and knew how to handle a firearm. My aim wasn't world class, but a gun in your hand is a deterrent all on its own. I only had 100 rounds, and unlike arrows, Bullets can't be recovered. Better to conserve them. Old Lady Lin had her supplies stolen, and both she and her grandson, little Xiaohu, took a beating. The old woman could still move around by sheer willpower, but 6-year-old Xiaohu had been kicked in the stomach by one of Chen Jinghao's men and had internal injuries. In her desperation, all she could do was beg for help in the group chat. But after the whole scamming incident, everyone despised her. No one was willing to lift a finger. Boo-hoo. I was wrong before, but my grandson is innocent. Please save him. Instead of sympathy, the residents just mocked her. Who knows if it's real this time or another con? If you hadn't scammed everyone first, would bro how have touched your grandson? You brought it on yourself. Old Lady Lin broke down sobbing. As long as you save my grandson, I'll kowtow to you. I'll do anything. Just then, a woman named Zhou Kuer posted a message. Let me take a look at the child. But I can't promise I'll be able to save him. The moment I saw that name, an image popped into my head. A tall, ponytailed woman with a commanding presence. Zhou Kuer was a doctor at Tianhai City First People's Hospital. In my last life, she'd saved a lot of people, one of the few genuinely good souls among the neighbors. She was usually cold and quiet, but she stepped up this time because Xiaohu's life was on the line. Old Lady Lin thanked her over and rushed the boy over. Half an hour later, her voice came through the group chat again. Does anyone have hemostatic drugs, anti-shock meds, or antibiotics? Xiaohu needs surgery. Please, everyone help. That kick had ruptured Xiaohu's liver. Zhou Kuer might be a doctor, but she didn't have that many drugs at home. Everyone just smiled and stayed silent. Who keeps a pharmacy's worth of meds lying around? Chen Jinghao was still throwing out snide remarks in the chat. So how are you gonna kowtow? Right here in the group? A wave of ha-ha-ha followed. Old Lady Lin, voice cracking with tears. As long as you help, I'll kowtow right now. I raised an eyebrow. Funny thing was, I had every one of those drugs in my pocket dimension, but there was no way I'd bring them out to save Xiaohu. For one, medicine was as precious as food in the apocalypse, and I didn't want to expose myself. For another, I genuinely couldn't stand Old Lady Lin and that spoiled little brat. Besides, with injuries that severe, even if he pulled through, he'd never survive the long, brutal winter ahead. Better to keep them for myself. No matter how much she pleaded after that, no one helped. After a long while, Zhou Kuer posted a message saying she'd managed to stop Xiaohu's bleeding for now, but it was just a stopgap. It wouldn't hold for long, and he'd need surgery at a hospital afterward. She added that if anyone had a medical emergency, she'd be glad to help. A flood of flattery poured in immediately. Even Chen Jinghao and the rich kid Su Hao gushed about her compassion as a healer. Before all this, nobody had cared much for the aloof lady doctor, but now everyone was scared of dying and doing their best to butter her up. I still didn't say a word, just watched quietly. Fang Yuqing hadn't contacted me in the last few days. I was happy for the peace and quiet, but I knew that little Miss Innocent would come crawling to me before long. The only reason she wasn't reaching out now was to cling to that pitiful shred of vanity. She'd always thought she was above everyone, too proud to lower herself before a man. Except rich men, of course. But later? We'd see. The heavy snow kept falling, and the entire ground floor was submerged. Forget leaving the neighborhood. Just getting out the front gate meant facing 4 or 5 meters of piled-up snow. Running out of supplies was only a matter of time, and when that happened, given her personality, she'd definitely come knocking to beg from me. A full week had passed since the apocalypse began. 7 days isn't long, but for these people huddled in their homes, enduring the bitter cold, it felt longer than 7 years. They'd gone from being full of hope at the start to now, when nearly everyone had faced the harsh truth. Waiting at home for rescue was a lost cause. Because from what they'd seen online, the entire world had been hit by a once in hundreds of thousands of years. The worst blizzard disaster in history had struck. The entire world was buried under the storm. Temperatures in some northern cities plummeted to over 100 degrees below zero, and the snow only fell harder. Many cities were simply buried alive. Through the few channels still operating, the authorities kept urging everyone to band together and help one another. But looking out at the ice-locked city beyond the window, everyone's heart sank. Supplies grew scarcer by the day, and tensions grew sharper. Old Lady Lin's home had been cleaned out, and her grandson lay in bed barely clinging to life. She snapped completely. All day she ranted in the group chat, claiming she was a neighborhood committee leader and demanding everyone hand their supplies over to her. But no one paid her any attention anymore. That was when Xie Limei, a young mother living on the 12th floor, posted a message. Does anyone still have food? My child and I haven't eaten in 2 days. I can pay top dollar. That one line sent subtle ripples through the group. Before, everyone had assumed the disaster would pass quickly. There'd been some trading, but prices were only a few times higher than normal. Now, more and more households were running out of food, and food was life itself, the only hope of survival. Before long, someone spoke up. I've still got a few packs of instant noodles. 1,000 a pack. $1,000 for a single pack of instant noodles. Unthinkable in the old days. I rested my chin in my hand, staring at my phone, and murmured, "And so it begins." The fun part. Cieli May didn't reply. She was clearly still hesitating. For now, at least, people still clung to a sliver of hope that the blizzard would pass, and they'd have to go on living, go on making money. Just then, Su Hao, a rich kid who hadn't shown his face in ages, popped up. "I'll pay 2,000 a pack. However many you've got, I'll take them all." That blew the group chat wide open. What? 2,000 for one pack of instant noodles? Did I read that right? Guys, quit jacking up the prices. You're starting to scare me. Someone said shakily. The blizzard's going to end eventually, right? There's really no need for this. They'd sent it as a voice message, but that trembling voice already betrayed the panic inside. People hadn't given up hope completely. Every morning they woke up praying the snow would stop and the sun would return, that life would go back to normal. But Cieli May and Su Hao scrambling to buy food at insane prices had struck hard at that fragile chord in their hearts. Someone put on a brave front. Quit joking around. 2,000 for a pack of noodles? Acting like it's the end of the world, huh? It's just a little heavy snow. Winter came early, that's all. It's not like it's a zombie apocalypse. I saw that one and shook my head with a faint laugh. Zombie apocalypse? Don't compare that low-rent nonsense to this frozen doomsday. As terrifying as zombies are, there's something human strength can fight against. But against a natural disaster, tiny humans are as fragile as insects before Mother Nature. They still had no idea what kind of catastrophe they were facing. Su Hao posted arrogantly in the group. "None of your business. So I've got money. What's wrong with buying some peace of mind? If you want to sell, DM me. If not, forget it." He acted like he couldn't care less, but I'd seen through him long ago. It was all an act. He was actually terrified. Otherwise, he'd never have offered a sky-high price like 2,000 a pack. It wasn't hard to figure out. Su Hao was worth hundreds of millions, but in the apocalypse, forget living it up. He couldn't even order takeout. Rich people aren't necessarily kind, but they're definitely not stupid. Once he realized the crisis, he started snapping up supplies at premium prices. Cieli May burst out in agitation. "How can you do this? We don't have a single bite of food left. Buying food is life or death for us." Su Hao brushed it off. "I'm not competing with you. I'm just offering more. Whoever they choose to sell to is their call. What business is it of yours?" Seeing that he ignored her, Cieli May turned to the group and wailed. "Please, everyone, help us. My daughter is only 9 months old. Without food, I can't produce milk. The two of us are going to starve to death." The group fell silent. At times like these, the selfish side of human nature was laid completely bare. Su Hao was offering 2,000 a pack, and you, Cieli May, would only pay half. The average monthly wage in Tianhai City was only 5,000. Who would sell their hard-earned supplies to you on the cheap? Plenty of people had already gone to make deals with Su Hao privately. Cieli May seemed to sense something and kept begging and crying. But not a single person spoke up. Not even a word of comfort. After all, the moment you opened your mouth, she might think you were a soft touch and latch onto you for dear life. The helpless young mother wept in desperation. She had an 8-month-old baby to care for. She could barely take care of herself, let alone an infant with no ability to fend for itself. Memories of her from my past life surfaced in my mind. I didn't remember her well. This woman always presented herself as a fragile young mother, scraping by on pity to trade for supplies. But strangely enough, in my memory, she and her daughter had both survived just fine. At that thought, a sharp glint flashed in my eyes. This woman was definitely not as simple as she looked. Something pink on the outside is often pitch black once you cut it open. Back then, after I died, she'd probably gotten her share of the spoils too. In the apocalypse, a bleeding heart mentality is the #1 cause of death. So I kept quiet and watched coldly from the sidelines. Too many people die in the end times. I just wanted to look out for myself. If others died, then they died. Still, Cieli May's wailing eventually had some effect. You, the security guard, a soft-hearted man, agreed to spare her some food. Cieli May thanked him profusely, swearing she'd never forget his kindness as long as she lived. Through the surveillance cameras, I discovered that Su Hao, riding on the power of cold hard cash, had bought quite a bit of supplies from the neighbors. It wasn't a huge amount, but enough to keep him and his girlfriend going for a few weeks. I sneered. This was the last dying warmth of money in the apocalypse. Before long, once the supplies ran dry, people would realize that cash had turned into worthless paper. Supplies were king. By then, God only knew how many would kick themselves raw for having sold off their stockpiles. I had to admit, Su Hao had set a terrible precedent in the owners' group chat. Our complex had 25 residential buildings, and many of the owners were friends and co-workers. Su Hao throwing money around to snap up supplies had suddenly affected everyone. Once he used real cash to drive prices sky high, everyone realized just how scarce supplies had become. So everyone clutched what they had even tighter. When the blizzard first began, some people had still been willing to share and swap with their neighbors. But now, they were stingier than Scrooge himself. Even if their best friend came to borrow food, they'd find every excuse to refuse. Day 10 of the frozen apocalypse. At Fong Yuqing and Lin Caning's place, the supplies had hit rock bottom. These two women, once so picky they'd only eat high-end goods, could now get into a screaming match over a single pack of instant noodles. Here's the English translation. By now, what I'd stockpiled earlier, plus whatever that simp Zhou Peng had given me, was nearly gone. At this rate, they'd last a week at most before starving to death. The two of them sat wrapped in blankets on the couch, faces pale and bluish. On the coffee table sat an open pack of compressed biscuits. Lin Caning glanced at it. Yuqing, this is our last pack of compressed biscuits. Fong Yuqing's eyes were full of misery. In the past, she wouldn't have touched something this coarse if her life depended on it. But now, she cleaned every crumb, even picking up bits that fell on the floor to eat. Lin Caning went on, we've got 5 packs of crunchy noodles and 3 bags of instant ramen. There's half a bottle of chili sauce in the kitchen, but the steamed buns and dried noodles are long gone. Fong Yuqing clutched her head. Those crunchy noodles don't fill you up at all. Lin Caning stared at her hard. Yuqing, something's wrong out there. What if this snow just never stops? Fong Yuqing froze, then slowly turned to look out the window. Through the frost-covered glass, she could still see snow falling nonstop. 10 whole days without a single break. The second floor was already completely buried. There was no way out the door. The streets in the distance were dead silent. Not even a government snowplow in sight. Fong Yuqing's heart sank to the bottom. She had no idea how long this blizzard would last, or whether it would ever end at all. She covered her eyes and started crying. Ningning, what are we going to do? If this keeps up, we'll starve. Lin Caning gritted her teeth. Does Zhou Peng have any food left? Fong Yuqing shook her head. I asked him a bunch of times, even pretended I wanted to be his friend. But I've really squeezed him dry. There's nothing left. Those 2 packs of ramen last time were his final rations. He's so thin, now he looks like a zombie. Lin Caning refused to give up. Isn't there anyone else we could try? We're both gorgeous. If we put in a little effort, surely some guy would fall for us. Fong Yuqing shot her a look. Are you stupid? Right now, everyone treats their supplies like their lives. Even if they were tempted, they'd never just hand it over. Besides, it's freezing. Even if we showed up offering ourselves for free, they'd probably be too weak to do anything about it. At that, a flicker of pain crossed Fong Yuqing's eyes. What Lin Caning didn't know was that Fong Yuqing had already tried this trick, trading her looks for supplies. But her standards were too high. She insisted the guy be at least 6'1", a civil servant, and earning 50 grand a month. In the end, even the 60-year-old man next door shook his head. You're too late. Half a month ago, I still could have given it a go. Lin Caning bit her lip, scared too. She'd meant to use her looks as a last resort, but this godforsaken weather was the perfect libido killer. Suddenly, a man popped into her head. Oh right, Yuqing, did you forget you've got a simp of your own? Of course Fong Yuqing knew who she meant. She pursed her lips and said stubbornly, Humph, that jerk. Unless he crawls over here and begs me for forgiveness, I am not reaching out to him first. He'd contacted her a few times before, and she'd meant to give him a chance to win her over with supplies. But I'd been cold to her, even sent photos just to rub it in, which made her so mad she swore she'd make me come over and lick her toes. If she reached out now, wouldn't that ruin her image as an aloof goddess? And without that image, how would she ever land a rich heir? Lin Caning said, Did you forget? Zhang Yi's family stocked up on a ton of food. Even a month in, he's got way more than an ordinary household. One word from you, and he'll bring it right over. The moment Fong Yuqing heard food, she was tempted, but still hesitated. But he was so cold to me last time I reached out. Are you dumb? He obviously thinks he's not good enough for you and wants to give up. And you were pretty cold to him a while back too. Fong Yuqing immediately got worked up. That's his own fault. He's just some middle-class nobody pretending to be a rich heir. He made me waste my feelings for nothing. Lin Caning grinned. But right now he's a quality backup. Isn't the whole point of a backup to fill in when you need him? Give him a few smiles, get that fire burning in him again, and he'll do whatever you want. Fong Yuqing found this made sense. Most importantly, she was just so hungry. Just thinking about the steaks, lobster, pastries, and fruit I'd sent photos of before made her mouth water. For a bite of that, she could set aside all her pride, at least temporarily. So she pulled out her phone, found me on WeChat, and sent a voice message in the gentlest tone she could muster. I was sitting on the couch watching TV. Basically every TV station in the world had gone dark, but luckily I downloaded a bunch of classic movies and variety shows a long time ago, specifically to kill this endless, boring time. Ding dong. I picked up my phone. It was Fong Yuqing. A mocking smile immediately curled at the corner of my mouth. This woman, her pitiful little pride had finally cracked. I played the voice message. It was her trembling, saccharine voice. Humph, Zhang-yi, you jerk of a little brother. You haven't messaged me in so many days. You're just awful. I only nagged you a little the other day, and I regretted it right away. But I'm a girl. It's embarrassing to be the one to speak first. You have no idea how to be considerate. I had to admit, this White Lotus really had a talent for the whole cutesy, coquettish act. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had me completely fooled in my past life. Listening to her honeyed voice, even my bones went a little soft. I gritted my teeth. This little vixen. If I didn't know just how poisonous her heart was, I might have actually wanted to have my way with her. I sent back a message. Haven't been feeling well lately. Probably sick. Didn't feel like checking WeChat. She immediately got anxious. You're sick? Did you catch a cold from the freezing weather? You have to keep warm in this weather. No, it's a heat cold. Fang Yuqing was stunned when she saw that. A heat cold? Are you kidding me? Her place was dozens of degrees below zero right now, and she spent every day wrapped in blankets huddling with Lin Caning for warmth, too cold to even sleep. And you're telling me you've got a heat cold? Zhang-yi, quit joking. How could anyone get a heat cold in weather this cold? I sent a curious emoji. Cold. Oh, I've got a fireplace in here, so I don't really feel it. This thing gets the room so hot it's uncomfortable. I probably fell asleep in front of the fire a few days ago. That's how I ended up sick. As I said it, I lifted my phone and snapped a photo of the roaring fireplace. I made sure to get my two bare legs, the piles of snacks on the coffee table, and the leftover lamb ribs and chicken drumsticks all in the shot too. Then I sent it over. Fang Yuqing looked at the photo. A photo. If the previous ones had just made her a little envious, this one lit her eyes up with pure jealousy. A fireplace. The ultimate heating machine. With this burning at home, you could laugh at temperatures dozens of degrees below zero outside. It put out more heat than central heating, and you could warm yourself right beside it. For 10 days now, she'd been so cold her whole body had gone practically numb. Right now, besides food, the thing she craved most was warmth. A few days ago, she and Lin Caning had burned one of the chairs just to get warm. Even though it only lasted a dozen minutes or so, the heat from those little flames had moved her to tears on the spot. But there wasn't much left in the house that could be burned, and once it was gone, all she could do was reminisce about that fleeting warmth. Who would have thought my place actually had a fireplace? Tianhai is a southern city. You don't even need a down jacket in winter. Who installs a fireplace there? Fang Yuqing couldn't care less about that. She was staring hard at the photo, and only one thought filled her head. She had to get to my place. Looking at how carefree I looked with my bare legs, and that whole table full of food, in that moment I became Fang Yuqing's biggest hope. Lin Caning, huddled in a blanket beside her, noticed her expression too. She leaned over for a look and was equally dumbfounded. Oh my God, this photo isn't photoshopped, is it? How could anyone be living this well right now? This is basically heaven. Fang Yuqing suddenly snapped to it. Right? Everyone's out here starving and freezing. How does Zhang-yi get to live so comfortably? Maybe this photo, and all the earlier ones, were photoshopped by him. An idea struck her, and she video called me right then and there. Real or fake, she'd know in a glance. Lin Caning pressed her head in too, staring hard at the screen. I saw the call invitation and thought it was kind of interesting. I really wanted to see this fake little saint groveling for my help. If I couldn't watch her die in despair, how could I do justice to the me who died so miserably in my past life? I reached out and answered. The moment the video connected, both sides got a clear look at each other's situations. I just finished working out and was lounging on the couch, shirtless. The room was brightly lit, gym equipment behind me, and the kitchen was piled with ingredients. I cook for myself once in a while to pass the time, so I casually left out a few cases of dried scallops, fish maw, and abalone, along with instant noodles, caviar, truffles, and other high-end canned goods. To me, this stuff was just the occasional snack, fast food. But to the two women on the other end of the screen, it was the kind of feast you only got in dreams. Compared to how comfortable I was, they looked absolutely wretched. Both were bundled up in thick blankets, and it was so cold they couldn't even wear makeup. Their faces were gaunt, long stripped of their usual polish. Seeing Fang Yuqing barefaced, a flicker of disappointment crossed my eyes. The goddess I'd chased so desperately back then was, without makeup, maybe a 6 out of 10. Thinking about how long I'd been hypnotized by Asian dark magic, I cursed inwardly. Man, seriously? Neither woman noticed my expression. Their eyes were completely hooked on the things in my home. My bare torso meant my place was warm and comfortable. The bright lights. In these days when power was rationed to under an hour a day, they didn't even dare dream of it. Regulations banned high-wattage appliances. Break the rule, and they'd cut your power by force. Especially that mountain of food in the kitchen, which made the two of them, who'd been living on compression biscuits for so long, practically drool with envy. That life of pleasant warmth and abundant food left them utterly stunned, like they were staring at heaven. They probably couldn't wrap their heads around it. 10 days into the apocalypse, and someone was still living this good. I asked casually, "How have you two been? You both look thinner." "Congrats." Inwardly, they wanted to curse me out. Thinner? That's from starving. These days, they only dared eat one pack of instant noodles a day, or their supplies would have run out already. Lin Caning stared at the food in my kitchen, swallowed hard, and asked greedily, "Zhang-yi, how do you have so much food? Did you stock up when we all went shopping together that time?" I glanced at the kitchen and said offhandedly, "Oh, that stuff? It's all junk food. I eat a little when I'm too lazy to cook. Barely touch it otherwise." Every word of that was the honest truth. My personal storage space was piled high with gourmet food, more restaurant orders than I could count. Just in the Walmart warehouse alone, out of billions of dollars worth of supplies, there were over 100,000 kinds of food. But that offhand comment, to the two of them, was blatant flexing. After all, a single pack of instant noodles was going for 2,000 yuan in the residents' group chat now. I could clearly see their throats bobbing on the other end of the screen, obviously swallowing hard. I said nothing, just quietly watched that look of longing in their eyes. "Zhang-yi, you've got so much food at home. Amazing. So many people out there can't even get a meal right now. Hee hee, you're so smart. No wonder you bought so much stuff back then. You'd planned ahead all along." Fang Yuqing said it all with a giggly smile. And her name for me had, for the first time ever, become Zhang-yi, sweetie. The corner of my mouth curled up slightly. "It's nothing. Just got lucky." Fang Yuqing asked again, "Zhang-yi, your place looks so warm. It's not even during power hours. How is it so bright?" That was her biggest question. To someone half frozen to death, nothing was more enviable than warmth. I smiled faintly and flipped the camera around, pointing it at the fireplace. "We installed a fireplace. Nice and warm. It's actually almost too hot in here." I deliberately added, "Oh, right. You two look pretty cold. Is it really that freezing out there? I haven't left the house in 10 some days, so I've got no idea what it's like out there." That line maxed out their hatred meter. How could I not know what it was like out there? Just from the residents' group chat alone, I could see how miserably everyone was freezing. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning were seething with resentment. They knew I was doing it on purpose. But someone living in heaven has every right to brag. Right now, Fang Yuqing had only one thought: moving into my place. Because from the look of things, I had plenty of food and a warm environment. Who wouldn't want that? She immediately put on a frail, pitiful act, blinking her eyes and cooing sweetly. "Zhang-yi, sweetie, you're so amazing. I look up to you so much. Could I come over and see your place? I haven't seen you in forever. Yuqing misses you so much." She figured this trick would definitely work. It always had before. Plenty of the simps around her had jumped at her every command. And on top of that, I'd chased after her for 2 whole years. In her mind, all she had to do was make the slightest move, and She agreed eagerly, no hesitation at all. Once she got through my door, she'd find a way to justify staying. Worst case, she'd throw me a little bone. Aren't all men like that anyway? But what she didn't realize was that watching her put on that flirty little act just made me sick to my stomach. I even started to wonder if there'd been something seriously wrong with my brain back then. How could I have chased a woman like this for 2 whole years? Back then, we both worked at the warehouse, where there were hardly any female employees. Fang Yuqing knew how to act cute and how to dress up, and over time, I put her on a pedestal like some kind of goddess. Once my lovesick brain kicked in and slapped a filter over everything, she became the pure, untouchable moonlight of my heart. But ever since she sold me out and got me killed in my past life, that filter shattered completely. Watching her barefaced on the screen, I didn't feel a single ripple of emotion, just that she was fake and affected, enough to give me goosebumps all over. A mocking smile curled at the corner of my mouth. Leaning back against the couch, chin resting on my hand, I said lazily, "It's freezing out there. You should just stay home and rest. Don't go running around." "Well, I don't actually know how cold it is outside, but judging by how you two look, the temperature must be pretty low." Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning clearly hadn't expected to be turned down. They both froze at the same time, disbelief written all over their faces. Fang Yuqing looked especially shocked and wronged. In her eyes, I was just a decent backup plan. Crook her finger, and I'd come running to serve. Now she'd actually made the first move, and I'd rejected her without a second thought. It was a serious blow to her confidence. What stung even more was that smug, humble bragging tone of mine. No, she couldn't accept this. Knowing there was a heaven right in the same building, warm as spring, stocked with food, while she had to freeze and starve at home. She absolutely could not accept that. She was a goddess, after all. Fang Yuqing's face stiffened for a moment before she forced out another smile. "Zhang-yi, don't tease Yuqing like that. Weren't you always the sweetest to me before? Can't a girl even come see you? It's not like I'm asking for anything else." She pouted, putting on a pitiful, wounded expression. Any other man would have had his machismo flare up and agreed on the spot. But I was the exception. After being betrayed to death by her once, I felt nothing for her but hatred. Never anything else again. I said, back then, every time I invited you over, you had a dozen excuses. Something about how we were both single, and it wouldn't look good if word got out. I think you were right. We've got nothing between us, so we should keep our distance. No need to give people something to gossip about. Back when I was chasing her, just taking her to dinner or a movie took everything I had. Preparing gifts, planning surprises, booking upscale hotels. Whenever I wanted her to come to my place, she always had an excuse. Now I threw all those words of hers right back at her, word for word, dripping with sarcasm. Fang Yuqing's expression shifted. Deep down, she knew exactly what she'd done back then. But how could a little fairy princess ever feel embarrassed? Especially in front of the backup plan she thought she could take and take from as she pleased. Even with my cold attitude, she still convinced herself I was playing hard to get, still firmly believed I was smitten with her. That one more push would seal the deal. So she went back to sweet talking. Everything I did back then was for your own good. Don't be so petty. Let's just say Yuqing was wrong, okay? I'll come over right now and make it up to you. She bit her lip lightly, and a blush actually rose to her cheeks. If that's what it takes, I'll even rub your legs and massage your shoulders. Holy crap, I thought. In weather this cold, she could still pull off the whole bashful maiden routine. What a waste that she never became an award-winning actress. Too bad I wasn't buying it. Oh, that wouldn't be right. We're not even a couple. I couldn't accept something so intimate. I kept a straight face, righteous and stern. I'm a traditional kind of guy. Fang Yuqing nearly exploded. You've already got a girl throwing herself at you, and you're still playing coy? Do you really need me to spell it out? To get into my apartment and live the good life, she didn't even care about Lin Caning standing right beside her. She just came right out with it. Zhang Yi, the truth is, I've always had really strong feelings for you. Being a couple and all that. It's not like I couldn't consider it down the road. Feelings grow over time, right? She covered her face, feigning shyness again. Ugh, this is so embarrassing. How much more direct do you want me to be? That bashful, playing hard to get act was genuinely tempting. The old me would have lost his head and thrown the door open in a heartbeat. I had to admit, you couldn't pull off manipulation this smooth without a solid decade of practice. A thought raced through my mind. Should I let this scheming snake in or not? Don't get me wrong, I'm no saint. I was just thinking that after chasing her for 2 years, if I could get her into bed and give her a good, hard thrashing, it'd be some kind of closure for my past. But the thought flickered for only an instant before I shut it down for good. It was the apocalypse now. Any hint of risk had to be completely eliminated. There was no way I'd open my rock-solid front door and let anyone inside. Staying alive mattered more than anything. I let out a cold laugh, my eyes full of mockery as I looked at her. Fang Yuqing, are you laboring under some kind of misunderstanding? I spread my hands. I'll admit it, there was a time when we were on pretty good terms. Then I leaned in close to the camera, my face all teasing. But you don't actually think I liked you, do you? For a scheming snake so full of confidence, those words hit like a wrecking ball. Sure enough, Fang Yuqing's face turned ugly in an instant. Beside her, Lin Caning snuck a glance her way, a flicker of barely concealed glee hidden in her eyes. Best friends really were nothing but plastic sisters. All fake concern on the surface, secretly hoping you'd fall flat on your face. Fang Yuqing demanded, Zhang Yi, what do you mean by that? Weren't you head over heels for Yuqing before? I snorted. Don't get the wrong idea. Sure, you've got some looks, you're a pretty girl. But I never once planned on actually dating you. Fooling around, at most. With everything I've got going for me, finding a girlfriend with a nice face and a nice figure here in Tianhai City really wouldn't be hard. You. PFF, where do you get the confidence to think I was chasing after you? I was telling the truth. I'm a Tianhai City native with local residency. My family owns an apartment worth several million. I've got a few million in savings, a stable job paying over 10 grand a month, plus I'm tall and good looking. On the dating market, I was absolutely a top-tier catch. Otherwise, Fang Yuqing wouldn't have made me her first pick after failing to land a rich husband. If I hadn't been so naive in my past life, God knows how many women would have cycled through my life by now. Those words cut into her like knives. For a scheming snake who fancied herself a goddess, the one thing she could never accept was having her charm dismissed. That was the very foundation of her entire existence. In the past, she'd treated me like a backup. Here's the English translation. The gold digger had me on a string while chasing after some rich kid. In the end, I told her she was the fish in the pond. Her voice actually shifted with rage. Zhang Yi, don't push your luck. I sneered and turned up the heat. Enough. Quit playing the innocent little angel with me. I saw through you a long time ago. You're just a gold digger, aren't you? Trying to land a rich husband every single day. You think wealthy guys are all idiots. Let me tell you something else. You're famous in Tianhai City's rich kid circles. Sucking up to young Master Zhang today, chasing young Master Li tomorrow. They mess around with you for a few days, and you actually think you can become some rich man's wife? You know what they call you behind your back? A public bus. A public power outlet. Fang Yuqing's face went terrifyingly pale, her whole body shaking with fury. When had she ever been humiliated like this to her face? And by the backup plan simp she looked down on, no less, mocking her so mercilessly. He was basically grinding her pride into the dirt. Zhang Yi, shut your mouth, she screamed. I scoffed. I'm just telling the truth. What are you so worked up about? Isn't this all stuff you did yourself? Talk about wanting it both ways. With that, I didn't give her a chance to start cursing me out. I just hung up. I'd exposed this so-called angel for the gold digger she really was, and hit her right where it hurt. Even though she was materialistic, slept around, and toyed with men, she'd always thought of herself as a good girl. After what I said, her confidence completely collapsed. If even someone middle class like me could look down on her, it meant she didn't have enough appeal, let alone the charm to hook a rich kid and become a rich wife. After I hung up, she quickly sent a flood of voice messages. I didn't need to listen to know she was cursing me out. But did I care? Of course not. In the apocalypse, this fake little angel would die day by day in the extreme cold and starvation. I was just messing with her, enjoying watching her suffer. Why get angry at a dead woman? Seeing her so worked up actually filled me with satisfaction. Ha ha ha. I laughed heartily. I walked into the kitchen and pulled a bottle of Romanikani from the fridge. This bottle was worth 200,000 yuan. Even in the Walmart warehouse, it was stored in a temperature-controlled wine cabinet. I didn't have many bottles like this, only a few dozen cases. I was in a good mood today, so I brought one out to celebrate. I wasn't short on power at home. I'd renovated the wiring during construction, hooking it up to a backup power supply and a silent generator. Energy was the last thing I lacked. I went back to the living room and, with a real sense of ceremony, laid out a full feast: French baked escargot, tomahawk steak, reaching for the stars, Nanjing salted duck, all paired with that 200,000 yuan bottle of Romanikani. In the apocalypse, all the rules of social inertia were rapidly disappearing. My name is Zhang Yi. The end of the world had come, but the way I was living? You probably couldn't find a second person like me on the whole planet. I never bothered with rules when I ate. I ate whatever I wanted, paired things however I felt like, and I'd polish off caviar like it was a bowl of rice. This kind of luxury, looking at the entire world now, I was probably the only one. Why? Because the apocalypse hit too suddenly. Even the most powerful people didn't have time to prepare. Take Su Hao. His father was the head of a famous conglomerate in Tianhai City. But I remembered it clearly. Half a month into the apocalypse, that old man was dead. All his money turned into scrap paper, and a bloated, obese guy like him simply didn't have what it took to survive. Meanwhile, over at the apartment Fang Yuqing shared with Lin Caning, a whole different scene was playing out. Fang Yuqing had lost it, throwing things, cursing me. Normally, she wouldn't have been this angry. But it was happening now, and she'd just gotten a glimpse of my home. Warm, comfortable, high-end gourmet food piled to the ceiling, a fireplace blazing away. In this frozen apocalypse, things like that were more precious than life itself. Heaven was right in front of her, but she couldn't get in, and she just couldn't take it. Zhang Yi, you damn bastard. Who do you think you are, daring to curse at me? She said through gritted teeth. If it weren't for this blizzard, I wouldn't even give you a second glance. On the couch nearby, Lin Caning watched her, a flicker of contempt in her eyes. Well, whose fault is it that you took things too far back then? Otherwise, the two of us would already be enjoying his food and his fireplace right now. Fang Yuqing snorted coldly. Who does he think he is? So he's got an apartment and a little savings. I, Fang Yuqing, am going to marry into wealth and become a rich wife. Lin Caning frowned. But right now he's got all that food and a fireplace at home. That beats some rich kid by a mile. She looked out the window. The snow was falling heavily, with no sign of stopping. The news on their phones over the past couple of days said the whole world was buried in ice and snow. Her voice trembled. This snow, it won't just keep falling forever, will it? On the TV, the few remaining official channels were still trying to keep people's spirits up. An expert bundled in a thick down jacket shivered as he spoke, insisting the disaster would pass soon, and that perseverance meant victory. But looking at the scene outside, there wasn't the slightest sign of it passing. Lin Caning hugged herself tightly. If this snow doesn't stop, even if we don't freeze to death, we'll starve to death right here at home. At those words, Fang Yuqing's anger instantly turned to fear. 10 days. They'd been sealed inside for 10 whole days. Those 10 days felt longer than 10 years. Anyone who hadn't lived through it couldn't possibly understand what it was like. It could drive a person insane. Even a green tea and fake angel duo like them, women in their mid-20s, were incredibly fragile on the inside. Facing a blizzard with no end in sight, their thoughts turned to death. Fang Yuqing curled up on the couch, my warm, food-stocked home floating back into her mind. She wailed in bitter fury. It's not fair. Why does he get to live so comfortably while I'm this beautiful and living so miserably? Lynn Canning glanced at her, but said nothing. She wrapped herself in a blanket, pulled out her phone, and scrolled to my name. As for me, I was sipping top-shelf wine with a full feast spread out before me. The moment my phone buzzed, a mocking smile tugged at my lips. In the apocalypse, watching women like this struggle in agony was more entertaining than any movie. I opened it. It was Lynn Canning. Zhang Yi, I just saw you tell Fong Yuqing off. I'm honestly so happy for you. The truth is, I've always known she was a gold digger and never really took you seriously. I've been hoping all along that you'd see through her. This is great. Congratulations on finally waking up. I chuckled. Plastic BFFs. She'd sold Fong Yuqing out just like that. Made sense though. Birds of a feather. Neither of these two was any good. I replied, yeah, it's nothing. She kept going. It really hurt watching you chase after her all this time. Zhang Yi. The text cuts off at the end. Zhang Yi. Let me know if you'd like me to continue once you have more, or adjust the tone/style anywhere. Actually, I've always liked you, you know. Now that you don't want her anymore, let's be together. I almost spat out my red wine. This gold digger sure was direct. Looks like these past 10 days had been really rough on her. Back in the day, Lynn Canning couldn't have cared less about me. Her looks were average at best, yet she genuinely thought she was some kind of goddess. Now, seeing me reject Fong Yuqing and noticing how comfortable my life was, she immediately swooped in to take advantage. I sighed. Did this woman think I was some junk collector? At least Fong Yuqing knew how to act cute and dress up. What did Lynn Canning have going for her besides being shameless and self-absorbed? But I've got a bit of a mean streak, so I smirked and replied, oh, really? But I just chewed Fong Yuqing out. You two are best friends. Wouldn't hooking up with me ruin your friendship? Lynn Canning's eyes lit up. Sensing an opening, she didn't hesitate. Best friends? Please, we're just roommates. To win me over, she dumped out all of Fong Yuqing's dirty secrets. You have no idea how much I can't stand her. That woman is unbelievably lazy. These past few days she said it was too cold, so she wouldn't even go to the bathroom. She'd pee into water bottles instead. Absolutely disgusting. She acts all innocent, but she's out at clubs every night chasing men. She throws herself at any rich kid she meets, and when she's short on cash, she goes out and sells herself. She only makes $5 grand a month. Where else would she get money for all that makeup and designer bags? $1,500 a night. So cheap. I have zero respect for a woman like that. That was the first I'd heard of Fong Yuqing's little side hustle. Listening to it made my teeth clench. The world felt more absurd by the minute. Thankfully, I wasn't a complete idiot. I may have chased her, but at least I never sank to being some pathetic simp like Zhou Peng. Lin Kaining was on a roll now. She acts pure, but she's had multiple abortions. Back in college, she was kept by a few construction contractors for 4 whole years. As I listened, I quietly recorded the whole screen. You could tell she'd been holding a grudge against Fong Yuqing for ages. Fong Yuqing was prettier than her, better at playing coy. Lin Kaining could only ever be the backdrop. And really, how many women in this world are truly happy to play second fiddle to someone else? Why do you think the goddesses in college always have the ugly, chubby girls as their best friends? Having vented, she went back to confessing. Zhang Yi, do you know how much it hurt watching you chase her all these years? Now I can finally tell you. Let me be your girlfriend. I promise I'll love you right. Besides, you must be lonely all alone at home right now. Having a woman around could really help you out with a lot of things. She was practically spelling it out now. Let her through my door, and I could do whatever I wanted with her. Too bad I wanted nothing to do with this trash. I forwarded their entire chat history to Fong Yuqing, then replied to Lin Kaining. As touching as that is, I think I'll pass. She wouldn't give up. Why? Don't you need a woman right now? Fighting back my disgust, I spoke into the phone. I do like women, that's true. But you're just too ugly. Then I muted the phone and tossed it aside. When Lin Kaining heard that voice message, her face went green. He called her ugly? Slander. This was pure, shameless slander. Every time she posted a photoshopped picture online, plenty of people praised her as a total beauty. Right as she was seething, a shriek suddenly cut through the air. Lin Kaining, you filthy bitch. Fong Yuqing had seen all the trash talk, and she exploded on the spot. The two of them went at each other, pulling hair, clawing arms, fighting until they had no strength left. Even then, they kept glaring daggers at each other. If it hadn't been so bitterly cold, and if they weren't stuck under the same roof, they'd have gladly killed each other. Lin Kaining knew exactly what had happened, of course, and she hated me for it. But just like Fong Yuqing, more than hate, what they really felt was envy. If I'd offered to let them in for even a bite of food right then, they'd have thrown away their dignity in a heartbeat and crawled to me like dogs. As for me, I went on living my plain, boring, comfortably wealthy life as usual. Every night, I'd turn on the TV and watch the news, something I never used to bother with. It was still heavily sugar-coated, but at least it gave me some idea of what was happening out there. Official notice from Tianhai City. To meet electricity demand, power will be supplied daily from 1 to 2 in the afternoon. High-wattage appliances cannot be used. Only low-power devices such as kettles and cell phones. With all major power plants shut down and energy in critically short supply, citizens are urged to conserve electricity to avoid large-scale, prolonged blackouts. I raised an eyebrow. In reality, power had been flickering on and off these past few days, maybe an hour at a time, sometimes only a dozen minutes. That they were still willing to share electricity with ordinary people, even for a brief moment, was probably the most they could do. Nearly every power plant in the world had gone dark. Until the Ice Age ended, energy would only grow scarcer. But it wasn't the content that caught my attention, it was the anchorwoman's tone. This time she was dead serious, and she dropped the usual reassure the public act. That meant one thing. The authorities had given up on hiding the disaster. They'd lost control, and now they had no choice but to release everything, so people would face reality sooner and figure out how to survive on their own. Sure enough, the moment I opened my phone, every group chat had erupted. Some cursed the government's inaction, some cried in despair, but most were buying up supplies at sky-high prices. Instant noodles that went for 2,000 a pack 2 days ago now cost 5,000. I was speechless again. Human greed on full display. They knew perfectly well it was the apocalypse, that money would be useless soon, yet they still traded away their food for cash. I said nothing. Like a bystander, I watched it all unfold with cold detachment. Life has to go on. Even without hope, nobody wants to die. Dragging on is still better than nothing. So no matter how much they cursed and argued, the next day they'd be right back to clawing desperately for survival. The water pipes had frozen, making water a huge problem for the whole complex. To get any, you had to brave the negative 70-degree cold outside and head down to the ground floor to scoop up snow. But even then, it wouldn't melt. It was minus 50 or 60 degrees indoors too, and the ice was hard as concrete. Some people got so crazed with thirst they tried licking it, only to have their tongues freeze and stick fast, tearing off in the process. Over the past few days, my security cameras had shown me that Chun Jinghao's men kept coming around to spy. They were convinced I'd have to go out for water eventually, and they planned to take me out when I did. But day after day passed, and they never caught even a glimpse of me. How could they have known? I had enough supplies that, if I wanted, I could live out the rest of my days in this apartment without ever worrying about food or clothing. Chun Jinghao's still not dead? Tough bastard, I muttered to myself. He'd taken an arrow to the shin, and can't get proper treatment. That leg's done for. Once the wound gets infected, he's as good as dead. Not to mention in this kind of extreme cold, even a tiny cut could turn into a raging fever. It's a miracle he's even alive. Maybe the temperature's so low that even viruses can't survive, so that's why he didn't die? I don't know anything about medicine, so I couldn't figure it out. But it didn't matter. Whoever lives or dies out there has nothing to do with me. Chun Jinghao dying was just a matter of time. Early the next morning, I woke up and groggily reached for my phone. Checking group messages, browsing forums, watching what was happening outside. That was my biggest source of entertainment now. Watching other people struggle to survive in the brutal cold while I lived like I was in heaven. That contrast felt amazing. It was perfect for killing boredom and the occasional loneliness. Compared to those people freezing, starving, hanging on by a thread, I was luckier than I could even count. But when I opened my phone, the first thing I saw was a message from Fang Yuqing. Zhang Yi, I'm sorry. I was probably just too cold yesterday, in a bad mood, and I shouldn't have snapped at you. You were right. I used to be too naive and immature. I couldn't see who really cared about me. Now I finally understand that the person who's best to me is you. Honestly, I really like you too. Will you forgive me? Let's make a good life together from now on. I want to be your woman. You must be lonely all by yourself, right? I can come over and keep you company. I let out a sigh. The ice-cold, untouchable Fang Yuqing had finally, in the face of disaster, thrown away every last shred of her dignity and arrogance. Even after I'd mocked her so ruthlessly, she still had to swallow her pride and come crawling back to me. Tisk, TSK, TSK. I shook my head. My past self had been such an idiot. If I'd known she was this kind of girl, I could have had her easily. People like Fang Yuqing, worthless, yet always putting on that noble goddess act. Cheap as they come, yet pretending to be so pure. I typed back. A rotten pear can still quench thirst, but I'm not that desperate yet. After all, I'm a man with an inherited skill up my sleeve. And if worse came to worst, I had plenty of toys stashed in my other dimensional space. Top of the line, ultra-realistic products made in Japan. It's not that I wanted them. The Walmart warehouse just had an absurdly complete selection of everything. I closed out of Fang Yuqing's chat and opened up Lin Koenig's. This woman was even bolder than Fang Yuqing. She probably knew she couldn't compete with Fong Yuqing on looks, so instead of fighting a losing battle, she just sent me a bunch of selfies, all the suggestive kind. In the old days, these photos would have been enough to socially destroy her. I quickly replied. My heart didn't skip a beat. If anything, I kind of want to laugh. Then I ignored her. I knew that once these two women had seen the good life at my place, they'd do whatever it took to worm their way in. They were already tossing aside their dignity to beg me now. Going forward, they'd only get more shameless. But so what? I'd spent a fortune turning my home into an iron fortress precisely to handle any situation. When Fong Yuqing and Lin Canning got my replies, they were so furious they cursed up a storm. They'd thrown away all their pride, groveling and begging me. Lin Canning had even photographed every angle and pose she could manage. And I said it made me want to laugh. The ultimate humiliation. Life now was like hell, starving and freezing all at once. My house was the last hope in their hearts. Fong Yuqing gritted her teeth, a vicious glint flashing in her eyes. If there's no other way, we'll break into his place. I'm done starving. Worst case, we just kill Zhang Yi. As long as she could move in, she'd do whatever it took. But she was still just a woman. She'd never break down the door and beat me in a fight. At that thought, her cold gaze turned toward next door. She and Lin Canning had already fallen out, but right now, she needed backup. She ran over to Lin Canning and said, that scumbag Zhang Yi is watching us starve and freeze and still won't let us in. A house that nice, he doesn't deserve to live there. Let's find a way to take it. Lin Canning's eyes lit up with greed. I'm in. He should get thrown out, freeze to death, get mauled by stray dogs. That house belongs to us. Out of hatred for me and hunger for my home, these two fake sisters forged a temporary alliance once again. But when it came to how to actually take it, the two of them deliberated for a long time. Just the two of us might not beat him. We need reinforcements. Lin Canning gritted her teeth. Should we call over a few of the neighbors? Fong Yuqing shot her a cold glare. Are you stupid? However many supplies he's got, it won't be enough to split among that many people. The fewer people who know, the better. Then what do we do? Fong Yuqing said smugly. Call Zhou Peng. Zhou Peng was her loyal lapdog, did whatever she said. Back when I chased after Fong Yuqing, at least I had some sense and wouldn't let her push me around. But Zhou Peng was completely brainless. If Fong Yuqing told him to go die, he'd do it. Fong Yuqing called him right away. By this point, Zhou Peng was starving down to skin and bones. He'd been a warehouse worker with a decent stash of food at home, but he'd given most of it to Fong Yuqing. He still hadn't realized he was just being played. Instead, he was moved by his own devotion, convinced that after giving so much, Fong Yuqing would surely marry him someday. The moment he saw her call, he was so thrilled he forgot all about his hunger and the cold, scurrying over eagerly. The second he walked in, Fong Yuqing pressed up against him, sobbing about how I'd taken advantage of her. Boo-hoo. Zhang Yi is an animal. I just asked for a little food, and he wanted me to sleep with him. Zhou Peng, you know me. I'm not that kind of woman. Watching her cry like a rain-drenched blossom, and thinking about how she'd come to him first when she needed help, Zhou Peng felt warm all over. So this is love. He pounded his chest. Zhang Yi really is trash. Treating you like that, I'll kill him. Fong Yuqing and Lin Canning exchanged a glance. This simp is so easy to fool. Before they even had to use the lines they'd prepared, he'd volunteered to handle everything himself. Fong Yuqing linked her arm through his, her eyes seductive. He's got a ton of food stockpiled, and he even installed a fireplace. It's so warm in there. Why should a scumbag like that get to live there? Zhou Peng, let's take the house, and we'll all live there together, okay? Zhou Peng had never liked me to begin with. I was better looking, richer, and back then Fong Yuqing had treated me better too. Now, with her arm hooked through his, a victor's thrill surged through him. Huh, sure, leave it to me, Fong Yuqing added. But be careful. Zhang Yi is selfish and shameless. He might fight back. Let's bring weapons and strike first. Beside them, Lin Canning said viciously. If you ask me, we should just beat him to death. She hated me the most. She'd sent me her private photos, and not only was I unmoved, I'd even said her skin was too dark. If word of that ever got out there, she just wanted to die. So I have to die. Zhou Peng hesitated. Murder, it sounded easy enough, but at the end of the day, they'd all spent 20-some years living in a civilized society. Fong Yuqing's face soured instantly. What? You don't agree? After the way he humiliated me, you're getting cold feet? Guess all that talk about loving me was just talk. Zhou Peng's simp instincts kicked in. No, no, no. I'll do whatever you say, okay? As long as he could have her, he'd kill for it. In the apocalypse, morality was already crumbling anyway. Then there's no time to waste. Let's go now. Trick him into opening the door first, and the second he does, Fong Yuqing made a throat-slitting gesture. Lin Canning pulled out the gear she'd prepped, 2 cleavers and a steel pipe pried loose from somewhere. Zhou Peng grabbed one of the cleavers and stuffed it inside his thick down jacket. The three of them stormed up to my door, murder in the air. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning pressed themselves against either side of the door, gripping their weapons, staying clear of the peephole. They shot Zhou Peng a look. Knock, lure him out. Zhou Peng touched the cleaver against his chest, worked up his nerve, and rapped on the door. Zhang Yi, you home? It's me, Zhou Peng. I froze. Zhou Peng. Sure, we both worked at the warehouse, but we'd never gotten along. We'd even clashed over chasing Fang Yuqing. This guy showing up couldn't mean anything good, and in the apocalypse, there was no such thing as good news. Instead of opening the door, I switched on the TV to check the security cameras. Sure enough, there they were. Two women flattened against either side of the door, cleavers and a steel pipe in hand, faces twisted with killing intent. Even though I'd been expecting something, I still sucked in a sharp breath. You want to kill me? As if you're good enough. I sneered, my own killing intent bleeding into my eyes. Who killed who? That was still up in the air. When no one answered, Zhou Peng pounded harder. Zhang Yi, open up. I've got something important to tell you. I smirked, pulled out the gun, clicked off the safety, and walked to the door. Who is it? Zhou Peng quickly waved the two women into position. It was their first time doing anything like this, and they were nervous, but the thought of killing me and moving into a warm home stocked with food steadied their eyes in an instant. Zhou Peng put on a pleading voice. Zhang Yi, I'm all out of food. Come on, we're co-workers, spare me a little. As he spoke, his hand crept toward the cleaver's handle. I leaned against the door, my voice flat. I'm out of food too. Can't help you. The two women cursed him silently. Out of food. So those 7 or 8 boxes of dried scallops and abalone in the kitchen were fake. Zhou Peng gritted his teeth and pulled out a box of pills. I'm not asking for a handout. I'll trade you. A box of ibuprofen. In the freezing cold, plenty of people were coming down with colds and fevers. Medicine could save a life. It was worth just as much as food. To trick me into opening the door, he'd brought out his precious stash of ibuprofen. But behind the door, I was busy figuring out how to deal with them. Kill them? Easy. Gun or crossbow, one shot, and they'd be dead. But just killing them was too boring. In the apocalypse, death was a release. It was staying alive that was hell without end. I wasn't going to let these 3 lowlifes off that easy. I thought it over and got an idea. I walked to the trash can and grabbed an empty Mizone bottle. I'd just downed a few beers, and nature was calling. So I aimed at the bottle's mouth and let it flow. Ibuprofen? Not bad. Let me think about it. I kept up the lazy chit-chat while I relieved myself. The people outside faintly heard the trickling sound, unsure what it was, but they figured I was softening, and their faces lit up with excitement. Zhou Peng blurted out. Yeah, open up and we'll trade. I don't want much, just 2 packs of instant noodles. At neighborhood prices, ibuprofen was worth at least 5 packs. He'd deliberately lowballed it, just to get me to open the door. 2 packs. I'd hate for you to get shortchanged. That'd be too embarrassing. I finished up, and now I had a bottle brimming with fresh, iced tea, still frothy on top. Thinking he'd taken the bait, Zhou Peng pressed himself against the door. It's fine. I'm starving. Better you than some stranger. Now open up. I climbed onto a stool up to the firing slot in the door, aimed at the 3 of them outside, and poured that warm, fresh bottle of iced tea right down over them. The 3 of them were drenched, caught completely off guard. The 2 women shrieked. What is this stuff? It's warm water. It's even steaming. Feeling the warmth, they were actually a little happy at first. But in less than a second, the sharp stench hit them. This is piss. Oh. The 2 women screamed like slaughtered pigs, dropping to the ground, retching violently. Zhou Peng's eyes went red with rage as he hammered on the door. Zhang Yi, get your ass out here. I'll kill you. But the heavy alloy door didn't budge an inch. Instead, it left his hands throbbing in pain. From inside came my delighted laughter. How'd my piss taste? Refreshing? Bunch of brain-dead idiots, trying to con me. As if you're up to it. Only then did they realize I'd seen through them all along. Shocked and furious, they screamed curses at the door. Zhou Peng snarled. Damn it. I shouldn't have wasted words on you. Just wait. I'm coming in there to kill you. He dropped the act, yanked the cleaver out of his jacket, and hacked at the door for all he was worth. An ordinary door was wood. Break the lock and you're in. But mine was one solid piece of alloy, tough enough to shrug off an RPG. Zhou Peng's chop was like hitting a steel plate. The door didn't move a hair, and the massive recoil sent the cleaver flying right out of his hands. The blade grazed past his head, carving a long gash, while the shock split the web of his hand open, blood pouring out. Fun fact, human skin is more fragile in winter, and pain feels far more intense. Zhou Peng was scared stiff. If that blade had veered just a bit more, it would have caught him in the face. But the searing pain quickly snapped him out of his daze. Ah! The 2 women took one look, and terror overrode everything. They abandoned Zhou Peng and fled in a panic. I watched it all unfold from inside my room. weighing the pistol in my hand, wondering whether to charge out and put a bullet in each of them. Didn't even need to kill them, just wound them a little. In this frozen apocalypse, that would make them wish they were dead. But after thinking it over, I let it go. Why? Because out there stood 3 rabid dogs. Odds were I could wound them if I went out, but there was still that fraction of a percent chance one of them turned it around and killed me. Gambling with my own life? That's something I'd never do. That's right, I'm the king of playing it safe. Life's this comfortable. Why get reckless over pride? Doesn't matter. I'll just outlast them right here and see how many days they can survive in the apocalypse. Calm and content, I settled back onto the couch and went back to my game. Meanwhile, Zhou Peng and the others fled back to Fang Yuqing's place. Zhou Peng sat on the couch, trembling. He'd just barely survived, my heart still pounding just thinking about it. The moment Fang Yuqing saw the piss dripping off him onto her couch, she shrieked, "Ugh, get off. Who said you could sit on my couch?" She was heartbroken over the couch and disgusted by the piss soaking Zhou Peng. He'd been standing right in the doorway earlier, so he'd caught the worst of it. Zhou Peng felt wronged. He'd only gone after me because Fang Yuqing told him to, and now here he was, drenched in piss, shivering from the cold, hurt all over, and this was how she treated him. But a simp is always a simp. On second thought, Zhou Peng figured she had a point. He hadn't gotten the job done, and he was filthy, so how could he go dirtying his goddess's couch? He scrambled to his feet and apologized. "Sorry, Yuqing, it's all my fault. Please don't be mad." Fang Yuqing waved her hand. "Just get lost. We need to change." Zhou Peng slunk away. The 2 women went to their rooms to change, but even afterward that sharp stench lingered. It wasn't just their clothes. It had soaked into their hair, their skin, even trickled down their necks and under their collars. It was so cold that taking a shower would basically be a death wish, so they didn't dare. They just had to grit their teeth and endure the disgust. Their little operation had failed, and they'd gotten pissed on for their trouble. Now they hated me even more. Zhang Yi's too cunning. He's not going to be easy to deal with. Damn it. No matter what, I'm taking that apartment of his. Think harder. I refuse to believe he doesn't have a weakness. Right as they were scheming, I sent Fang Yuqing a message. This time it was piss. Next time I'll dump shit on you too. Honestly, I'd thrown this together in a hurry. If I'd had time to prepare, I definitely would have served up the real deal. Both women turned green. If they'd actually gotten shit dumped on them, they'd have wanted to die. I closed the chat. Even though I'd muted the notifications, the message count kept climbing. No need to look to know none of it was pleasant. I hopped into the residence group chat and walked right into a good show. Ever since Chun Jinghao stole her home, Auntie Lin seemed to have lost it. She kept firing off voice messages, demanding everyone hand over their supplies to her. I'm the neighborhood committee director. Anyone who disobeys, once the snow melts, I'll have you all arrested. You hear me? Answer me. You'd all better bring your food to my place today. But this time hardly anyone bothered with her. 10 some days in, everyone had seen the big picture clearly. The authorities couldn't possibly look after every individual, and her precious neighborhood committee meant absolutely nothing. She couldn't scare anyone anymore. Instead, she got a face full of mockery. Damn old hag. Why don't you just drop dead already? You conned a whole case of instant noodles out of my family. I haven't even settled that score with you. Someone dug up old grudges. If you hadn't kept telling us everything was fine and not to stockpile, would we be in this mess? That single remark instantly set everyone's fury ablaze. When the snow first fell, it was cold outside, but people still wanted to go out and buy supplies. Auntie Lin kept insisting the snowstorm would pass quickly and that anyone caught hoarding would be dealt with, so nobody dared to go out. A few days later, the heavy snow sealed off every road, and going outside became impossible. If not for her, everyone could have stockpiled at least 2 extra weeks of supplies. Damn old hag, look what you've done. It's all your fault, you menace. The neighbors tore into her. Just then, that rich kid Su Hao popped up too, buying supplies at top dollar, food, drinks, anything. 10 grand for a pack of instant noodles, 5 grand for a bottle of water. Instant noodles were going for 10 grand now. Su Hao was truly desperate. If he didn't spend his money soon, it'd be worthless paper. I shook my head. What kind of situation did he think this was, still trying to buy things with cash? The words had barely left him when someone jumped in. I've got a little food. I can sell you some. I was speechless. Seems there's always someone greedy enough to risk their life for money. No matter how slim the hope, some people are still betting the snowstorm won't last long. But I was the only one who knew. This snowstorm would drag on for an unimaginably long time. Even after the snow stopped, the whole world would take ages to recover. By then, money would be worth less than scrap paper. At least scrap paper can wipe your ass. That thought sparked a wicked little idea in my head. My warehouse had more toilet paper than I could ever use, but my neighbors surely didn't have much. Once they ran out, what were they going to wipe with? I shook my head again and laughed. They're barely eating enough as it is. They probably don't have much to wipe anyway. Still, it proved one thing. The fragile peace being maintained now was about to shatter. I knew all too well what kind of beasts people become once food runs out completely. The next day, Fong Yuqing and Lin Caning came knocking again. They begged pitifully outside my door, saying they were freezing to death and pleading with me to let them in. I ignored them completely. Freezing to death? That was exactly what I wanted to see. When I didn't respond, they switched tactics. For old time's sake, they said, even just a little food would do. Through my security cameras, I saw that this time they'd actually shown up carrying umbrellas. Clearly the piss from yesterday had left them traumatized. But I wasn't dumb enough to open the door. If I had to guess, they both had knives hidden on them, ready to stab me the second they got the chance and take the apartment and supplies. I thought for a moment, then opened my dimensional space. The warehouse was piled with all kinds of odds and ends I never really used. I'd just grabbed them on impulse back then. The space was huge, so they didn't take up any room. I never expected they'd come in handy now. I pulled 2 stink bombs from the toy section. These things were made for pranks. Once lit, they released an absolutely revolting stench that was nearly impossible to wash out, even with water and detergent. Listening to the 2 women outside, I let out a little chuckle, lit the stink bombs, and tossed them through the shooting slot above my door. The instant the stink bombs hit the ground, a thick cloud of black smoke erupted, and the reeking stench filled the entire hallway in seconds. When Fong Yuqing and Lin Caning caught that smell, like a manure vat that had been sealed shut for 10 years, they started puking on the spot. Bleg, what is that Bleg? Zhang Yi, Bleg, you're shameless. The stench grew thicker, and the 2 of them bolted. I wasn't worried about it seeping into my place. With the shooting slot closed, the whole apartment was semi-sealed. Air could still circulate, but the place had been built with an air filtration system, so no odors or harmful gases could get in. Watching those 2 women on the cameras, retching as they stumbled away, I burst out laughing. Soon enough, though, my next-door neighbor came to complain. Zhang Yi, what the hell did you throw out by your door? It reeks. Could you show a little consideration for your neighbors? Next door was a young couple who'd moved in 2 years ago. We'd never really interacted, a nod in the elevator at most. And in times like these, I couldn't be bothered to maintain any neighborly relations at all. In this apocalypse, everything I do is only about keeping myself safe. I couldn't care less about what happens to anyone else. Hell, if taking someone out means I get to live safe and comfortable, I'll do it without blinking. You can't afford any bleeding heart nonsense in the end times. The second it shows up, you stamp it out. Don't like it? Come fight me then. With that, I just blocked my neighbor. Like I said before, I couldn't be bothered wasting my breath arguing. Sure enough, that neighbor started trash-talking me in the group chat. Too bad nobody had the energy to care about that petty crap. I chuckled to myself. Having no conscience actually felt pretty damn good. That afternoon, I was jolted awake from my nap. Bang! A deafening blast exploded in the stairwell, echoing through the entire building. My expression froze. That sounded like a gunshot. Someone in this complex actually had a gun? Not sure if it was a gun or firecrackers. I hurried to the living room and turned on the TV to check the security feed. What I saw made my pupils shrink. Outside the third-floor unit, Chen Jinghao, the guy with the broken leg, stood there gripping a black pistol, its cold gleam sending a chill down my spine. That unit's door was open, and from the camera angle, I could just make out a pair of legs. Chen Jinghao's flunkies were strolling out with food, candles, and other supplies, grinning ear to ear. It was obvious, the people in that third-floor unit were dead. And even if they weren't, taking a bullet and getting all their supplies stolen meant they wouldn't last more than a few days. It was 10 in the morning. This was usually when every household went out together to dig up snow and melt it for drinking water. Working together temporarily raised the temperature in the stairwell, keeping it from getting too cold. Without water, you couldn't survive, so this was a daily routine. Chen Jinghao had timed his move perfectly. Ding dong. My phone chimed, a message in the main group chat. Chen Jinghao had sent a voice message. The whole city's snowed in now. Nobody's coming to save you. You've only got yourselves. So I, Chen Jinghao, am taking on the responsibility of being the leader of Building 25. From now on, what I say goes around here. Play nice and do as you're told, and I'll make sure you stay alive. But anyone who wants to stick their neck out? Haha. Then he sent 2 photos, one of the gun in his hand, the other of the third-floor resident lying in a pool of blood. The usually chatty group chat went dead silent in an instant. Everyone was stunned by the bloody scene. In peacetime, they'd never witnessed anything like this, couldn't have even imagined it. But now the brutal reality was staring them in the face. In this building trapped by the blizzard, other people were hell. Nobody dared to talk back to Chen Jinghao. Everyone was afraid to die. Lying on my couch, I couldn't help but comment, Chen Jinghao's a clever one. No wonder he's made it as a street thug. He mixed threats with promises instead of just relying on fear. Because he only had one gun, and nobody knew how many bullets were left. But I knew for a fact he didn't have many. Guns were tightly controlled in this country. Back when I bought mine, even after shelling out a fortune, the dealer only sold me 100 rounds. And he only had 5 or 6 flunkies. This building had around 50 units and over 100 people. If everyone got pushed to the breaking point, one crippled guy wouldn't stand a chance. So mixing threats with promises, dangling a carrot while wielding a stick, was the best way to keep the residents in line. Human nature has always feared death. Even though they all understood that if Chun Jinghao could kill the third floor today, they could be next tomorrow, they still clung to wishful thinking. The people on the upper floors thought, he killed the third floor today, he'll kill the fourth tomorrow, so it'll be at least 2 weeks before he gets to me. Why should I risk my life? The people below will definitely resist first. The people on the fourth floor thought, he might not kill in order. If I resist, I'll die first for sure. Better to just hunker down at home. Maybe someone else will die before me. And so on. I shrugged. None of this was my problem. Other people were too scared to stand up to Chen Jinghao, but I wasn't afraid of him at all. The moment he dared show up at my door, his life would be in my hands. As for whether my other neighbors lived or died, not my concern in the slightest. They chose to bury their heads in the sand and refused to fight back, and I had zero interest in playing the martyr and sacrificing myself to save others. Just then, my phone suddenly buzzed with a rapid string of ding-dongs. I looked. Hundreds of new messages had popped up in an instant. I'd been added to a new group chat. Curious, I opened it up. Turns out the residents had created a new group, one without Chen Jinghao and his crew. Looks like the threat of death Chen Jinghao brought had made some people realize they needed to band together for safety. I said nothing. After all, my own safety wasn't an issue at all. I just wanted to see what kind of chaos this crowd could actually stir up. The moment the new group formed, the residents and tenants started chattering away in a panic. Chen Jinghao is a straight-up devil. He's robbed 3 units in a row, breaking down every door. Those 2 young guys in 301 had a temper and tried to fight back. He shot them dead on the spot. 302 and 401 got so scared they handed over all their food and water without a fight. Ugh, with no food or water at home. Aren't we all just waiting to die? Someone burst out with righteous anger. We have to unite and take down that bully Chen Jinghao together. Others immediately jumped in. Exactly, there are so many of us. Why should we be scared of his 5 or 6 guys? As long as we stick together, he's nothing to fear. But someone cautioned. But he's got a gun. So what if he has a gun? How many bullets can one gun even hold? We all rush him at once. He won't be able to stop us. One front kick with my left, one whip kick with my right, and I guarantee he'll be flat on the ground and won't get up. His leg's already busted. Without that gun, I could take him down myself. Everyone was working themselves into a frenzy, like they wanted to charge over to Chun Jinghao's place and execute him right then and there. Then someone chimed in. So when exactly are we making our move? The group went silent in an instant. Talking big was easy, but when it came to actually risking their necks, nobody was so sure anymore. Everyone understood the logic, but nobody wanted to be the one charging out front and catching a bullet. All that pretty talk was really just them trying to trick someone else into taking the shots. No rush, we'll definitely take him down. He's a desperate man with a few thugs backing him up. We need to plan carefully, right? Charging in blind is for fools. We need to win with brains. I curled my lip. A second ago they were shouting he was nothing to fear, bragging about their front kicks and whip kicks. Now that it's time to actually do it, suddenly it's win with brains. Unbelievable. Just then, Uncle Yu, the complex's security guard, suddenly spoke up. We can't let Chen Jinghao keep. If this keeps up, if he keeps going, he's going to get us all killed. Even if we don't get shot, they'll rob us blind, and we'll starve to death anyway. I'll take the lead. Everyone come with me, and we'll teach these sons of bitches a lesson. Uncle Yu was usually a man of few words. A veteran, straightforward, and full of passion, he was well respected in the complex. Facing scum like Chen Jinghao, who treated human life like dirt, he was burning with rage. Uncle Yu, you're the man. A true soldier of the people. Awesome. Uncle Yu, I support you. Need a weapon? You can borrow my kitchen knife. I've got a Longquan sword I bought on a trip last year. Cuts through iron like butter. It's yours. Chen Jinghao's just a cripple. Uncle Yu, wait for your chance and sneak up on him from behind. Everyone kept hyping him up, throwing out suggestions left and right. But not a single one of them said they'd go with him. Uncle Yu is speechless. There are 5 or 6 of them, and they've got guns. Me going alone definitely won't work. I need at least a dozen guys with me to have a chance. I was a soldier, I know how to fight. I can lead the way. The households with adult men suddenly went dead silent. But the female owners with no men at home, people like Fang Yuqing, suddenly acted like they were hopped up on something. Exactly. We women are weak. We can't deal with scum like this. Men of Building 25, now's the time to show us what real men are made of. The men in our building are all real men. You've got to succeed. Time to show off that chivalry of yours. Protect us delicate women. Naturally, the adult men weren't having it. Some of them were single, living alone, or renting with friends. Risking their lives to fight off thugs wasn't entirely out of the question. But seeing these female owners playing the militant feminist card, acting like it was these men's obvious duty to go throw their lives away, that's when they weren't so willing anymore. Oh please. Normally it's ladies first for everything. But now that there's danger, suddenly we should go first? On what grounds? You want equality so bad? Then let's go together. You're always so tough talking online. Got the guts to go fight Qin Jinghao yourself? It's not that I won't risk my life, but I'm only protecting my own wife and kids. Seeing the men refuse to go, the female owners immediately turned nasty and started cursing. Are you even men? Isn't this exactly the time you should step up? Making women take the risk. The nerve you have, saying that out loud. Total cowards, absolutely disgusting. When I get married, I'll never go for a guy like you. The group chat had been created to figure out how to deal with Qin Jinghao. Instead, it inexplicably turned into an argument over who should do the fighting, and then straight into a men versus women war. I just shook my head watching it. This storyline was exactly the same as my last life. This was exactly why, in my previous life, Qin Jinghao managed to kill half the people in the building and then keep everyone else in line with a single gun. Right up until they died, they only knew how to close their eyes, not even daring to put up a struggle. Uncle, you got anxious and appealed in the chat. Everyone stopped fighting. Dealing with Qin Jinghao is what matters most right now. There was a female owner on the 7th floor named Lu Tiantian, 22, a fresh graduate and little princess type, one of the main instigators in the flame war. Tempers were running high, and she'd fire off insults the moment she saw a man speak. Even when kind-hearted Uncle Yu opened his mouth, she was quick to peck out a reply with 2 fingers. Uncle Yu, cut the good guy act. You were a soldier. You can fight so well. You should be the first one to charge in. There are so many men in our building. Trade 1 for 1 with them, and everyone else is safe, right? Society clearly values us women more now. You men's only purpose is to serve us women. I hope every coward in this chat remembers that. Don't make me say it twice. Lu Tiantian's words got her instantly mocked by a whole crowd of male owners. It was the end of the world. Who was still going to indulge these little princesses? You really think you're something special? You want us to protect you with our lives? You're not even worth it. The insulted Uncle Yu was even more at a loss for words. He'd been looking out for everyone's good. How had it earned him this kind of treatment? A quiet man, he couldn't out-argue anyone, so he just shut up and said nothing more. Watching this flame war unfold in the group, I found it quite the lively show, pretty entertaining as a joke. After all, entertainment options were limited these days. In short, I had one conclusion. The vast majority of people in this chat deserved to die. The flame war grew fiercer. They'd probably been holding it in too long, and now that they'd finally found an outlet, everything came pouring out. The most vicious, most filthy language filled the entire chat, unbearable to read. In the end, they'd even forgotten why they'd made the group in the first place. I set my phone aside and headed to the kitchen. There was plenty of ready-made food in my spatial dimension, but every now and then I liked to cook something myself and enjoy life a little. I took out ingredients from the dimension. Potatoes, scallions, ginger, garlic, so fresh they looked like they'd just been dug out of the ground. The beef brisket was tender too, its bright red flesh mouth-watering at a glance. Walmart really is the world's #1 supermarket. No complaints about the quality of what they stock. I stewed a pot of beef brisket with potatoes, and following the way you make earthen pot chicken, I stuck a few flatbreads around the rim of the pot. Once it was done, the bread had soaked up all the broth, absolutely fragrant. Picking up my phone, I saw Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning had messaged me again. This time, it was desperate begging. Both were crying hard, clearly terrified by Qin Jinghao's killing. These 2 scheming, fake innocent types had no ability to deal with bad people, and they might well be Qin Jinghao's next targets. Especially after seeing how solid my security door was, they were even more convinced my place was a safe haven, and they wanted to move in. Zhang Yi, no matter how bad things got between us before, you at least loved me once, right? You can't just watch me die, can you? I know you talk tough, but you've got a soft heart. Please, save me. Lin Caning had even less shame than Fang Yuqing. Zhang Yi, I don't want to die. Just let me stay there, and I'll do anything you want. Please don't let me die at the hands of those people. I could feel the fear in their hearts. Honestly, if my place hadn't been reinforced and I were living in some cold, food-scarce apartment, my despair wouldn't be any less than theirs. But would I pity them? Huh, of course not. This scene was exactly what I most wanted to see. The more desperate they got, the more thrilled I was. I didn't reply. I just leisurely recorded a video and sent it over. In the video, before her sat a huge pot of braised beef brisket with potatoes, a fire roaring in the fireplace beside it. The room was warm and peaceful, a stark contrast to the raging blizzard outside. For the two of them right now, this was an unbearable temptation. After all, forget about eating their fill, their very survival was in question. The two women sent another flood of pleading messages, begging me to let them come in and live with us. I ignored them. Didn't agree, didn't refuse. I just wanted to leave them a sliver of hope, so that even knowing it was slim, they'd still come crawling and groveling at my feet. The day passed by, dull and uneventful. After seizing a batch of supplies, Chen Jinghao was in no rush to make his next move. He understood that pushing too hard would force all the residents to unite against him. Win some over, pacify some, then kill a few. That was the smartest play. But that night, through my surveillance cameras, I noticed movement from Chen Jinghao and his crew. The entire city of Tianhai had lost power at night. Mine was the only home still lit up, yet no one in the building had noticed. I watched a few of Chen Jinghao's underlings carry two corpses out the door. I took a closer look. The two of them seemed vaguely familiar. I knew pretty much every resident in the building, but these two clearly weren't from here. That meant they could only be the outside muscle Chen Jinghao had called in when the snow first started. A moment's thought, and I figured it out. That day, Chen Jinghao had brought his men to storm my place, and I'd blasted them soaking wet with the fire hose. And in this bitter cold, 60, 70 degrees below zero, that could easily be fatal. These two had most likely frozen to death. A cold or fever brought on by the low temperatures, with no warm shelter and no medicine like ibuprofen, death wouldn't be surprising at all. Otherwise, why do you think the average lifespan was so short in ancient times? The two bodies had been stripped of their clothes and dumped at the stairwell. I furrowed my brow, unable at first to figure out what they were after. If they wanted to dispose of bodies, they could have just tossed them out the window. The snow would bury everything. Why leave them at the door? But then my mind clicked, and a terrifying thought struck me. My pupils shrank sharply. Could it be that Chen Jinghao was keeping these two corpses as a backup food supply? The moment that thought surfaced, every hair on my body stood on end. But this explanation just happened to make the most sense. In this frozen wasteland, the entire world was one giant refrigerator. No need to worry about the bodies rotting at all. Modern people's understanding of the apocalypse mostly came from those end-of-the-world movies. And cannibalism was hardly rare in those films. Flip through history, and in years of great famine, accounts of people swapping children to eat and surviving on human flesh were written down in black and white. It was just that peace had lasted so long that some people had forgotten these things. Until the end of the world came. I took a deep breath, and my pounding heart quickly settled. Compared to the average person, I accepted this reality much faster. After all, I'd lived through an apocalypse once before, and I'd even been eaten as food. I knew that once people were pushed to the brink, they'd do anything cruel to survive, devouring anything edible. Chen Jinghao, you really are a ruthless one. Though I looked down on this so-called neighborhood boss, I couldn't help but sigh in admiration. A lot of people understood the logic, but someone who could actually turn his own brother's corpses into emergency rations before the food even ran out. If that wasn't downright inhuman, it was pretty close. After killing the resident in 301, the atmosphere throughout the building grew tense. That big group chat from before, now no one dared to say a word in it. Chen Jinghao seemed to have caught on that everyone had built a new group behind his back. But there was no way to stop that kind of thing, so all he could do was alternate between threats and enticements in the chat. Things are so tough right now. We're all just trying to survive. Nobody wants to kill anyone. If that punk in 301 hadn't attacked my guy first, I wouldn't have killed him by accident. I'm no monster. I hope we can all get along from now on. When we need something, we'll just borrow a little food, that's all. As long as you cooperate, I promise there won't be any trouble. The moment these words went out, some people really did let their guard down. Some even started to think that maybe it was just like Chen Jinghao said. The guy in 301 had struck first and gotten himself killed. Stockholm Syndrome. That's exactly what this was. In the despair of impending death, all it took was a little sweetness from their tormentor, and they were filled with gratitude. I remained like a bystander, watching coldly. No comments, no involvement. But inside, I'd grown a bit more wary of Chen Jinghao. My home was thoroughly fortified. With just his handful of men and that beat-up gun, there was no way they were breaking in. But in the apocalypse, a little extra caution never hurt. Cross me for real, and I'll find a chance to put him down, I thought coldly. This brief calm was shattered the very next day. Every household feared Chen Jinghao and didn't dare go out. But without going downstairs to chip ice for water, no one could survive. There was always someone who'd quietly open their door, hoping to sneak down and dig for snow while no one was looking, only to get caught red-handed by the lookouts Chen Jinghao had posted. The supplies they'd seized the first day had already been devoured by that pack of starving thugs. Now their eyes were red, and they saw every resident in the building as prey. Whoever they caught, they'd strip clean. Suddenly, a frantic cry for help popped up in the group chat. I took one look and grinned. The one crying for help was none other than Lu Tiantian, who lived on the 7th floor. Chen Jinghao lived on the 6th, right below her. That morning, she tried to sneak down to dig for snow under cover of darkness and got caught in the act. She lived alone, so she'd be easy to deal with. She'd been on Chen Jinghao's radar from the start. Cooped up for nearly half a month, that crew was itching for release and looking for a woman to take it out on. Lu Tiantian wasn't exactly pretty, but she was young and her figure wasn't bad. With limited options, they weren't picky. So the pack of thugs came charging up, wrenches and iron bars in hand, grinning ear to ear. Lu Tiantian scrambled to shut her door, and only in her desperation did she think to beg her neighbors for help. Boo-hoo-hoo, everyone please save me. They're smashing my door down. I'm begging you. They're going to kill me. Uncle you, please save me. Aren't you a veteran? There's no way they can take you. These people are savages. Everyone has to band together. If something happens to me, you'll be next. She sent voice message after voice message in the group chat, her voice choked with sobs. But yesterday, when she'd been throwing her weight around and snapping at a whole group of male residents, she certainly hadn't looked like this. Uncle Yu replied, "Young lady, this came out of nowhere. There's no way I can take on that many people by myself. He may be kind, but he's not going to throw his life away for nothing. Chen Jinghao has 5 or 6 guys with him, and they've got guns. Even if he'd served in the military, he couldn't hold them off. If everyone had agreed to form a security team yesterday, there might have been a chance to scare them off." When Lu Tiantian saw this, her heart went cold. She cursed through her tears. "You can't do this to me. You can't even protect one helpless girl. What kind of men are you? Boo-hoo. If I die, I'll come back as a ghost and haunt every last one of you." A few people had actually felt sorry for her, but the moment they saw her shamelessly guilt-tripping them, their tempers flared. On top of that, she trashed every man in the building just yesterday. Old grudges and new resentment all came due at once. "Oh yeah, sure, we're all garbage. Our little princess is so tough, she definitely doesn't need our help. Ha, the princess knows how to throw punches. Go beat him up yourself. Weren't you screaming pretty loud yesterday? Thought you were such a badass, and now you're begging us to save you. You might as well just die. One dead you means happiness for 1,000 families." The group chat erupted in cheerful laughter. Nobody pitied her hopeless situation. Instead, they gloated. After all, if her place got robbed, that meant they'd be safe for a while. Staring at all this cold mockery, Lu Tiantian fell into complete despair and turned to beg the female residents instead. Their replies were remarkably uniform. "We're all sisters here, but there's really nothing we can do in a situation like this. Stay strong, sis, hang in there. You've got my moral support. You've got to hold out. If they break in, who knows, they might do that to you. Yeah, with that many of them, they'll wreck you." Some offered half-hearted comfort. Others took a twisted pleasure in scaring her. Human joys and sorrows never really connect. The long isolation and constant threat of death had already warped a lot of people's minds. More and more people flooded into the chat, and the conversation turned truly ugly. "Hey girl, if you're going down, take one with you. Do the world a favor. Right, your place is getting robbed anyway. You won't survive. Might as well drag one down with you before you go." Lu Tiantian trembled with rage and was about to say something more when her door was kicked open with a bang. I was at home watching the security feed. Lu Tiantian let out a scream as a few thugs grabbed her legs and dragged her out. "Working out in weather this cold. You guys are seriously full of energy," I remarked. Made sense though. Nobody knew when they'd die anymore, and the first thing any living creature thinks about before death is passing on its genes. I took a bite of my chocolate bar and said to the monitor, "At this temperature, exposing even an inch of bare skin can be life-threatening, you know." Nobody actually witnessed what happened to Lu Tiantian afterward, but everyone could guess. What good could come of a girl falling into the jaws of a pack of wolves? Even if Chen Jinghao spared her life, she'd lost all her resources. She could only wait to die. Yet nobody felt any grief. If anything, they breathed a sigh of relief. At least Lu Tiantian could keep that crew fed for a while. But it also served as a wake-up call for the other residents. At this rate, none of them would last long. That afternoon, I found myself pulled into yet another group chat. I couldn't help but laugh. In this unstable environment, people grew more and more suspicious, and little cliques kept forming, as if huddling together would somehow make them stronger. There were only 6 or 7 people in the group. Zhou Peng, Fang Yuqing, and Lin Caning were all there, along with a few neighbors. I frowned, unsure what they were up to. It didn't take long for someone to make their move. "Fang Yuqing, at Zhangyi, it's too dangerous out there. Sooner or later Chen Jinghao is going to come for us. We have to band together." I replied flatly, "No thanks. I'm doing just fine on my own." "Lin Caning, you can't say that. You're all alone, and Chen Jinghao's got 5 or 6 men and guns. You're not safe either." I smirked. Why don't you go ask Chen Jinghao who broke his leg? He still doesn't dare come for revenge because he knows I'm a tough nut to crack. I asked, so what exactly do you want? Fang Yuqing jumped in. Living scattered like this is too dangerous. We've decided to move in together. That way we'll have the strength to fight back against Chen Jinghao. I laughed. What? You think huddling together means you won't have to worry about his guns anymore? Ridiculous. Sure, there's strength in numbers. If all 50-some households, over 100 people in this building, rushed him at once, they could stomp him to death one kick each. But they were all cowards. Grouping up was just for the psychological comfort of it. A guy named Sun Jichao spoke up. I remembered him as some white-collar finance type. With more people, at least they'll think twice. Plus, we can barricade the door together, so we don't have to worry about them breaking in. We just need a good base right now. Fang Yuqing immediately picked up on it. Zhang Yi, your place has a balcony, and your security door is especially sturdy. It's perfect for holding off Chen Jinghao. That's why we want you to join us, so we can all fight him together. Now I understood. Fang Yuqing must have told these people just how good my apartment was. In all likelihood, they already knew I had a perfect insulation setup and a big stockpile of food. I sneered. I could hear those wheels turning from a dozen floors away. I didn't mince words. I don't need it. Thanks. I'm perfectly comfortable on my own. If you want to shack up together, go find your own place. Was this a joke? 7 or 8 people crammed into my apartment. Nobody even knew who was still human and who was a monster. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Besides, I owed them nothing. Why should I? After being turned down, the people in the group were clearly displeased. Sun Jichao, Zhang Yi, all our lives are at stake. You can't be so short-sighted. Unity is the only way we survive. A woman named Wang Min chimed in too. It's only because your floor has a balcony that makes it easy to collect snow for water that we picked your place. You think we're trying to take advantage of you? We can protect you too, you know. I laughed so hard my face went crooked and typed back into the group. Protect me? A whole string of question marks, dripping with sarcasm. Do you people have any idea what my life is like right now? Protect me, the nerve. Curled up under her covers, Fang Yuqing pursed her lips and opened fire. She knew I hated her and would never let her through my door, which was exactly why she wanted to use the crowd to guilt-trip me. She figured that with lives on the line, I ought to be the bigger person, never mind how badly they'd treated me in the past. Lin Caning, Zhang Yi, fine, I admit they're begging you for help. But think about it. All you have to do is let us take shelter in your place, and you'll save 7 or 8 lives. Can you really stand by and watch us get killed by Chen Jinghao? We've been friends and neighbors for years. I did recognize all 7 or 8 of them. A few I'd actually gotten along with, and one was even an old coworker. They took turns pleading, asking me to let them in for old times' sake. Too bad. After being persecuted to death in my previous life, I was no longer that soft-hearted person. Those same people who'd once carved up my belongings for themselves, most of them were right there in this group. In the apocalypse, who talks about humanity? Surviving is the only thing that matters. I said, it's come to this, and now you want to talk? Everyone survives on their own merits. You're worthless to me. Why should I protect you? Then I left the group chat. Trying to freeload off me? Dream on. Only by having no morals could I avoid being manipulated. After that, I grabbed a box of chips from my spatial storage, walked over to the window, sank into my soft imported recliner, and settled in to munch while taking in the view outside. Say what you will, but setting aside the brutal cold, the snowscape was genuinely beautiful. The earth was blanketed in pure white, not a speck of color anywhere, a real feast for the eyes. Just then, I noticed a wobbling black appear from the 18th floor of the building ahead. A split second later, a scream full of pure desperation reached my ears. I was mid-bite when I caught sight of a black shadow plummeting through the air. Looking closer, I realized it was a person. In the blink of an eye, they slammed into a snowdrift 6 or 7 meters deep. It was 70-some degrees below zero out there. Buried under snow that thick, death was guaranteed. I glanced over at the other buildings, same situation everywhere. Supplies were running out. People were looting all over, even pulling knives on each other. Anywhere there were people, the place was rapidly turning into a living hell. As I ate my chips, I did some mental calculations. From now on, I'd have to watch out not just for the neighbors in my own building, but keep my guard up against survivors outside too. In the apocalypse, anything could happen. In Building 25, Chen Jinghao's crew had already raided several units, directly or indirectly killing 5 people. It had pushed a lot of residents to band together, crowding into shared apartments and barricading their doors with heavy objects to keep them out. As for water, they relied on scooping snow from windows and balconies. Fang Yuqing and the others had moved into Wang Min's place on the 18th floor. Wang Min was Zhou Peng's cousin. She ran a cosmetics business in Tianhai City, an independent, driven woman with some money to her name. Her place had 3 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, the same layout as mine. The rest of the group were her company colleagues and trusted friends. In the apocalypse, when you huddle together, you only dare bring in people you can trust. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning had only gotten in because Zhou Peng vouched for them. And their price of admission? Intel on my apartment. That day, a group of them sat in the living room bundled up in down jackets and scarves, all wearing sour expressions, because I'd turned down the offer to live together. Wang Min spoke coolly. I let you two in as a favor to my cousin, and you promised you'd convince Zhang Yi. Now he won't agree. So what are we supposed to do about that? Zhou Peng was a simp, but Wang Min was sharp as a tack. She'd seen right through these two girls. They were trouble. If it weren't for the angle involving me, she never would have let them in at all. Fang Yuqing quickly said, Wang Jia, Zhang Yi's place is loaded with supplies, and he's even got a fireplace installed. If we can just get in there, life will be so much easier. After I'd shot them down time and again, they'd given up any illusions about me. So they went ahead and sold off every scrap of intel on my apartment, even pulling out the photos and videos I'd sent them. Lin Caning chimed in. You've all seen the videos, how comfortable it is. If we all put in some effort, getting in there means not just fighting off Chen Jinghao, but living the good life. Wang Min and the others pulled out their phones to watch the video again. The screen was full of my apartment, and their eyes lit up with greed. But Wang Min frowned. He's made his position crystal clear. He won't let anyone in at all. At that point, Sun Jichao, the one in the gold wire-rimmed glasses, pushed up his frames and lowered his voice. This guy's too selfish. Doesn't care whether anyone else lives or dies. No need to be polite with someone like that. Besides, he lives alone. Why not use some special methods? The meaning was clear. Break in and force me to hand over the apartment. His friend Lu Tao loudly backed him up. Great idea. What right does a selfish bastard like that have to live in such a nice place? Wang Min hesitated. But Zhou Peng said his security door is really solid. And we're not like Qin Jinghao's type. This isn't exactly our specialty. Zhou Peng added, right. And Zhang Yi is a real scumbag. Last time we knocked on his door, he actually poured piss on us from above. At the mention of that, Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning nearly gagged. Even now, the smell still lingered in their hair and on their skin. If it weren't for their noses being stuffed up from the cold, it would have driven them crazy long ago. Sun Jichao smirked. That's easy to handle. Bundle up tight, wear masks, bring umbrellas, then his tricks won't work. As for breaking down the door, he looked over at Lu Tao. Lu Tao cleared his throat. I used to work at a locksmith company. I can pick any lock on the market. Fang Yuqing was so excited she nearly jumped up. Perfect. Once that door's open, with this many of us storming in, let's see how that son of a bitch Zhang Yi fights back. She gritted her teeth. Once we're in, I'm going to shove his head right into the toilet and make him take a big mouthful. Zhou Peng eagerly leaned in. I'll handle the flushing. Fang Yuqing found him crude, but she still needed him for now, so she smiled. Sure. Then you'd better eat plenty of beans and onions. The whole group was in high spirits, convinced that with their numbers, there was no way I could hold out. So they grabbed umbrellas, wrapped themselves up head to toe, gathered their break-in tools, and headed straight for my place. I had alarm equipment installed. Any movement on my floor triggered it automatically. The moment they started climbing the stairs, I knew. Watching the security feed, they were so heavily bundled up that I actually thought Chen Jinghao had brought his people over. Perfect timing. I didn't finish you off last time. Guess I'll teach you another lesson. I sneered. But I had no intention of killing Chen Jinghao just yet. If he died, who'd clean out all these bastard neighbors in the building? Then there'd be no more show to watch. The group reached my door and immediately popped open several umbrellas. Now I couldn't spray them with water or gas them with stink bombs, at least not for the moment. This was all intel Fang Yuqing had provided. She naively assumed that no matter how fortified my place was, my supplies were limited, and that water and stink bombs were my last line of defense. But what she didn't know was that I had plenty of pinhole cameras around my doorway, capturing every angle. I watched the guy pull out a shiny metal tool and jam it into the keyhole. Picking the lock, huh? I raised an eyebrow, not the least bit worried. If my door could be cracked that easily, the pros over at War Dragon Security might as well go eat dirt. This door was world-class, on par with a bank vault, with 5 layers of defense on top. Just to get through the outermost lock, you'd have to be one of the best lockpickers on the planet. And that's not even counting the physical bar inside. Since I had zero intention of ever leaving, I'd shoved a steel rod 10 centimeters thick straight through it. Short of ramming it with a car, no amount of human strength was breaking through. I'd also anticipated someone trying to break in, so I'd installed something special for the occasion. Watching the monitor, I pulled out my phone, opened the safe room control app, and gently pressed a button. A massive current surged through the security door in an instant. Lu Tao, who'd been focused on the lock, let out a blood-curdling scream as high voltage ripped through his entire body. The people beside him went pale and scrambled backward. "Save me." Lu Tao begged, his face contorted in agony. The current clamped down on him like a vice. He couldn't break free. Fang Yuqing, Zhou Peng, and the others just stood there dumbstruck. Without any insulated tools, there was no way to help him. Soon, wisps of gray smoke rose from Lu Tao's body, along with the stench of burning flesh. Thud! He collapsed to the floor, his clothes charred to shreds, the skin on his arms and face blackened to a crisp. There was no way he was surviving that. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning started screaming. Watching someone die right in front of you, it was a hell of a shock. As for me, the corner of my mouth curled up. I felt strangely satisfied. But who could they blame? Anyone who came scheming after me, Zhang Yi, deserved exactly what they got. Sun Jichao and Lu Tao had been buddies for years. Seeing his brother die such a gruesome death, his eyes blazed with fury. He grabbed a shovel and slammed it against the door. Clang, clang, loud enough to echo through several floors. But the iron door didn't budge an inch. The paint flaked off, revealing the heavy alloy beneath. I walked up to the door, hands in my pockets, and said mockingly, "Want to bust down my door? You've got a death wish." I shook my head. Man, isn't staying alive better? The people outside were both stunned and enraged. Wang Min shouted, "Zhang Yi, we came here nicely to talk about sharing the place. How could you kill someone? You're worse than Qin Zhenghao. You're a murdering monster." Hearing a woman's voice, it finally clicked that the people outside weren't Qin Zhenghao. But I didn't regret killing Lu Tao one bit. Scum like that deserved to die. Then it hit me. It had to be Fang Yuqing's group. They were the only ones who knew how comfortable my place was. I didn't hold back. Cut the act. You're the ones who came here to smash my door down and steal my home. He got what was coming to him. And you've still got the nerve to bark at me out there? You're killing me. Sun Jichao feigned composure. Zhang Yi, we don't mean any harm. We just want to talk. You killed my brother Lu Tao without a single word of warning. That's going too far. Aren't you going to answer for it? I burst out laughing. Talk. You show up uninvited and go straight for picking my lock. You call that talking? The second you got that door open, the next step would have been killing me or throwing me out so you could all enjoy the safe room I worked my ass off to prepare. Am I right? The group exchanged glances. That had been their plan exactly. Sun Jichao's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. He took a deep breath. Zhang Yi, last chance. Open the door, or you won't be able to handle the consequences. Fang Yuqing yelled. We won't hurt you. We just want to share the place, to face the disaster together. Don't throw our goodwill back in our faces. Lin Caning chimed in. Right? Worst case, you can have the master bedroom, and you get first dibs on the supplies. Just one wall separated them from paradise. They'd been waiting for this day far too long. I scoffed. Are you out of your minds? This is my home, and here you are acting like the owners, doling out my stuff. If you've got what it takes, then come and get it. Let's see if you can break in. While my mouth ran, my hands weren't idle either. I chambered a round in my pistol and held a crossbow in the other hand. The hunt was about to begin. Through the monitors, I could see everything happening outside. I could even hear their hushed whispers. Gu Jiaoyong, the biggest coward of the bunch, asked nervously, what do we do now? Lu Tao's dead, and nobody else can pick a lock. Should we just leave? If we draw Qin Zhenghao here, we're in real trouble. Sun Jichao snapped. What are you scared of? This is the 24th floor. Qin Zhenghao would be half dead just climbing up here. If they wanted to make a move, they'd hit the lower floors first. Wang Min said gravely. This Zhang Yi is no pushover. The way he set up, it's like he knew the apocalypse was coming and prepared for it way too thoroughly. The truth was, by this point, some of them had already started to notice something off about me. In the frozen apocalypse, everyone was starving and freezing. Even those who normally kept a stockpile were barely scraping by. But I was the only one, well-fed, warm, even with a fireplace installed in a southern city like Tianhai, plus that rock-solid security door. It was obvious the whole setup had been prepared specifically for a situation like this. Zhou Peng curled his lip and said bitterly, then this Zhang Yi is even more despicable. He knew the blizzard was coming and only looked out for himself, didn't even bother warning his neighbors. Puffed. He spat hard on the ground. Since he had a personal grudge against me, he never passed up a chance to slander me. Wang Min and the others ignored him. If it had been them, they'd have put themselves and their families first too, without giving a damn about anyone else. The real question is, what do we do next? Wang Min looked toward Zhou Peng, Sun Jichao, and Gu Jiaoyang. Picking the locks out. What about just breaking the door down by force? These three were among the few men on the team. If they were really going to storm the place, it would come down to them. The group huddled together again, whispering as they hashed out a plan. Through the monitors, I watched them leave down the stairwell once more. Pistol in my left hand, crossbow in my right, I leisurely watched them go. The truth was, I could open fire at any moment and drop two of them. But I wasn't in any hurry. Life had gotten too dull, and this was the perfect chance for some excitement. To see how they planned to break down the door. Call it practice for dealing with tougher opponents down the line. After a good while, they came back. This time they hauled in a thick, heavy wooden beam. Looked like they'd pried it off a bed frame. A few of the women stood nearby holding umbrellas, in case I tried to douse them with cold water. The three men hoisted the beam and rammed it into the door. Duong. The sound was deafening, and I could feel the walls tremble. But I wasn't worried. For a 20-centimeter thick steel plate to break, they'd need the Hulk on the other side. Zhou Peng, Sun Jichao, and Gu Jiaoyang slammed against the door with everything they had, while I just sat on the couch and watched, monitoring the house through the app on my phone the whole time. War Dragon Security had designed it specifically for their clients. I kept my weapon steady and ready. The second something went wrong, I'd strike. But no matter how hard they rammed. For quite a while, the whole building was in an uproar, but that door didn't budge an inch. Aside from a few white scuff marks, there wasn't even a dent. 5 minutes later, the whole group was completely stunned. Just how thick is this door? A bank vault isn't even this solid. Who the hell installs a door like this? They were nearly hopeless now, roaring in fury, the sound of resentment and despair. Watching all this, I gave a small smile, feeling a lot more confident about the quality of my safe room. All right, time to teach you a lesson. I stood up, tucked my pistol into my pocket, and opened an iron box. Inside were 20 crossbow bolts, and strangely, every single one was covered in rust. By rights, these alloy bolts shouldn't rust easily. That rust? I put it there on purpose. Just a scratch would risk tetanus. In an environment with no medical care, it wouldn't kill instantly. It would just let the wound fester, turn to pus, and rot. Anyone hit would either lose a limb to survive or die in agonizing pain. I learned this from Chen Zhenghao. His leg was ruined, but he'd found a way to survive anyway. Well, if he took another one of these tetanus bolts, I'd love to see how he'd pull through this time. A devilish grin curled at the corner of my mouth as I climbed up to the firing slit. Fang Yuqing and the others were holding umbrellas. I couldn't see them clearly at all below. Didn't matter. I just shot straight at the umbrellas. If you die, lucky you. If you don't, even better. Whoosh. The bolt punched right through an umbrella, followed instantly by a scream. I didn't wait for them to react. I quickly loaded the second bolt. Didn't even need to aim. They were all bunched together. The second bolt flew out, and another scream. Only then did the group snap out of it, shrieking and scattering in every direction. Calm and unhurried, I took aim, deliberately avoiding vital spots, targeting only arms and thighs. Of the 6 left, 3 took bolts, 1 took 2. Too bad a hand crossbow reloads slowly. Before I could get a bolt into each of them, they'd fled into the blind spot. I shrugged. No big deal. Those few were already dead men walking. They'd still die a miserable death in excruciating pain. As for the rest, I had all the time in the world to play with them nice and slow. Tom was on my side. Would you call me cautious, or what? Even now, I still wasn't opening the door to go finish them off. Even if there was just a 1 in 10,000 chance of getting hurt, I wasn't taking that risk. The only real problem is bolt consumption. I frowned, starting to think long-term. Back then I'd bought 300 crossbow bolts and 300 arrows, and once they were used up, going outside to retrieve them wasn't exactly easy. I still had plenty left, but as they say, fail to plan ahead, and trouble will find you soon. I thought it over, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration. I opened up my spatial storage and started digging around, and immediately found what I wanted. The storage held tons of bearing balls, which a hand crossbow could fire too. There were also glass toy marbles, not as good as steel, but fired from a professional hand crossbow. Their power was still considerable. And even if the bolts ran out, there were plenty of metal items in there I could dismantle and modify. Just like that, I felt relieved. With this stuff, I could live comfortably for the rest of my life. I was living easy, but some people were absolutely wrecked at that moment. Fang Yuqing and her group of 7 had thought they could overwhelm me with numbers and take my place. Instead, they tried to steal a chicken and lost the rice. 1 dead, 3 hit by bolts, all fleeing back in a sorry mess. They didn't even dare go back for Lu Tao's corpse. Fang Yuqing, Wang Min, Sun Jichao, and the others slunk back like stray dogs, shut the door, drenched in cold sweat, gasping for breath. The wounded gritted their teeth, collapsing onto the couch in pain. The ones hit by bolts were Sun Jichao, Zhou Peng, and Gu Jiaoyang. They'd been the main attackers, closest to the door. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning had seen what I was capable of before, so they deliberately hung back and hadn't been hit. It was so cold that at first, they hadn't felt much pain. But once they got home and, braving the bitter chill, peeled off their clothes to look at the wounds, their faces changed completely. A normal arrow wound would be fine. Pull it out, disinfect it, take some anti-inflammatory meds. But these bolts were caked in rust. With no antibiotics, once infection set in this environment there was nothing to do but wait to die, and a horrific death at that. No, how could this happen? Sun Jichao's pupils shrank as the terror of death instantly swallowed him whole. Slap. Wang Min's hand cracked across Fang Yuqing's face. The wounded were all her own friends and family, all because Fang Yuqing had egged them on to go steal the place. How could she not hate her? You little bitch, this is all your fault. Didn't you say only his door was solid? Where'd the bolts come from? Did you know all along? Is that why you two hung so far back? Why is it that neither of you got hurt? Wang Min was much bigger than Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning. That slap left Fang Yuqing trembling, clutching her face and sobbing in grievance. I really didn't know. The last 2 times I went over there, he never used the crossbow. Zhou Peng had a bolt in his arm, but seeing the woman he loved get slapped by his cousin, he struggled to shield Fang Yuqing with his body. Cousin, don't be like this. I swear, Yuqing really didn't know. Wang Min despised how spineless her cousin was and pointed at the 2 women. Then why are those 2 unharmed? I saw it clear as day, they hung way back. Lin Caning muttered under her breath. You weren't hurt either, so who are you to talk about us? Wang Min exploded, cursing. That was just luck. Everything now is because of you two. Get out. But Sun Jichao stopped her, shot her a look, and said in a low voice, we're all wounded. Somebody's got to take care of us. He didn't want to die. Right now the bolt had to come out, and he had to pray it wouldn't get infected. That was his only shot at living. Wang Min's chest heaved violently as she shot the 2 of them a vicious glare. Well, get over here and help. Fang Yuqing and Lin Caning lowered their heads, a flash of venom in their eyes, but they went to help tend the wounds anyway. Yet the moment they peeled back the clothes, their faces went white. My crossbow bolts were all professional grade, capable of taking down wild boars and coyotes. Shot into a human body, they buried themselves deep instantly. With no medical staff and no equipment here, there was no way to deal with them. One wrong move, and the victim could bleed out and die. Wang Min thought it over. We'll just have to get Dr. Zhou to help. The Dr. Zhou she meant was Zhou Kuer. Earlier, when Lin Xiaohu's liver had ruptured, she was the one who'd kept him hanging on to life. Wang Min made the call, and before long Zhou Kuer arrived. Dr. Zhou, we're counting on you. Wang Min excitedly grabbed her hands. Zhou Kuer was wrapped in a black knee-length down coat that still couldn't hide her tall, slender figure, an iron medical kit slung over her shoulder. She stepped inside, took one look at the injuries, and frowned. Arrow wounds again. Wang Min blinked. Again? Who else has been shot by an arrow? A flicker of unease crossed Zhou Kuer's face. No one. It was a patient back at the hospital. Wang Min thought it was strange, but she didn't have time to dwell on it. Dr. Zhou, please, take a look at them. Zhou Kuer walked over to examine them. Several of them had already gone frighteningly pale. The arrows couldn't be pulled out, the bleeding wouldn't stop, and at 60 or 70 below zero, that was already deadly enough. The wounds are too deep. Without proper equipment, I can't guarantee anything if I operate. Dr. Zhou, it's come to this. Just do it, we trust you. Zhou Kuer shook her head. The arrows are covered in rust. They'll get infected. The most I can do is pull them out, but without antibiotics, they'll still get infected, and then I'm afraid. She didn't finish, but everyone there understood. In these conditions, an infection meant certain death. Tears streamed down Wang Min's face. Sun Jichao and the others were her closest friends, and Zhou Peng was her cousin. People already felt so unsafe in the apocalypse. Losing this many friends and family in a single day? Who could bear that? Zhang Yi is so heartless. He must have done it on purpose. Even if we took his apartment, that's no reason to kill him. Wang Min cursed through her grief. Zhang Yi. Hearing the name, Zhou Kuer remembered him too. She'd crossed paths with me a few times. She vaguely recalled a bright, good-looking guy, though she was cold by nature and they'd hardly talked. Anyway, without medicine, just pulling the arrows out is still very dangerous. I hope you all understand that. Zhou Kuer said flatly. At this point, she didn't bother mincing words. In the apocalypse, everyone should be prepared to die at any moment. Suddenly, as if she'd remembered something, Fang Yuqing said excitedly, Medicine? I remember Zhang, he has some at his place. The moment Wang Min and the others heard this, they perked up. When people are on the brink of death, they'll grab at any straw. Sun Jichao struggled to speak. Really? He actually has medicine? Wang Min stared her down. Fang Yuqing, don't you dare lie. Because of you, several of us are badly hurt. About a month ago, Zhang Yi changed completely. He started stockpiling stuff at his place like crazy. I saw delivery trucks bringing him stuff almost every day. One time, a pharmaceutical company truck drove into the complex, and he went to meet it. They carried 2 big boxes into his apartment. There's definitely medicine in there. Zhou Kuer nodded. Antibiotics aren't exactly rare. If he really knew about the disaster ahead of time and stockpiled, he'd definitely have a lot of antibiotics and anti-inflammatories. As a doctor, she was certain of it. A wild light lit up in Sun Jichao's eyes. Then go find Zhang Yi. Make him bring the medicine and save me. He caused these wounds. He has to save me. Wang Min gritted her teeth, torn. But after what just happened, he must hate us now. Why would he bring medicine to save us? Gu Jiaoyang couldn't stand the pain, lying on the couch and moaning nonstop. Oh God, I'm dying. You guys have to figure something out. Beg him, we have to be saved. Fang Yuqing chimed in too. It's not like we hurt him. We were even going to leave him some supplies after breaking in. He's the one who didn't know a good thing when he saw it and tried to kill us. We're the ones in the right here. What's there to be afraid of? Listening to all this, Zhou Kuo more or less understood what had happened, and a flash of speechlessness crossed her eyes. But it was none of her business, so she didn't comment. She just opened her medical kit, took out some gauze, and started stopping the bleeding. There was hardly anything left in the kit. It was only meant for emergencies, and over the past few days she'd already treated several neighbors, so her supplies were nearly gone. If they couldn't get the medicine, all she could do was pull the arrows out and bandage the wounds as best she could, at least so they'd die a little less painfully. These people were smooth talkers. Even now they still thought they'd done nothing wrong. They were just trying to survive, so what could be wrong with that? It was all Zhang Yi's fault for being so selfish. What right did he have to keep such good conditions all to himself? Wang Min thought for a moment, then suddenly pointed at Fang Yuqing. You handle this. I know Zhang Yi used to have a thing for you. You're the best person to go. Sun Jichao and Gu Jiaoyang weakly agreed. After all, this whole thing was set off by Fang Yuqing. If she hadn't described Zhang Yi's place as poorly defended and easy to break into, they never would have been dumb enough to take the risk. Even though Zhou Peng didn't want Fang Yuqing to go beg someone, the searing pain in his arm and the threat of death pushed him onto Wang Min's side. Yuqing, we're one team, right? I know this is hard on you, but we have to survive to protect you. Fang Yuqing's face was full of conflict, and inside she was 1,000 times unwilling. She'd already been humiliated by Zhang Yi like that before, but she had no choice. It was only through her connection with Zhou Peng that she'd gotten into this group. Otherwise, a fragile woman like her, with no skills beyond a pretty face and playing cute, was cheap in the apocalypse. Other teams would either turn her away or treat her like a toy. Zhou Kuo picked up the scalpel. Conditions were limited, and there was no way to sterilize anything. At this temperature, even the alcohol lamp would clot up, and besides, without medicine, sterilizing was pointless anyway. She had Sun Jichao bite down on a towel and began digging out the arrow. Without anesthesia, a scream like a slaughtered pig soon rang out. Sun Jichao nearly bit the towel in his mouth to shreds. The whole room shuddered in horror and hurried Fang Yuqing to go get the medicine. Fang Yuqing steeled herself and made a WeChat voice call to Zhang Yi. Ring, ring, ring. I was just about to grab a bite to eat at home. Funny thing, this was the first time I'd ever killed someone, yet inside I was completely calm. There was no fear, just a kind of thrill from getting my revenge. I was pretty satisfied with that. To survive in the apocalypse, you need exactly that kind of mindset. I'd worried I might throw up or lose sleep, but I'd been through more desperate situations than anyone else here. Nothing could break me anymore. Just then, the phone rang. I picked it up with some interest and saw it was Fang Yuqing calling. My eyes went wide, and a surprised smile tugged at the corner of my mouth. Oh, I just beat you all half to death. Are you calling to cuss me out now? I answered without hesitation, put it on speaker, and kept making lunch in the kitchen. Hello, what is it? My voice was incredibly gentle, as if I weren't the one who'd just killed Lu Tao and shot arrows at Sun Jichao and the others. But the gentler my tone, the more it chilled them to the bone. Fang Yuqing had her speaker on too, sobbing miserably. Zhang Yi, Lu Tao is dead, and Zhou Peng and the others got hit by your arrows. They're dying too. Boo-hoo-hoo. I said calmly. Oh, dead is dead. Sooner or later, everyone dies anyway. I brought the knife close to the microphone and murmured, don't tell me you actually think you can survive this blizzard? Dead silence on the other end. This was exactly their deepest fear. The city buried in snow, the whole building turned into an isolated island, supplies running out fast. Even if Chen Jinghao didn't kill them, they'd freeze or starve to death. Fang Yuqing sobbed, her voice trembling. Zhang Yi, I know I was wrong. It's all my fault for not giving you a chance. I want to make things right now. Can you forgive me? What do you think? I shot back. Someone next to her gave her a shove, and she quickly got to the point. Zhou Peng and the others are badly hurt. We don't have any medicine. They'll die from infection. Didn't you stock up on a lot of medicine before? Lend us some, and I swear I'll never bother you again. My hand paused over the food I was cooking. Her logic was so absurd it left me speechless. Fang Yuqing, want to know why I used rusty arrows on them? Because I wanted them to die slow, painful deaths from infection. That was the whole point. And you actually came to me asking to borrow medicine? Are you out of your mind? I laughed as I cursed her out. They knew perfectly well what they were doing, but if they didn't come groveling to me, they'd just have to watch their people die. And those three men, Zhou Peng included, were the women's only hope of staying alive. Fang Yuqing started crying again. We were wrong. Please, Just let them off this once. Times are hard. We should all help each other. Do you have to be so cold-blooded? If they die, will that really make you happy? Before she could finish, I cut in, firm and unwavering. Yeah, it makes me very happy right now. That shut her up. Wang Min grabbed the phone. Zhang Yi, it's Wang Min. You remember me, right? I treated you to dinner once. I rolled my eyes. Back then, she'd come to me to buy goods from my warehouse at a discount. And yeah, she'd bought me one meal, but afterward I'd helped her make a killing. You think bringing that up means anything? I scoffed. From the other side of the living room came Zhou Peng's agonized screams. I listened with total contentment, wishing I could see their miserable faces in person. Wang Min tried again. None of us know if we'll make it through the day, and there's that thug Chen Jinghao out there too. Leave a little room for mercy. Give us the medicine this time, and I, Wang Min, will owe you one and pay you back someday. Owe me one. You think I'm an idiot? I said, dripping with disdain. I'm the one who hurt those people, and one of you is already dead. The body's right outside my door. This is a blood feud now, no going back. Help you so you can come after me later? Don't make me laugh. We're not those kinds of people. Save it, this is pointless. I clicked my tongue. Whether you're those kinds of people doesn't matter. What matters is that I don't believe you are, so I'm not saving you. Save the people trying to kill me? That's pure bleeding heart nonsense. No matter how sweetly they spun it, I wasn't budging. Seeing she couldn't get through to me, Wang Min lost it, her eyebrows shooting up. Zhang Yi, don't push us. Corner us, and there's no telling what we might do. Haven't you already done everything you can? I laughed contemptuously. If you had the guts, you'd have broken into my place and killed me for my stuff already. I don't scare easy, kid. That routine won't work on me. Fang Yuqing snatched the phone back, sniveling. Zhang Yi, do we really have to come to this? Think about how good we used to be together. Why can't we put our differences aside and start over? The truth is, Qing'er has always had feelings for you. Next door, Zhou Peng was biting down on a towel through his surgery. When he heard that, his eyes nearly bulged out of his skull, and his muffled cries got even louder. I had to admire green tea women like her. Their skin was thicker than a fortress wall. Then again, it wasn't surprising. In this new world, I was basically a tycoon, and gold diggers latching onto rich men? That was their specialty. Suddenly, a wicked idea popped into my head. I knew the others were right there, and Zhou Peng could hear everything. So I said, deliberately, Yuqing, the truth is I still have feelings for you too. It's just that you hurt me so deeply back then, I couldn't let it go. Those words were like a match, igniting her hope. Ignoring the furious glares around her, she shook all over with excitement. Zhang Yi, baby, I knew you couldn't stop loving your Qing. All that stuff before was just me testing you. You big blockhead. How could you not understand how I felt? Everyone around her cringed, and Zhou Peng nearly passed out from rage. But they figured if Fang Yuqing actually hooked up with me, that was their shot at getting the apartment and supplies, so nobody said a word. Zhang Yi, baby, let Qing'er move in with you. From now on, I'll be your woman. I'll do anything you want, okay? I smiled faintly. Sure. Fang Yuqing literally jumped for joy. Lin Caning panicked. Take me too. Take me with you. Fang Yuqing shot her a cold glance, sneering inwardly. I spoke again, my voice icy. But Yuqing, you're the only one I love, so I can only take you in. As for those shady types, you'd better keep your distance. Times are hard enough. We don't need a whole crowd dragging us down. Don't you agree? The moment I said it, everyone's expression changed. They'd been counting on Fang Yuqing reeling me in so they could all benefit. How had this suddenly turned into cutting them off? But Fang Yuqing was too thrilled to care about anyone else, nodding frantically. Yes, yes, whatever you say, baby. Then come over right now. Forget about the rest of them. I'll be right there. Wait for me, baby. Her little face flushed red. At the thought of escaping this hellish existence, her mind went completely blank, and she spun around and bolted for the door. Wang Min and the others were already boiling over with rage. You, Fang Yuqing, were the one who lured us into attacking Zhang Yi's place. Now people are dead and wounded, and you want to abandon us all and go live it up? Not a chance. Lin Caning grabbed her by the arm. Fang Yuqing whirled around. Her face twisted as she roared. Get off me. Don't stop me from going to Zhang Yi's place. I've had enough of this life. The words had barely left her mouth when Wang Min slapped her hard across the face. You shameless slut. You got us into this mess, and now you want to just walk away? Dream on. Zhou Peng, still in the middle of his surgery, heard it and nearly split with fury. Yuqing, how could you do this? Didn't you say you hated Zhang Yi more than anyone? Didn't you say you'd be my woman? Fang Yuqing clutched her face and said through gritted teeth, stubborn as ever, is it wrong to chase my own happiness? Being with you was only ever temporary. Once the supplies run out, we're all just waiting to die. Zhang Yi's place has food, water, and heat. What's wrong with me going there? She looked at the suffering Zhou Peng. You're a good man. You've always been good to me. But if you really love someone, you should want her to be happy. Isn't that right? You helped me, but you shouldn't stop me from chasing a better life. Can you give me even half of what Zhang Yi can? Zhou Peng's face went deathly pale. He stammered, but couldn't come up with a comeback. Zhou Kuo frowned and pressed down on him. Don't move. If I nick your artery, you're dead. Wang Min rushed over to help hold him down, took a deep breath, and glared at Fang Yuqing. You want to leave? Fine, but only if Zhang Yi brings medicine to trade for you. Lin Caning blocked the doorway. If you're going, we go together. Fang Yuqing had no choice but to turn to me. Zhang Yi, you heard them. They won't let me go? Why don't you just give them some medicine? I was in the kitchen enjoying the show. I smiled faintly. Medicine is precious. How do I know they're not tricking me? Maybe they'll hold you hostage and use you to threaten me. Keep demanding stuff from me. Chinger, we can't fall for that. I had the speaker on, so everyone heard every word crystal clear. Zhou Peng roared, furious. Yuqing, don't believe him. He's just playing you. Outsiders could see it plainly, but those caught up in it were blind. In an environment like this, Fang Yuqing's mind had long since started to crack. I'd given her a sliver of hope, and like a drowning person clutching at a straw, she held on for dear life. Even knowing it couldn't save her, she refused to let go. She nodded frantically. Yes, 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 he's right. Then she lunged at Lin Caning like a madwoman. You bitch, get out of my way. Don't stop me. The two women grappled. Fang Yuqing had completely lost it. Tearing hair, biting arms, eyes bloodshot with rage. Lin Caning, in pain, fought back just as wildly. They crashed to the floor, a pair of screeching lunatics. Wang Min, worried they'd disrupt the surgery, jumped in too. It took all three of them to finally subdue the raving Fang Yuqing. Ah, let go of me. Let me go. She screamed until her voice cracked. Wang Min swung her palm and slapped her back and forth 6 or 7 times before Fang Yuqing finally went dazed and quieted down. You want to leave? Dream on. Wang Min snorted, picked up Fang Yuqing's phone, and called me. Hey, Zhang Yi, we've got Fang Yuqing. If you really want to save her, bring medicine to trade. I shrugged. There are too many of you. I'm scared. What if you take the chance to kill me? So Chinger, your big brother wants to live with you too, but they won't allow it. Please don't blame me. I said it deliberately loud. Naturally, Fang Yuqing heard every word. She let out an agonized howl, and the look she gave Wang Min and the others was pure venom. I hung up right on cue, a cold smirk curling at my lips. The cruelest thing in this world is giving a desperate person a glimmer of hope, then keeping it forever out of reach. There was no way I'd let that fake, two-faced snake through my door. I just wanted to torment that crowd a little. Worst case, they'd kill Fang Yuqing. As for Fang Yuqing, she wailed for a long time before it dissolved into bitter, sobbing tears. But she didn't hate me. She hated Zhou Peng, Wang Min, and the rest. She figured that if these people hadn't stopped her, she'd already be at my place by now, eating good food and warming herself by the fireplace. Wang Min looked at her with contempt, then shot a glance at Lin Caning. Lin Caning's earlier performance had pleased her. At least she hadn't sided with Fang Yuqing. Some best friends, selling each other out the moment disaster strikes. You saw it yourself. This woman only cares about herself and couldn't care less whether anyone else lives or dies. If you want to stay on our team, keep an eye on her. Don't let her run, Wang Min said coldly. Lin Caning nodded so hard her head nearly bobbed off. Sister Wang, I'll do whatever you say. She shot a fierce glare at the weeping Fang Yuqing on the floor and spat out each word. I will never let her run off alone. If we're suffering, we all suffer together. What makes her think she gets to go live it up? In the living room, Zhou Kuo had performed quick surgery on the 3 men who'd been hit by arrows. No disinfectant, no anesthesia. All she could do was yank out the rusty, tetanus-ridden arrows and staunch the bleeding with gauze. Worse still, there wasn't even a disinfectant cotton ball to be found. It was so cold that the medical alcohol had frozen solid. The only silver lining was that the temperature was so low they hadn't passed out from the pain. But the downside was obvious too. In extreme cold like this, tissue died off easily. Once she finished, Zhou Kuo wiped the blood off her hands and closed her toolkit. This is just a temporary fix. Without medicine, the wounds will probably get infected. You'd better be prepared for that. Wang Min and the others looked utterly helpless. With me refusing to deal with them, where were they supposed to get medicine? Zhou Kuo held out her hand. She wasn't about to help for free. Wang Min knew the drill and handed over a pack of crackers. It wasn't much, but rationed carefully it'd last 2 days. Zhou Kuo seemed satisfied and turned to leave. The moment she was gone, the mood in the room sank to rock bottom. The wounds throbbed relentlessly. The 3 men, wrapped tightly in blankets, lay on the couch, not daring to move a muscle. Sun Jichao took a deep breath. We can't just sit here and wait to die. We have to get medicine from Zhang Yi. Otherwise, once these wounds get infected, we'll all die in agony. He looked at Wang Min and Lin Caning and said gravely, You two should understand. In the apocalypse, a woman with no man to protect her doesn't stand much chance of surviving. Both women's expressions darkened. They knew Sun Jichao was telling the truth. Otherwise, Wang Min never would have teamed up with them in the first place. But we've got no way to deal with Zhang Yi, Wang Min said, exasperated. Even a full-on assault had failed and cost them people. What else could they possibly do? Sun Jichao gritted his teeth. The pain made him reckless. I've actually got an idea we could try. Everyone's eyes lit up. What idea? As long as there's a chance, we have to try. We'll die if we keep waiting. Might as well roll the dice. Sun Jichao said. Zhang Yi's place has a fireplace, which means he's stockpiled a ton of fuel. And from his videos, he's got plenty of food too. Right now, only the few of us know this, but there's no way we can break into his place on our own. So why not leak the news and let the whole building know? His eyes gleamed as venomous as a cobra's. The few of us can't take him down, but a few hundred people? No problem. Not to mention that mad dog Qin Jinghao and his crew. They've got guns and won't hesitate to kill. They'll definitely go after Zhang Yi. By then, all we'll need is a little medicine and food. Easy. Gu Jiaoyang immediately perked up. Great idea, I'm in. The others didn't hesitate either, all nodding in agreement. Right now, they had no better option. But Fang Yuqing suddenly erupted, cursing. You people are shameless. I still plan to live with Zhang Yi. You people ruined him. What am I supposed to do now? Wang Min stormed over, her face cold, and slapped her hard enough to swell her cheek up like a pig's head. Then she grabbed a fistful of her hair and dragged her, screaming, into the bedroom. Zhou Peng, get over here. Take care of her for me. Zhou Peng had taken an arrow to the arm, nothing too serious. I hadn't aimed for anything vital from the start. I just wanted them to get infected, fester, and die slowly. So even after pulling the arrow out, Zhou Peng could still move. He froze at her words, then hesitated. Cousin, this isn't right. I really do care about her. Fang Yuqing trembled on the bed, begging. No, Zhou Peng, didn't you say you loved me most? Wang Min spat on the floor. You little slut, you got us into this mess. Sleeping with my cousin is more than a whore like you deserves. She turned to Zhou Peng. You idiot, snap out of it. Women like her are filthy. Who knows how many men she's slept with? You want to sleep with her, don't you? Here's your chance. Let's see her try to fool you after that. As a woman herself, Wang Min knew exactly how to deal with Fang Yuqing. Once Zhou Peng slept with her, that little thrill of novelty would be gone. But Zhou Peng let out a roar and charged in, shoving Wang Min aside. Don't you dare talk about her like that. Yuqing and I have real love. I'll never force her. Wang Min was so furious she pointed at him, speechless for a long moment. You useless simp. She'd underestimated a simp's loyalty after all. No, I'm not a simp, Zhou Peng said, stiffening his neck. Yuqing is a woman who's genuinely good to me. I believe that if I just give her time, one day she'll fall in love with me. He glanced back and flashed Fang Yuqing what he thought was a dashing smile. Don't be scared. I've got you. He still remembered when he first came to this city, young, alone, a stranger with only a middle school education, looked down on by everyone. Fang Yuqing was the only one who'd given him a warm smile, asked him to help carry things, treated him to meals when he was lonely. That warmth of being trusted had stayed with him. He'd sooner hurt himself than ever hurt Fang Yuqing. Even after what she'd just said, he figured she'd only been tricked by me. On the bed, Fang Yuqing watched his goofy grin and let out a breath of relief. Sleeping with him once wasn't a big deal, but deep down she'd always looked down on this loser. He made her sick. Everyone else in the room was left speechless by Zhou Peng's simp act. But right now, all their attention was on rallying the whole building against me, so they couldn't be bothered with him. So Wang Min took all the videos and photos from my home over the past few days and dumped them into the building's main group chat. She chose that group specifically so Qin Jinghao would see them too. Wang Min typed, Everyone, I just found out someone's living the good life while the rest of us suffer. This kind of selfishness is shameless. These videos were all taken over the last few days. Just think about how we're living versus how he's living. Is that fair? Let's all discuss what we should do about this. Normally, almost no one talked in that group. Only Qin Jinghao would occasionally drop in to make threats. But Wang Min's post lit a fire under everyone instantly. The neighbors opened the videos one after another, and the sight of that wonderful life nearly drove them mad with excitement. He's wearing pajamas indoors? It's negative 70-something degrees at my place. His lights are on at night. Where's he getting electricity? Are these really recent? Not old footage. Some were skeptical. It couldn't be helped. Everyone was starving and freezing, unable to imagine anyone eating hot meals in a heated home. Wang Min quickly reassured them. I guarantee it. These are all recent. Zhang Yi stocked up on supplies ages ago. Food, fuel, everything. He's living like it's paradise right now. Lin Caning chimed in. Yeah, I can vouch for that. I'm the one who helped him back when he went to the supermarket. His family bought a ton of stuff afterward. Don't you all remember? That jogged a lot of memories. That's right, they were hauling stuff home by the truckload back then. Did he know about the blizzard in advance? And he didn't even tell us. What a piece of garbage. We've been neighbors for years, and he's this selfish. Everyone was seething with righteous anger, pinning all their suffering on me. But it never once occurred to them. If I'd told them the world was ending back then, would they have believed me? Of course, they didn't care about any of that. They just felt I owed them. Zhang Yi has to answer for this. Why should he be the only one living well? He's got food, water, medicine, and fuel to spare. He has to share. We're suffering because of him. It's mainly his fault. Everyone's eyes went red. If everyone had to suffer, fine. But why should we live like animals while you enjoy yourself alone? No way. If we go down, we all go down together. Chen Jinghao's crew saw the videos too, and his eyes instantly went bloodshot. Zhang Yi, you son of a bitch, living it up like that. One of his legs was already crippled, thanks to me. So out of the entire building, he hated me the most. The only reasons he hadn't come after me again. First, my place was hard to attack, and he'd already paid the price for trying. Second, he had no idea I'd stockpiled this much. Otherwise, he'd have thrown everything he had at another assault. The group chat blew past 100 messages in seconds, with countless people tagging me, demanding an explanation. At Zhang Yi, everyone's about to freeze and starve to death. You've got so much stuff, share some. Everyone will remember your kindness. Don't be an idiot about this. We've been neighbors for years. You can't just watch us die. Zhang Yi, it's Annie Wong from the 20th floor. I even lent you 2 scallions once. Zhang, it's Lu Wenxiang, your brother. Why don't you let me move in? I'll protect you. Moral blackmail, groveling, appeals to reason. Every type came crawling out of the woodwork, all with the same core message. Hand over the supplies and share them. The notifications kept popping up, and I saw every one of them. I just watched coldly, in no rush to respond. I wanted to see exactly how entertaining these people's true faces could get. Auntie Lin, Zhang Yi, I'm the head of our neighborhood committee. A title she gave herself, hilarious. I'm your elder, so I make the call. Bring the supplies to me, and I'll divide them among everyone. Xieli Mei, a young mother. Zhang Yi, my baby and I are about to starve. Didn't you say my baby was cute? Save us, and I'll have my child call you godfather. If you have other requests, that's fine too. Su Hao, a rich kid. Zhang Yi, let me move in, and I'll give you my entire fortune. No, my dad's dead, so all 1 point something billion of our family's money is yours. Once I'd seen enough of the show, I slowly typed out a single word and sent it. Oh, that one word alone whipped everyone into an even greater frenzy. The blackmailers kept on. Kidnapping. They kept begging, on and on. After a long while, I finally asked flatly, are we really that close? What makes you think I owe you anything from my home? By this point, they were on the verge of despair. There was no point reasoning with them. As long as it meant surviving, they'd throw every last shred of morality out the window. I knew that perfectly well, and I never intended to reason with them anyway. I was just plain, messing with them, like putting on a monkey show. There was something wicked in my gaze. This pack of crazed neighbors reminded me of a scene from my past life. That time, out of the goodness of my heart, I opened my door. And these very neighbors came rushing in and buried an axe in me. Before I'd even taken my last breath, they couldn't wait to carve me up and eat me. I wanted revenge. That's why I was going to toy with these pitiful, contemptible little bugs to my heart's content. Someone in the group chat immediately lost it. Zhang Yi, is that any way to talk? We've been neighbors for years. Shouldn't we help each other out? What's the point of you surviving all alone? Young people shouldn't just lie flat. Learn to give back. If you hadn't hidden the news and secretly hoarded supplies, would we be in this mess? That's right. Everything we're suffering is your fault. You have to atone. Me. Oh. And then, below came another flood of pleading, threats, and cursing. They were like people from a shipwreck, thrashing in the icy waters of the Arctic Ocean with sharks circling all around. And just then, they spot a little fishing boat nearby. The fishermen calmly eating hot pot and singing a tune, drifting leisurely past their eyes. So they swam toward it with everything they had, desperate to be pulled aboard. The closer people are to the edge between despair and hope, the more easily they break, and the more hideous their faces become. Watching my neighbor's twisted expressions, I smiled and pulled a bottle of Grand Cru Australian Red from the temperature-controlled wine cabinet, then took out a serving of top-grade French foie gras. Red wine with foie gras, a perfect match. The bitterness of the foie gras blended with the astringency of the wine's tannins, making the flavor even richer. Even people who don't usually like red wine could taste how good it was. While I ate and drank, I took in my neighbor's spectacular performance. Some sent me private messages, some called with voice chat. I opened them one by one, thoroughly amused. Xieli Mei, the young mother. Zhang Yi, please, save me and my baby. Just let me stay with you, and you can do whatever you want to me. Zhang Xiyu, the college girl. Zhang Yi, I'm still so young, I don't want to die. Take me. Just give me something to eat. There were plenty of other female residents too, and a lot of them had husbands. They knew perfectly well that money meant nothing to me. So without any coordination, they all offered their bodies in exchange for shelter, even just for some food. My attitude? I treated them like amusing little stories, not even bothering to reply. A few threw all caution to the wind and sent explicit selfies. I glanced at a couple, not much interest there. These women were too full of themselves. Their looks were average at best, and they'd never learned how to work their hips or figures. That's supposed to test a man's resolve? The male residents were even simpler. Either they called me brother and begged for a hand, or some old man tried to guilt-trip me into taking care of them. The most disgusting was one gay guy. The request he made, I don't even want to repeat. After making the rounds, I got bored. I propped my phone up in front of me, lay back on the couch, and watched the heavy snow outside while I sipped wine and ate foie gras. Half a month passed, and the snow still hadn't stopped. The entire city was completely buried. From what I remembered, a month into this snowfall, everything below the fourth floor would be submerged. As for how much longer it would keep falling, even I didn't know. But I had no need to go out. Other people go out to find a way to survive, yet none of them know where survival even lies, except me. I rested my chin on my hand and muttered to myself, being cooped up at home every day is pretty dull. Maybe I should find some time to head out and look around. Once most of the people in this building were dead, I'd be free to roam. I suddenly remembered there were a few snowmobiles in the warehouse, originally meant for shipment to an artificial ski resort in the neighboring city. So even if the snow outside was over 10 meters deep, I'd have a way to go out and catch some fresh air. I wasn't afraid of 60 or 70 below. I had professional-grade cold weather gear. I kept scrolling through the neighbors' messages. One caught my attention. It was from Zhou Kuer. No sob story, no photos, just a very level-headed proposal to trade with me. Mr. Zhang, my food and medicine are almost gone. I'm hoping you can help. In return, I can provide medical assistance afterward. Zhou Kuer, a female doctor at Tianhai City First People's Hospital, 26 years old, 5'9", with a cool, aloof face and an enviable figure. In winter, when she wore that black sweater, I couldn't help but sneak a second look every time we crossed paths in the elevator. A doctor, all right, cool-headed. No sob story begging for handouts, just offering her skills as a trade. I quite admired her. In the apocalypse, only people of value deserve to survive. Her value was that pair of skilled hands. Sure, I'd stockpiled plenty of medicine and done my homework, but I wasn't so arrogant as to think I could handle every illness. Having a doctor around would be an enormous safeguard for my future survival. Most importantly, I'd already gauged her character. In my last life, the reason she died was that she'd given her food away to Cieli Mei. Call it despair, call it kindness. Either way, I'd seen the light of humanity in her. I shifted my position and rested my chin again. Maybe I should keep her around, let her look after me, and my brother too? I lived comfortably, but my little brother had it a bit rough. I didn't shy away from admitting it. In the apocalypse, morality and social rules were gone. Just be honest about your desires. I suddenly burst out laughing and slapped the armrest. I'm honestly a little tempted, but what a shame, what a shame. I looked up at the ceiling. The thing about me is, I'm afraid of dying. Zhou Kuer is an option worth considering, but unless I'm 100% certain I can control her, I'll never let her through my door. Let's just wait and see. There'll definitely be more survivors down the line. With what I've got, why would I worry about finding a good doctor and a good woman? I replied to her, I'm perfectly healthy, no need for a doctor. That said, I do have plenty of medicine at home, and food goes without saying. If you want to trade, at least bring something that's actually useful to me right now. Genius beauty doctor or not. If you think you can freeload off me, forget it. When have I, Zhang Yi, ever made a losing deal? She was silent for a long while before answering. Could we just treat it as an advance on my consultation fee? I really can't hold on any longer. There was hesitation and shame in her tone. It was clear that if she'd had any other choice, she wouldn't have so easily turned to a man she barely. Someone spoke up. I thought it over. I can give you food and medicine, but you have to do me a favor too. What favor? These neighbors are probably about to make a move on me. If you find out how they're planning to do it, give me a heads up. I knew this pack of crazed neighbors would come after my house, but I wasn't afraid. When I built this steel fortress, I'd sunk a fortune into it and handpicked every feature, all for a day exactly like this. My home was basically a war bunker, just with lighter firepower. No heavy weapons, sure, but even a squad of armed soldiers couldn't break in, let alone a mob of half-dead corpses who'd been starving for 2 weeks and were running on fumes. I only offered this deal to give her an out. An extra inside source meant an extra layer of insurance. Zhou Kuer hesitated for a long time, but finally agreed. Her conscience wouldn't let her stoop to being despicable, but in her eyes, the neighbors robbing me out of jealousy was even worse, so she chose to help me. All right. Once I see something useful, I'll give you what you want. It's on you now. Okay, I understand. She was kind, but she was no fool. That ended the conversation. I glanced at the group chat, 99 plus messages, still tagging me nonstop, a mix of guilt tripping and threats. Zhangyi, where the hell did you go? Give us an answer. Are you handing over the supplies or not? Someone was losing patience. I sneered. Looked like they were gearing up to storm the place. Go eat shit, I replied, smiling. The chat exploded instantly. Every filthy insult imaginable came pouring out. I didn't care in the slightest. Come at me if you've got the guts. I'd already killed with my own hands, felt zero guilt about it, and wouldn't mind adding a few more to the count. Fine, fine. Zhangyi, you brought this on yourself. Don't say we didn't give you a chance, you selfish little bastard. From now on, whatever happens is on you. The cursing gradually died down. No need to guess. They were doing exactly what they'd done to Chen Jinghao last time, starting a separate group without me to plan their attack. I took a deep breath. There was a flicker of nerves in my eyes, but also a spark of excitement. My whole body was trembling slightly. Even knowing my home was impenetrable, facing an assault by over 100 people and claiming I wasn't nervous would be a lie. But that excitement lit the fire in my blood. I'd been dying to teach those pieces of garbage a lesson, the ones who divvied up my food back then like I was meat on the table. A flash of white light in my eyes, and every weapon materialized in the living room. 5 refined steel crossbows, 3 professional compound bows, nearly 300 crossbow bolts, 300 arrows, and 2 large steel cases of ball bearings. Plus a machete, a 4-foot pry bar, a baseball bat, and a hunting knife, laid out across the table, all fine tools for killing. On top of that, pepper spray, a stun baton, gasoline, a large stock of chemical reagents, and dozens of Molotov cocktails I'd made from wine bottles, cloth strips, and gas. My gaze turned ice cold. However many of you are coming, bring it on. Sure enough, once the neighbors realized there was no way I'd hand over my supplies, they were all furious. Sun Jichao created a new group and pulled in every surviving resident except me, even Chen Jinghao. Everyone was still a little shaken to see Chen Jinghao, but he spoke up first. Listen, everyone, our top priority right now is taking down Zhangyi. The supplies in his place are probably more than all of ours combined. Bring him down, and there's plenty to go around. I won't touch anyone else for now. But for this operation, I want half the supplies. Chen Jinghao had gotten burned by me before. He knew my defenses were strong and that I had crossbows, so he didn't dare storm the place himself. He wanted to bring this pack of cannon fodder along. With over 100 people, how could they fail to break in? More than 100 of them, and Chen's crew was only 6, yet he wanted half the supplies. But nobody thought it was unfair. If anything, they saw him as a good guy. He had a gun and was still willing to split it with them. How generous! Sun Jichao shouted. That's right. Let's set aside old grudges, storm Zhangyi's place, and take back what belongs to all of us. With the 2 of them leading the charge, everyone else fell in line. After seeing how well I was living, their eyes were red with envy. They couldn't wait to kill me and take my place in luxury. Grab a blade and follow me. Kill Zhangyi, take the supplies. Beat that selfish bastard to death. Only a handful stayed silent. People like Uncle Yu and Zhou Kuo. Everyone else, even the ones I'd been on good terms with or who owed me favors, threw all of that out the window. Nothing mattered more than staying alive, and to survive, they'd toss aside every scrap of ethics and morality. I was at home cleaning my guns. This was familiar territory. I'd used them plenty at the shooting club, and in the month before the apocalypse, I'd even put in extra practice. Shooting a person at close range wouldn't faze me at all. Just then, Zhou Kuo messaged, "They're planning to head to your place." I replied, "Oh, got it." She sat on her own couch, and reading my calm response, she frowned. She pulled the 2 blankets tighter around herself and tucked her snow-white feet in a little farther. "They're probably going to every house. They've seen your video, and they've completely lost it. Aren't you going to do something?" In her mind, the smart move right now was to hand over some of the supplies to calm the mob. Otherwise, no matter how tough one person was, he couldn't hold off more than 100 people. Tearing down a whole house wouldn't even be hard for them. I didn't bother explaining much. I just said, "Remember, whatever you do, don't come over this time. I'm only warning you once. Then just sit back and enjoy the show." Her eyes filled with curiosity. She had no idea where I got the confidence to take on an entire building alone. This was no game. Once the door came down, those lunatics would want me dead. "Is he actually insane?" she murmured. But this was my choice, and there was nothing she could do about it. She did listen to me, though, and stayed put. She had her limits. She wouldn't profit off another person's blood, whether it was mine or anyone else's. I sat at home, quietly waiting, my expression serious, weapons spread out in front of me. Just then, Uncle Yu, the security guard, sent a message. "Xiaozhong, you need to run. They're all coming for you, armed." Warmth spread through my chest. In a world like this, it was rare to still find a decent person. I replied, "Don't worry, Uncle Yu. I can handle it." He was quiet for a moment, seeming to understand that there was nowhere to run at this point. Fighting back was the only option. He said, "Xiaozhang, I hope you make it through. I'm sorry, this time, I don't think I can help." He felt genuinely ashamed. The truth was, he owed me. I was the one who'd warned him to stock up on supplies, which was why he had a good stash of instant noodles and sausages at home and was doing okay now. But watching me about to be swarmed by so many people, there was nothing he could do. "Uncle Yu, they didn't come with that mob to corner me, and I understood. That was already generous of them." I said flatly, "As long as you don't get involved, that's enough. You don't need to worry about my end." If he really came to help me, he'd probably get hacked to death by the 100+ homeowners downstairs. I didn't chat with him much, and I didn't reveal any details about my place. You've always got to keep your guard up. Doesn't matter who you are, I'm never going to trust anyone completely. Before long, I felt the floor start to tremble, and a rumbling sound came from outside. Here they come. That was the sound of over 100 people charging up the stairs. Too bad I live on the 24th floor and the elevator's dead. These people were going to be wrecked by the time they climbed up. And it wasn't just the folks from downstairs. I stared at the surveillance monitor and saw the young couple next door in 2402 come out too. The guy holding a wrench, the woman behind him raising a kitchen knife, both of their eyes glowing green, locked dead on my front door. They must have been eaten up with jealousy over the heavenly life I'd been living these past 2 weeks. Green with envy, literally. The crowd quickly packed the hallway outside my door until there wasn't room to breathe. A few of them were even holding umbrellas, guarding against me tossing cold water on them. Soon someone rushed up and started pounding on the door. "Zhang Yi, get out here. If you don't want to die, this is your last chance." I scanned the monitor. No sign of Sun Jichao, no sign of Chen Zhenghao. That told me one thing. They hadn't told these neighbors the truth about my place at all. They just wanted to use these people as cannon fodder, to soak up my crossbow bolts and high-voltage current first. Well then, I won't be polite either. I've got energy to spare. I won't miss a little electricity. High-voltage switch, on. The kid who'd just been pounding on the door was instantly seized by the current, his face twisting up. The worst part was that over 100 people were crammed together in one mass. The moment he got shocked, a whole crowd behind him got fried right along with him. "Ah, it's high voltage. Get back, quick." The people in back scrambled to let go, like they'd been bitten by a tiger. But the guy pounding on the door and the 7 or 8 around him couldn't escape. They got electrocuted until they were charred black all over. A dozen seconds later, I cut the current. 9 people collapsed together, smoke rising off them. The air thick with the smell of roasted meat and burnt clothing. Whether they were dead or alive, nobody knew, but everyone understood that even if they still had a breath left, in this situation they were as good as dead. A few women in the crowd couldn't take it. They shrieked and doubled over, dry heaving, nothing in their stomachs but stomach acid to bring up. Some tried to run, only to reach the stairwell and discover their escape route had already been sealed off by Chen Jinghao and his men. "Where do you think you're going? Get back there," Chen Jinghao said, leveling his gun, his voice cold and sinister. He was blocking the exit to force everyone to fight me to the death. The more of these people died, the more justified he'd be in seizing their resources. Sun Jichao and a few others were there too, dragging their sick bodies along, staring at the 9 corpses with utterly indifferent expressions. They were running the same scheme as Chen Zhenghao. Seeing the crowd shrink back, Sun Jichao screamed at the top of his lungs, "Zhang Yi is an animal. He'll even kill his own neighbors, brothers and sisters. Kill him and avenge them. Use wood to ram the door, just don't touch the door itself. He's almost out of tricks. Bust that door open and inside there's a heater and more food than you can eat." Those words turned plenty more eyes bloodshot. After starving for over 2 weeks, they'd do anything for a bite of food and a little warmth. Soon someone hauled over a wooden beam. Looked like it had been ripped off a wardrobe. "Come on, boys, ram it. Kill that son of a bitch Zhang Yi." Bam, bam, bam. The violent impacts rattled the water glass on my coffee table, but I felt like it still wasn't lively enough. I pulled a big speaker out of my pocket dimension, hooked it up to my phone, and cranked up my favorite track. Outside, they hammered at the door for all they were worth. Inside, my music blasted to the heavens. It drove them absolutely insane. "Zhang Yi, what the hell are you so cocky about? We're gonna kill you any second now." They rammed harder and harder, but after dozens of blows the door didn't budge an inch. A dozen big men and over 1,000 pounds of force only left a few white scuff marks on the black iron door. What kind of door is this? How is it so tough? Everyone was gasping for breath. Working in 70 below zero cold on empty stomachs, their legs went weak after just a few swings. They had to keep swapping people out. But at this rate, they could work themselves to death and still get nowhere. Just then, one man stared at the door for a long while, then cried out in shock. This This is a bank vault security door. He worked at a bank and recognized it at a glance. Hearing that, the people around him sank even deeper into despair. So we can't break through it? He shook his head with a bitter smile. Forget wood, a top-tier security door like this won't even blow open with a bomb. Without a key, you'd need a world-class master locksmith to even have a sliver of a chance. And by then, I had already brought my handheld crossbow up to the firing slot. Watching that crowd outside still chattering about what to do next, this time I didn't even bother to aim. Since they wanted me dead, there was no need for me to hold back. I'm no saint. I raised the crossbow and fired, and soon several people took bolts and dropped. He's got a weapon. Look out. The crowd panicked and tried to scatter, but the hallway was only so wide. Over 100 people packed together couldn't move at all. In their panic, they went tumbling over each other in a great sprawling heap. I didn't care about any of that. I just kept my head down and kept firing my bolts. The arrows whistled through the air like the sound of death itself, terrifying them into cramming toward the stairwell. Some fell, and, before they could get back up, got trampled underfoot. The screams came in waves. Chen Jinghao stood at the stairwell with his gun raised, blocking the way. What are you scared of? He's just one man. Everybody, get in there. The black muzzle of the gun forced back anyone who tried to flee. He was set on using these cannon fodder to wear down my defenses. Meanwhile, Sun Jichao and his crew had long since hidden far away. Not one of them took a bolt. I fired dozens of bolts, and with the people packed so tightly, almost none of them missed. The neighbors paid a terrible price. But even in dire straits, the human mind works fast. Someone spotted the firing slot. There's a hole in the door. That's where he's shooting from. Just plug it up. Immediately, someone jammed a mop and a broom into the slot, and others tried to shove things through it. I didn't panic. I quickly swung the iron plate behind the firing slot shut and locked it. The thing could only be opened from the inside. There was no breaking it from outside. In this one wave, I'd wiped out several dozen combatants in a single go. Only when I stopped firing did the neighbors come to their senses. The ground was a mess. The bolt wounds varied in depth. Those struck in a vital spot had died on the spot. But when they got a clear look at those rusty, tetanus-ridden bolts, their hearts sank again. Anyone who'd been hit probably wasn't going to make it. Some had lost family, and they cursed through their tears. Zhang Yiyu, this despicable, shameless bastard. Come out and fight me one-on-one if you've got the guts. You monster, I'll take you down with me. The only thing that answered them was the earth-shaking party music blasting from inside. Only after loving did I learn how deep love could be. Cursing outside, jamming inside. It was like I was taunting every single one of them. And honestly, I kind of was. After firing a few dozen arrows, my arms got a little sore, so I went into the kitchen, grabbed a Coke from the fridge, and chugged it down. Ah, that hits the spot. I stared at the screen, keeping watch on the outside. Seeing my door was impenetrable, the neighbors grew frantic and desperate. That's when Sun Jichao shouted, "Don't panic. I've got an idea." Clutching his wounded leg, he limped over, pointed at my wall, and laughed. The door's an alloy. We can't break it down. But this wall, it's just brick and cement. I refuse to believe we can't smash through it. The crowd's eyes suddenly lit up with brilliance. Right? If we can't break the door, we break the wall. With this many people, it won't take long to bust through. Zhang Yi, you scumbag. Bet you never saw this coming. Inside, I watched them suddenly break into cheers and raised an eyebrow. The music was too loud. I couldn't make out what they were saying. But I wasn't worried. I'd just sit back and watch. No matter how many tricks they had, I wasn't scared, because they didn't have more than me. I'd spent an entire month pouring my heart and soul into building this fortress. If they could just smash their way in, then I, Zhang Yi, deserved to die. These people all had tools. They quickly lined up along my outer wall and started swinging hammers and axes. Bam! A big guy gave it everything he had. A crack split across the wall, and white plaster crumbled down. The crowd got fired up and swung even harder. But when that big guy raised his hammer for a second blow, clang, there was a screech of metal on metal. He shrieked, flung his hammer aside, staggered back, and crashed to the ground. Everyone looked. His hands had split open in long gashes, blood pouring out, quickly freezing solid in the cold. It was a chilling sight. What's going on? What kind of wall can stop a sledgehammer? Someone stepped up and scraped away the outer layer of plaster. When they saw what was behind it, their jaw nearly dropped. This wall is made of steel too. Beneath the plaster lay thick black metal, the exact same material as the door. Someone threw his head back and roared. Why? Who the hell builds their walls out of steel plates? I don't believe it's all iron. They refused to give up, moving to another spot to keep hammering, several of them searching together for a weak point. But no matter what angle they tried, all they hit was the same thick steel wall. In the living room, I sneered. You think I didn't consider the same problems you did? Sorry, but my walls are made entirely of 8-inch cast steel. Even artillery shells couldn't punch through. You really think your junk hammers and axes stand a chance? My greatest strength is that I'm terrified of dying, so I've solved every problem I could think of. On inspection day, I tapped every inch of the place before I could relax. The trauma of being broken in on and eaten alive in my past life ran too deep. There was no way in hell I'd let that happen a second time. Outside, the banging continued, annoying me to no end, so I just switched on the room's noise cancellation to keep them from wearing me down with the racket. About 20 more minutes passed before the noise finally stopped completely. Every resident in the building stared at that steel wall with hollow eyes, their hearts colder than the ice and snow outside. That wall stood like a cruel rampart, cutting off every last hope they had. Someone covered their face and screamed in despair. How can this be? Why would anyone build a house like this? I lay on my white recliner, watching the crowd through the window, and one thought filled my mind. They'd all lost it. The young couple next door were still lamenting. We knew they were renovating, but we never imagined it'd turn into this. Honestly, there probably aren't many sane households in this world that would turn their home into what mine had become. Sun Jichao, Zhou Peng, Gu Jiaoyang, and a few others had bloodshot eyes. They knew that if the entire building couldn't break into my place today, all they could do was wait to die. Sun Jichao bit through his own lip without even noticing. He pointed at my house and shrieked. Zhang Yi. He knew all along there'd be a blizzard. Everything he did, it was all to keep us out. Hearing that, the neighbors cursed me through their tears. Zhang Yi, you cowardly bastard, only caring about your own survival, leaving the rest of us to die. When we're all dead, what's the point of you living alone? Won't you be lonely? One day, you'll spend the rest of your life drowning in guilt and regret for not helping us. How will you ever sleep at night? Some, having no way to get to me, resorted to comforting themselves with delusions. Heaven will make you pay eventually. If we die, your conscience will haunt you forever. Little did they know how well I was living in here. And why would I give a damn about a bunch of nodding acquaintances? Meanwhile, Chen Jinghao had been standing in the back the whole time, gun in hand, watching. When he saw the fully metal wall, he frowned too. By now he'd lost all interest in the others. All he wanted was to take my house. What are you all panicking for? This is just the beginning, he said coldly. So his walls are iron. What about the ceiling? The floor? I don't believe he could build himself a solid metal box. Hearing this through the security feed, I nodded. This guy's actually got a brain. Then I sighed and shook my head. Too bad. I'm no idiot either. Taking his words to heart, the neighbors swarmed up and down through the building, hammering, chopping with axes, chiseling, banging with wooden poles, throwing everything they had at it. They were only 8 inches away from a chance to survive, but they soon fell into despair. My home really was a metal box, top, bottom, left, right, front. There wasn't a single angle that wasn't sealed off by thick iron plating. In this blacked-out environment, with no power saws or drills, they'd have to chisel away without eating or drinking for a whole year just to have a shot at breaking through. Chen Jinghao's group hammered away the entire morning. They dug through the plaster, the flooring, the ceiling, and beneath it all lay 8 inches of solid steel. With nothing but manpower, they had no chance. Worse still, working in the extreme cold burned through their energy with no way to replenish it. It would only kill them faster. Many collapsed to the ground, exhausted, their stomachs growling in a hungry chorus. Clutching their sunken bellies, they were on the verge of being completely conquered by starvation. But there hadn't been much food left to begin with. Then someone glimpsed the pale flesh peeking through a gap in a neighbor's clothing, and a sudden thought crept into his mind. Isn't that meat too? The moment the thought surfaced, a chill ran through everyone's bodies, and they desperately tried to drive it out. But once it took root, it became an option, one final choice in a hopeless situation. They all knew, deep down, that when that day came, people would eat people. It was certain. Is there really no other way? Sun Jichao's face was twisted in agony. His arm had already started to fester and rot, the wound still packed with flecks of rust. No antibiotics, not even anti-inflammatory pills. In a situation like this, death was all but guaranteed. Damn you, Zhang Yi. What makes your one life worth more than all of ours? What's so wrong with sacrificing yourself? He screamed at the sky, despair twisting his heart beyond recognition. Just then, my next-door neighbor stepped out. Maybe you could try the balcony. When he remodeled, he turned the balcony into floor-to-ceiling windows, one whole wall of glass. Maybe there's a chance. The other residents couldn't see the back of my place, but my neighbor could. Some floors of building 25 had balconies, and my unit on the 24th floor happened to have a small platform. I usually used it to grow flowers and air out my blankets. A crowd of desperate people suddenly looked up. Windows? Yes. If there are windows, there has to be a way in. They can't have sealed it all off. As long as there are windows, we can break through. Without another word, they charged in through my neighbor's place. There was a 15-centimeter gap between the two balconies, plus a railing. but that wasn't going to stop people who'd lost their minds. The thing is, outside on the balcony was nothing like the hallway. The corridor was sealed airtight by every household, so it stayed at least somewhat warm. But outside, the north wind howled and snow poured down. A few hours out there would freeze a person solid. Chen Jinghao and the others couldn't care less about that. All they had to do was break into my place, and everything would be theirs. Howling like madmen, the crowd leaped onto my balcony. Of course I noticed. We locked eyes for less than a second before they raised their tools and started smashing frantically at that massive floor-to-ceiling window. Me? I dragged my white lounge chair over to the window, lay down without a hurry, and casually poured myself a cup of hot coffee. The balcony wasn't big, and it quickly filled with more than a dozen people. Their faces were pale as corpses, expressions wild and contorted, not a trace of humanity left. If zombies were real, I thought, this was probably about what they'd look like. Bang, 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 clang. Braving the wind and snow, this pack of lunatics pounded at the glass with everything they had. Some struck their own hands without even feeling it, letting the blood flow out and freeze solid. When they'd been hammering at the wall earlier, the desperation hadn't been so obvious. But now, with just a single pane of glass between us, they finally saw exactly how luxuriously I was living. Inside, the fireplace roared. I wore nothing but a single layer of clothing, lounging in my chair like a landlord of old, a steaming cappuccino at my side. The coffee table was piled with weapons, but that wasn't the point. The point was what sat underneath it, a huge heap of half-eaten snacks, potato chips, burgers, cola, pizza, roast chicken, roast duck, even a bowl of oil-splashed noodles. That was all it took to drive the people on the balcony completely over the edge. It had only been half a month, and they were as worked up as if they'd found a long-lost father. Rah! Aya! They were too frenzied to even form words, just howling, then throwing every ounce of strength into smashing the window. Cradling my coffee, I watched the show unfold and said mildly, "Who says glass has to be more fragile than metal?" That wall had cost a fortune. Back when I built it, for the sake of quality of life, I turned down War Dragon Security's suggestion to use metal and paid top dollar to custom order an entire wall of bulletproof glass. I still remembered what their manager, Wu Huiren, had said. A wall this thick isn't stopping bullets anymore. It's stopping artillery shells. The bulletproof glass on western heads of states' motorcades, the kind that can stop a sniper rifle, that was the same material, and it was less than half as thick as my wall. Sure enough, as they kept hammering, something started to feel off. They'd assumed it was acrylic that would shatter after a few blows, but a dozen people had been pounding for ages, and there wasn't even a crack. What the hell kind of glass is this? Could it be bulletproof glass? A man in glasses rasped out the words, his voice full of despair, as if it had risen up from the very bottom of hell. It can stop artillery shells. You think it can't handle your amateur handiwork? No, I don't believe it, a young man screamed at the sky. My fate is mine to decide, not heaven's. Break it, and the fireplace, the food, the drinks, it's all mine. Maybe the cold had frozen their brains, because they just abandoned all reason and threw themselves at it in a mad frenzy. I applauded them, deeply moved. Still, I was getting a little hungry, so I pulled some more food out of my storage space. Braised pork knuckle, candied bananas, and a block of pure cocoa butter chocolate. Just one pane of glass between us. Outside, people battled the wind and snow, faces twisted, smashing at the glass. Inside, I lounged and ate without a care. The contrast drove them nearly insane with jealousy. Zhang Yi, you just wait. I'm going to kill you. Break this glass and you're finished, you selfish piece of trash. All that food, all that hot coffee, it's mine, it's all mine. I raised my coffee toward them. Keep at it. You've got this. Soon enough, some of them started running out of steam. The wind and snow up on the 24th floor were brutal, and their body heat drained fast. They had to swap in fresh people every 10 minutes or so. But half an hour passed, and all they'd managed were a few thin scratches on the glass. They grew more and more desperate, but seeing how comfortable I was, jealousy wouldn't let them give up. Another half hour, and they were still at it. In the crowd, I spotted a few of Chun Jinghao's lackeys. At a time like this, there was no way he'd sit back and contribute nothing. I figured it was about time. So I sat up from my chair, walked over to the coffee table, and picked up a bottle. Frost coated the glass outside, so they thought I'd grabbed a drink. The next moment, they watched me pull out a lighter and set the mouth of the bottle ablaze. My place had firing ports on every side. More than one, in fact. A slot cracked open overhead, and I hurled the ball of fire out. The bottle traced a yellow arc through the air and hit the ground. Crack! Flames erupted with a roar. It was a homemade Molotov cocktail. Even in extreme cold, gasoline burns just fine, and it gives off heat. Gasoline splashed everywhere, and the balcony was cramped to begin with. The moment it hit the down jackets and padded pants of a dozen people, the whole place went up in flames. The corner of my mouth curled up, and I lit the next one and threw it. Ah! Fire, fire! More than a dozen people were packed together, and the balconies were separated. Jumping over to the neighbors wasn't so easy. They had nowhere to run. One by one, they turned into burning, writhing fireballs. Some dropped to the ground and rolled around, trying to smother the flames with snow, but gasoline burns just the same, water or not. Others tried to climb over to the neighboring balcony, and in their panic, a hand or foot slipped, sending them plummeting straight down from the 24th floor. A long, drawn-out scream, then a muffled thud. From 24 stories up, the snow below wouldn't cushion the impact. Even if the fall didn't kill you outright, you'd end up with shattered bones and ruptured organs, as good as dead. I laughed. Well, at least falling to your death beats burning alive. Bam! A twisted, snarling face slammed against the glass, glaring at me with pure hatred. Save me, save me. I raised my coffee mug in a toast. Save you? Like hell. Go die, you worthless piece of trash. He let out a hopeless cry as the flames swallowed him whole. There were still 60 or 70 people waiting on the neighboring balcony for their turn. Seeing that hellish scene straight out of a nightmare, every one of them went white as a sheet. Help! Somebody help me. I don't want to die. I'm begging you. One person, engulfed in flames, tried to crawl over for help, grabbing the railing with both hands. At that exact moment, a man on the other side didn't hesitate. He stomped down hard on those hands. Get off. You're already done for. Don't drag us down with you. The burning man wouldn't let go. Gritting his teeth, the man kicked again and again, until he'd actually snapped the guy's fingers. The man struggled for a bit, gazed at them in despair, and slowly slumped down against the railing. The air was thick with the smell of charred flesh, that same smell you sometimes catch walking past a street stall in summer. Within minutes, all dozen or so of them were dead. Some hadn't been badly burned at first and tried to escape, only to be blocked by their neighbors, people who'd rather let them die than risk the fire spreading to themselves. Others, in unbearable agony, jumped to their deaths. But here's the eerie part. That inferno actually gave the survivors a warmth they hadn't felt in ages. They inched closer, holding their hands out to the fire, faces breaking into smiles they tried to hide from one another. The fire burned for over 20 minutes before dying out. The neighbors stared at the corpses littering the ground, and dread crept into their hearts. They'd already lost 30 or 40 people trying to get to me. Every angle had failed to breach the door. How on earth were they supposed to get their hands on my supplies? Despair filled the air. But another feeling was growing stronger and stronger, slowly changing the look in their eyes. When you've been starving for too long, there's a crazed idea that starts creeping up from the depths of your mind, one nobody's willing to admit to. Their throats kept bobbing up and down. Suddenly, a woman burst into tears. I can't take it anymore. They'd worked the entire day, sure they'd break through easily. Instead, so many had died, and not a single crack had appeared in my walls or windows. Sobbing, she rushed to the front of the crowd and climbed onto my balcony. I figured the next wave was coming to smash the glass, but instead she dropped to her knees in front of my window with a heavy thud. Zhang-Yi, I'm starving to death. Please, save me. Even just a piece of bread. Then a whole crowd came running, all of them kowtowing to me, weeping and begging for a bite to eat. Most of the ones bowing were women, trying to win my sympathy, slamming their heads down until they bled. It was pitiful. I sighed and walked to the window. Come on, everyone, don't do this. It breaks my heart to watch. As I said it, I held up the steaming bowl of noodles in my hand. And when my heart aches, it makes me hungry. I slurped down big mouthfuls of noodles while the crowd outside practically drooled. They cried harder, kowtowed more desperately. Zhang-Yi, we were wrong. We just want to live. Just toss us some scraps. Let us live like dogs. That's all we ask. We'll do anything you say from now on. I lowered my head and kept eating. Being able to wolf down a big bowl of noodles when you're starving, that's pure bliss. After half a bowl, I casually set the rest down in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, just one pane away, close enough to see but never to taste. One by one, they pressed their entire faces against the glass, as if that alone could feed them. Don't say I never gave you a chance. Whoever brings me Qin Jinghao's head right now, I'll feed you noodles like this for a whole week, stuffed full, every meal. Of course I had no intention of pitying them. It was just that their constant hammering at my walls and drilling at my windows had gotten unbearably annoying. Better to turn them against each other. Let them tear one another apart. Now that would be entertaining. I posted the same message in the group chat, so the whole building could see it. The crowd at my window immediately hesitated. Qin Jinghao had a gun. Go after his head, and you might lose your own first. But was I any easier to deal with? There were 30 or 40 corpses stacked up around my front door as proof. As it turned out, I was a far tougher nut to crack than Qin Jinghao. Right then, Qin Jinghao was watching me from the neighboring balcony. He hadn't heard what I'd said. He was just frowning, plotting his next move. He'd lost 2 men in that fight too, and if he wanted to keep his grip on the whole building, he'd need to replenish his ranks. Mid-thought, a sudden chill ran down his spine, every hair standing on end. He whipped around, raising his gun, only to find everyone around him staring at him strangely. Not like they were looking at a person, but at food. What do you all think you're doing? Seeing the gun, they backed off. Chen Jinghao's skin crawled, and he quickly slipped away with a few of his men. Sun Jichao pressed him. What about Zhang Yi's place? Chen Jinghao cursed. Damn it, we can't get in anyway. We'll deal with it later. And with that, he left. The two groups at my window, the ones kowtowing and the ones smashing, couldn't endure the wind and snow, and they gradually dispersed too. I lay back in my warm apartment, waiting for the show to begin. After that battle, nearly 40 people in the building were dead, almost all of them having taken part in the assault on my home, their strength completely drained. Supplies were scarcer than ever, and the fighting between people grew more and more horrifying. Soon, a flood of private messages came in. The neighbors had fully caved, no strength left for another large-scale assault, and utterly hopeless in the face of my airtight defenses. So some begged and pleaded, while others offered deals. Take Su Hao, the rich kid. He photographed his girlfriend head to toe and sent me the pictures. Zhang Yi, I'll give you my woman. Just give me some food, okay? She's a famous car show model here in Tianhai City. An absolute stunner. You'll love her. I recognized the model. Su Hao had bought that apartment just to keep her as his mistress. She'd always dressed to kill, nose in the air, looking down on me with that same haughty face. And now, Su Hao was ready to sell her off for a few meals, while she herself, much more haggard now, seemed perfectly willing to be traded, filming the video with real enthusiasm. He was really putting in the effort. What a cheap piece of trash, I sneered. Sure, she had a killer body and a face that could hold its own. But there was no way in hell I'd let a shameless woman like that through my door. For all I knew, she'd slit my throat in my sleep and take over my place. Anyone willing to sell their body for cash has no bottom line. I watched that video 5 times, then closed the chat window with contempt. Not many men reached out to me. They didn't have anything worth trading for food. Only Uncle Yu happily congratulated me on fending off my enemy. Women, on the other hand, were plenty. Fang Yuqing, for instance, gushed. You're amazing. I knew you'd be fine. I can't get away right now. They've been keeping me locked up at home. But don't worry, I'll definitely come find you. I let out a scoff and ignored her. Night fell fast these days. It was pitch dark by around 5, days short and nights long. The temperature would drop another 10 degrees overnight. The few channels still broadcasting kept droning on. Thanks to government efforts, the blizzard situation is improving. Please stay calm. The weather is bitterly cold, so avoid going outside, and please help those in need. United, we stand strong. Tomorrow will surely be better. I found the news more entertaining than a comedy sketch these days. I was also curious where these stations had relocated to, and how they were even staying on air. While I listened, I scrolled through the group chat, reading my neighbors cursing me out, crying, and begging. I found it endlessly amusing. The ones cursing me were mostly the ones who'd lost family members. When I was in a good mood, I'd even reply with a blessing, congrats on the death in the family. Now you've got some barbecue for the funeral, and you can mix the ashes into your rice. That only made them curse harder. Suddenly, I noticed movement on the balcony. I walked to the window. Outside, the snow reflected so much light it was blinding, and saw people sneaking around to haul away those bodies. More precisely, the charred bodies. They were bundled up head to toe, and when they realized I was watching, they all jumped in fright. Zhang Yi, we're not here to mess with you. Don't get us wrong. We're just here to move the bodies. Their voices trembled, too guilty to even look at me. I curled my lips into a smirk. Oh, moving the bodies? Are you their family? If you're burying them, just toss them down the stairwell. Or what? Are you planning to pile up a grave inside your apartment? They had no answer. Stealing their nerves, they dragged the bodies away as fast as they could. I waved at them through the glass. You're pretty ruthless too. Guess you've finally come to this. The next day, gunshots rang out in the hallway. Bang, bang, 2 shots, like a couple of firecrackers going off. This had to be Qin Jinghao's doing. That line I dropped yesterday had worked. In desperate straits, people's fear of death slowly fades away, and my promise of a full week's worth of noodles was just too tempting to resist. I pulled up my surveillance feed and saw the scene of the clash. 2 men lay in pools of blood, one still gripping a wrench, the other a kitchen knife. Chen Jinghao wasn't in great shape either. He was slumped against the wall, gun in hand, looking thoroughly shaken. If he could ambush people going out for water, then naturally others could seize the chance to strike back at him. He had his underlings drag the bodies away and then followed them back inside. He clutched that pistol tightly. It was his last line of defense now. Once the bodies were hauled back to his place, he shot his lackey a look, and they dragged them straight behind the kitchen. Chen Jinghao sat on the cold couch, his face dark. When he'd gotten back the day before and seen the bounty I'd put on him in the group chat, he'd been livid. In his mind, he was the hunter and I was nothing but prey, so what right did the prey have to fight back? But he'd underestimated how insane people could get when cornered. Just this morning, two desperate young men had come for his life. It made him sense the danger closing in, and it made him even more unhinged. You want me dead? You die first. As he relaxed, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his back. He called his lackey over to check, and the guy cried out, "Brother Hao, you've got a knife wound in your back." The kitchen knife had sliced a 30-centimeter gash through his down jacket. The blood barely showed against his black clothes. Out in the cold, with adrenaline pumping, he hadn't felt a thing, but now that it was pointed out, he yelped in pain. Those two sons of bitches, actually daring to sneak attack me. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and he quickly called Zhou Kuer. Before long, Zhou Kuer arrived with a medical kit on her back. Looking at this cold-blooded killer, her eyes were full of disgust, but to stay alive she had no choice but to treat his wounds. In fact, it was thanks to her that Chen Jinghao's earlier arrow wound had never turned serious. Staring down the barrel of a gun, she had no other option. "I'm not doing this for free," she said coldly. Chen Jinghao chuckled and pointed toward the kitchen. "You'll get a share of what we're eating later." Zhou Kuer sniffed, caught the sharp, metallic stench of blood, and her face changed. She'd worked in a hospital long enough to know exactly what it was. Choking back the urge to vomit, she said, "No thanks." Still acting all high and mighty at a time like this. "Sooner or later, you'll eat it. Eat or die." "I'd rather die. Now that would be a waste." In a world like this, having a doctor around is far too valuable. Chen Jinghao fixed his gaze on her, a flash of heat in his eyes. He'd been lusting after this beauty for a long time. If she weren't still useful, he'd have made his move already. "Don't worry. When the day comes that I've got no choice but to eat you, I'll save you for last." Zhou Kuer frowned and said nothing. She silently finished bandaging him, picked up her medical kit, and turned to leave. Chen Jinghao gave a signal, and his lackey immediately blocked the door. "What are you trying to do?" Her heart clenched. "Nothing. Until my wound heals, you're not going anywhere." He was scared now too. He had no idea how many people wanted him dead, and he was short on medicine. Having a doctor by his side was the only thing that put him at ease. Ignoring Zhou Kuer's resistance, he forced her to stay. After a while, the lackey brought out a pot of cooked rice. The moment Zhou Kuer thought about what it might actually be, she nearly threw up. Only her years of seeing corpses at the hospital kept her holding it together. Chen Jinghao told her to eat. Of course she refused. He didn't press it, figuring she was just putting on an act and would eat once hunger got the better of her. "This can't go on. These cattle are actually daring to fight back now. That's bad for us," Chen Jinghao said to his underlings. "The only way we'll be safe is to kill Zhang Yi and take over his place. His apartment is like a fortress, packed with supplies, enough to last us a few months. By then the blizzard might even be over. For now, we need to figure out how to deal with Zhang Yi." The lackeys exchanged glances. "Brother Hao, we've attacked his place several times already, and we've failed every single time. It's like a turtle shell, there's no cracking it open. I refuse to believe his place has no weak spots, and I refuse to believe he never comes out. Here's the plan. We move into the unit right next to his, keep watch in shifts, and the second we get a chance, we take him out. Living up high is safer too." The whole crew was at their wits' end. Whatever he said, they just nodded along. Zhou Kuer took in every word. Using the bathroom as an excuse, she slipped inside and texted me everything. I read it and let out a dismissive laugh. "Get me to leave my apartment? Not a chance. Got it. Stay put and keep watching." Zhou Kuer was a doctor. Chen Jinghao wouldn't kill her. She wasn't in any immediate danger. I was in no rush to act. Once the bounty was out there, someone would come along, ready to throw their life away just to kill Chen Jinghao. Chen Jinghao gathered up his supplies and took Zhou Kuer up to the 24th floor. The young couple living next door to me nearly jumped out of their skin the moment they heard he was coming. "Open up. It's Chen Jinghao. We're swapping apartments. Open the door, or I start shooting." Inside, the young couple clung to each other, trembling. The wife looked at her husband in despair, a bespectacled office clerk. He held her close and tried to reassure her. "Don't be scared. They want the apartment, so just give it to them. Hide whatever food we've got left on you, hurry." They stuffed the last of their food into their clothes and, shaking, opened the door. The sight of the vicious crowd outside made the man swallow hard. He bowed and said, "Hao Ji, the place is all yours. We'll leave right now." He'd barely taken 2 steps, pulling his wife along, when one of the goons sneered and swung a steel pipe. Crack! The man's vision went black and he crumpled to the floor. In his eyes, just before he blacked out, was pure disbelief. "I gave up the apartment without a fight. Why are you still doing this?" The woman screamed and threw herself over her husband, but another pipe came down on her head. Two of the underlings walked over, and without a word, made sure neither of them would ever speak again. Zhou Ku'er clamped a hand over her mouth, frozen in terror. It was the first time she'd ever seen someone killed. No matter how strong your nerves are, nothing prepares you for that. Chen Jinghao shot her a glance and sneered. It's freezing out. They'd have died sooner or later. Dr. Zhou, you'd better get used to it. He'd killed enough people to lose all reverence for human life. And there was something he'd never admit. After I'd put a bounty on his head and someone had already come for him, he was scared, deep down. That's exactly why he had to use even more brutal methods to keep the whole building in line, to force them into submission. Zhou Ku'er choked back her nausea and said nothing. Chen Jinghao strolled in like he owned the place and ordered his men to dispose of the two bodies. Over the next few days, I kept hearing banging and clanging from next door. I knew what it was. Chen Jinghao searching for a weak point in my apartment. He'd even assigned people to take shifts watching my front door and back window. He figured I'd have to leave eventually, to take out the trash or to gather snow to melt for water. All he needed was one opening to kill me, and everything I owned would be his. But what he couldn't imagine was that I had access to a massive pocket dimension. Water was the least of my worries. That said, I really couldn't just open the window to toss my garbage anymore. He had a gun, and I wasn't about to take that risk. But for a homebody like me, so what if the trash piled up a little? When I got bored, I played games or watched shows I'd downloaded ahead of time. In the residents group chat, every day was full of people begging me for help. And when begging didn't work, cursing me out. Zhang Yi, you're a heartless son of a bitch. You could give everyone a few more days to live. So why are you so damn selfish? You're going to die alone. Do you even have a heart? Refuse to help us, and you'll spend the rest of your life drowning in regret. My response to all this cursing was simple. I live-streamed myself eating, right there in the group chat. Hey everyone, today I'm making braised pork belly. I dropped a 2-pound slab of pork belly onto the cutting board. The chat instantly went feral. You need that much pork belly just for braised pork. If you can't finish it, give it to me. Zhang Yi, you're not human, you're an animal. You don't deserve that meat. I haven't had anything greasy in a week. I'm begging you, just let me have a piece of the skin. Starving people have zero resistance to anything rich and fatty. Even through the screen, they looked like they could smell it. But as I cooked, I frowned. I picked up a piece to taste it, then turned and spat it into the trash. Too much soy sauce. Damn, the whole batch is ruined. I cook regularly, but I rarely make anything fancy. This time I'd overdone the soy sauce and botched the caramel. The whole pot came out salty and bitter, completely inedible. How am I supposed to eat this? Ugh, what a waste. Such a waste. I shook my head and dumped the entire pot into the trash. The chat exploded. Don't throw it out. My mouth is a trash can. What are you doing? Why are you throwing it away? Why? Take your trash out right now. I'll come grab it. Young master, this humble servant has arrived too late. Do you still need a dog? The kind that handles your garbage for you. A few people nearly passed out from rage. In the dead of winter, with all the gas shut off, even a hot meal was a luxury they could only dream of, never mind braised pork belly. And here I was, dumping a whole pot without a second thought. Guess I'll just eat something that's already made. The camera panned over to a clean table set with more than a dozen full-size dishes, all bathed in warm yellow light that made them look even more mouth-watering. I introduced them one by one. Braised prawns, scallion braised sea cucumber, premium tofu, sweet and sour carp, 9-turn large intestines, wine-simmered fish fillets, sweet and sour pork, cuttlefish egg soup, candied yam. Everything's ready. Let's dig in. I propped up my phone like a full-blown food streamer, grabbed my chopsticks, and started feasting. The chat went absolutely nuts. Zhang Yi, give me just one bite. I'll get on my knees for you. Let my kid have a bite of fish, even just the tail. Zhang Yi, you're my daddy. Just let me have a sip of the soup. Some people even blew up my phone with calls. I ignored every one of them, and the food only tasted better. Watching them lose their minds made every bite go down that much smoother. This little flex of mine had every resident in the building bleeding inside. Even the slop I was pouring down the drain would have been a heavenly delicacy to them now. Yet I wouldn't spare them a drop. Sun Jichao's situation, meanwhile, had gone from bad to worse. His botched raid on my apartment last time had blown his chances of grabbing my antibiotics. Just 2 days later, the consequences caught up with him. The 3 wounded men's injuries itched like crazy, and the area around the bandages was oozing an unnatural yellow. Sun Jichao couldn't help but rip off the gauze to look. It had already festered, and a rotting, corpse-like stench hit him in the face. No, no, no. I don't want to die yet, he wailed, terrified. Zhou Peng and Gu Jiaoyang frantically peeled back their own gauze, praying they weren't infected. But reality was merciless. A scrape might have healed on its own, but they'd all taken puncture wounds. Rust-covered crossbow bolts had driven deep into their flesh. The injury, combined with infection, malnutrition, and no medicine, deterioration was inevitable. Several people were screaming, half-crazed. Inside the apartment, Fang Yuqing was trembling as she texted me. Zhang Yi, they've all gone insane. Qing'er is so scared. Please come save me, okay? I'll do whatever you say. I promise I'll be good. I texted back. Qing'er, it breaks my heart to see you like this. But I can't leave. Qin Jinghao is right next door to me. Why don't you come here instead? Just be careful on the way. My neighbors were all killed by them yesterday. A delicate girl like you would definitely be a target. Facing this two-faced little schemer, I had only one thought. Torture her by every means I could, and let her die in despair. Sure enough, the moment she heard Qin Jinghao was next door, she froze up. There was no way she'd take that risk. Zhang Yi, Qing'er is so scared. Can't you come get me? Don't you have weapons? I cursed under my breath. Filthy little whore. Now you want me to come fetch you? I'd love to, but they scared me half to death a few days ago. I'm not feeling too well. Let's leave it for now. I'm tired. But the screaming outside didn't stop. Fang Yuqing went pale and texted again, but I'd already stopped answering. Over the next few days, my life stayed comfortable and carefree. No work, sleep whenever I wanted, wake up whenever I wanted, no scrambling to survive, no need to please anyone. If someone pissed me off, I just cursed them right back. It was heaven. Next door, Qin Jinghao spent every day scheming how to kill me. But I simply never left my apartment, so he never got a single chance. Instead, he was the one with a bounty on his head, jumping at every shadow, unable to trust even his own men. He slept clutching a gun in his hand, and his nerves quickly frayed to pieces. Then he finally figured it out. Through my surveillance cameras, I watched the entire building. No one could move through the hallways without me seeing. Over those few days, people kept filing into Qin Jinghao's apartment, all young, able-bodied single men. Some came willingly, others at gunpoint. Little by little, his crew grew to 10 men, even more than before. I understood. He's scared. He's gathering a crew for courage, so no one takes him out to claim my bounty. But the way I saw it, this was drinking poison to quench thirst. I'd killed over 40 people in this building, that left about 70. Following the timeline of my past life, most families were nearly out of supplies, and the next food source would be people. Qin Jinghao had gathered all these men, and soon he'd turn on the others. But that also meant 10 mouths to feed. Even by cannibalizing each other, they couldn't last long. Besides, every one of them had their own agenda. A cripple holding on to power with nothing but a gun. How many bullets could that gun even have left? I texted Zhou Kuer, asking about Qin Jinghao's situation. It was a long time before she replied. They've gone insane. All the food is gone. They've started eating people. I haven't eaten in 2 days. I'm starving to death. This didn't surprise me. If I ever reached the point where I'd starve unless I ate another person, I'd probably choose death over that. Of course, I only had the nerve to say that because I was eating and drinking well every day. If I ever actually hit that kind of desperation, I honestly don't know what I'd do. Zhou Kuer continued. For days now they've been going out hunting for people. Whenever they find a place with someone inside, they break in and kill them. It's almost funny. Those few dozen you killed actually ended up buying a lot of other people more time. But they've met resistance too. The survivors have banded together, and Qin's crew has taken casualties. After a long pause, she sent one more line. Zhang Yi, can you still save me? Reading that, I could feel just how far this cold, aloof doctor had been humbled. She seemed to have lost all hope. In times like these, when everyone's survival hung by a thread, who had the ability to worry about anyone else's life or death? I thought about it for a long time, and finally made my decision. This woman, Zhou Kuer, was still useful. I couldn't just let her die like that. A lead surgeon from a top-tier hospital was hard enough to find, let alone one I already knew inside and out. I texted her, do one thing for me, and once it's done, I'll let you live. I could take her in, but first she had to prove her loyalty with a real commitment. My requirements were simple, useful, no threat, and most importantly, no bleeding heart heroics. I was confident about the first two, but I wanted to know whether this woman, when it mattered, could actually be ruthless. So I gave her a task. She didn't reply right away. Clearly she was struggling with it. I wasn't in a rush. Time was on my side. If she couldn't pass this test, I'd cut her loose without hesitation. After all, I was healthy, unlikely to fall seriously ill, wouldn't leave home carelessly, and my risk of injury was minimal. But how much longer Zhou Kuer could survive? That was anyone's guess. The next day, I slept in until 10. After washing up, I changed into workout clothes and got on the treadmill. In the apocalypse, a good body mattered more than anything. With a strong, healthy physique, you could handle danger when it came and get sick less often. I ran for a full hour, drenched in sweat, then took a hot shower. Standing under the water, I felt an inexplicable sense of pride. A luxury like this, for how many people out there now was it an unimaginable extravagance? Just then, bang, bang. Bang! A sudden, thunderous pounding erupted outside. My eyes narrowed. I wrapped a towel around myself and stepped out. Soon I heard cursing. It was Zhou Peng. I pulled up the surveillance feed and saw Zhou Peng outside my door, wildly hacking at it with 2 kitchen cleavers. Zhang Yi, get out here. Hiding in your apartment all day. You're a spineless coward, a piece of trash. The corner of my mouth curled. Oh yeah, you're absolutely right. And then what? I nearly died laughing. A useless nobody who can't even keep himself alive, and he's trying to goad me? The one who's desperate here seems to be you, doesn't it? I noticed he was swinging with his left hand only. He could barely even lift his right arm. That's when I knew. His arm was already infected. Looking closer, that arm had swollen up enormously. I walked up to the door, hands in my pockets, and said calmly, Zhou Peng, infection doesn't feel too good, does it? Back in biology class, my teacher taught us about wound infections. The tetanus bacteria from that rusty blade burrowed into your wound like maggots into a rotting corpse, and now they're breeding like crazy. That cut of yours has to be at least a dozen centimeters deep. It's cold outside, but your flesh is warm. The bacteria are multiplying like mad in that warm nest, eating away at your flesh bit by bit. Then it festers, oozing black pus. The wound gets bigger and bigger, and eventually it follows your blood vessels and spreads through your entire body. I told it in vivid detail. When Zhou Peng finished listening, his arm hurt even more, cold sweat pouring down. It felt like his whole body was crawling with bacteria, gnawing him clean. He knew I was deliberately scaring him, but there was no way to suppress that fear. Zhang Yi, I'm going to kill you. He'd gone mad. His arm really had rotted, and he knew he was going to die, so he wanted to make one last stand. But coming here was doomed to be a waste of effort. In the next room, Chen Jinghao's men heard the shouting and asked, should we finish him off? Chen Jinghao thought about it. Didn't you hear he's about to die from infection anyway? Would you dare eat pork from a pig that died of disease? Everyone exchanged glances and finally decided not to take the risk. Zhou Peng hacked at the door for a while, cursed for a while, and finally collapsed exhausted in front of my door, crying and begging me to spare his life. I said in a low, eerie voice, you're as good as dead. The wounds rotted through, late stage, no saving you. You might as well do everything you never dared to do while you're still alive. Zhou Peng's eyes filled with tears, and he grew even more despairing. Could it be? He was really going to die? Fear swallowed him like an abyss. But what came next was rage, reckless rage. I'm going to die anyway, so what's there to be afraid of? He struggled to his feet and kicked my iron door hard, wanting to curse again, but the door was too solid and the pain nearly made him pass out. He couldn't be bothered anymore. Staggering, he ran back to his quarters. When he got back, his eyes were unfocused. In his daze, he saw Sun Jichao heating a knife over a candle, then pressing it against his own wound. SSSSS. Fat burned, gray smoke rose. Sun Jichao's eyes bulged. He bit down on the blanket, but still let out an agonized wail. He probably thought this would kill off all the bacteria. Ignorant and pitiful. Cousin Wang Min stood beside Zhou Peng, watching him with an aching heart, not knowing how to comfort him. She knew Zhou Peng didn't have long. Every day, the rotting stench of several people wafted through the room. Their bodies were decaying before they were even dead, a kind of suffering ordinary people couldn't imagine. Zhou Peng ignored her and headed straight for the room where Fang Yuqing was being held. The moment Fang Yuqing saw him, she screamed in terror. Zhou Peng, what are you doing? He walked up to her, his bloodshot eyes fixed on her. Yuqing, will you marry me? This pathetic simp, his life was almost gone, and his greatest wish was still just to marry her. In the apocalypse, this request was both laughable and pitiful. Fang Yuqing frowned, her eyes full of disgust, and instinctively pinched her nose. No, I won't. Zhou Peng's heart shattered. He had given so much for her, was even about to give his life. Yet from beginning to end she hadn't felt a single flutter for him. No, you do love me. I'm going to have you, before I die. I'm going to make you my woman. He'd lost his mind. If he couldn't have something, he'd destroy it. The people outside heard the commotion, but no one cared. In their eyes, Fang Yuqing was the culprit who had dragged them all down to this point. She deserved to die. No, get away from me. You stink so bad. It's disgusting. Fang Yuqing screamed. You dare call me disgusting? Zhou Peng flew into a fury and ripped the bandage off his arm. The wound bulged high, black and purple, festering to a shocking degree. Then he did something horrifying. He reached over, tore off a chunk of rotten flesh, and forced it into Fang Yuqing's mouth. That'll teach you to insult me. That'll teach you. Fang Yuqing retched uncontrollably in disgust, but her mouth was still stuffed full of rotten flesh. Zhou Peng grinned savagely, watching his goddess being defiled by him, and felt an unprecedented sense of pleasure rise within him. He tore off her clothes, completely ignoring the sub-60-degree cold of the room. Fang Yuqing had no strength left to resist, lying there with a vacant look in her eyes. But when Zhou Peng pulled down his pants, he discovered a cruel truth. He couldn't get it up at all. No surprise, in temperatures of 60 or 70 below zero, combined with his utterly wrecked physical condition, even given the chance, he was useless. Get up, damn it, get up. He grew frantic and tried everything, but down there felt like it had completely lost all sensation. Seeing this, Fang Yuqing let out a cold sneer. You really are worthless. Ah, his despairing roar echoed through the room. Meanwhile, after agonizing over it all night, Zhou Kuer finally gave me a definite answer. She knew this was a test I was giving her. It was dangerous, but if she didn't do it, before long she'd die at the hands of Chen Jinghao and his crew all the same. She had to take the gamble. That night, Chen Jinghao's gang sat in the living room and sent one of their lackeys to cook in the kitchen. Zhou Kuer crouched in the corner watching them, then suddenly stood up. I'll go help him. Chen Jinghao's cold gaze turned toward her, and he smiled in an unsettling way. Huh, I knew you couldn't hold out. Zhou Kuer's whole body went stiff, her blood nearly freezing. 2 days without food, nobody can take it. Dr. Zhou, there's no shame in wanting to survive. She relaxed slightly and bit her lip. You're right. I don't want to die. I want to live. Chen Jinghao thought she'd come around and nodded. That's for the best. You're still useful to me right now. I wouldn't want you dying too soon. Zhou Kuber took a deep breath, turned, and walked into the kitchen. The kitchen was covered in blood and filth. Even with her nose stuffed up, she could smell the overwhelming stench. Forcing down her discomfort, she went over to help the lackey who was cooking. The lackey wore a numb expression and said nothing, only pointing at the axe and broken furniture beside him, signaling for her to split wood and start a fire. She obediently did as told. With energy so scarce now, cooking could only be done by burning furniture. A makeshift stove had been set up in the kitchen with an iron pot on top. Once the fire got going, the snow in the pot slowly melted into water. That snowmelt was murky and full of impurities, but having anything to eat at all was good enough now. Nobody was picky. Zhou Kuer kept her eyes on the lackey while staying alert to any movement outside the kitchen. Fine beads of sweat formed in her palms. If the next move was discovered, she would surely die. After a while, the lackey tossed the ingredients into the pot and carelessly sprinkled in some seasoning. Watch it closely, he said coldly, then turned and left. Zhou Kuer waited a long time, and only after confirming it was safe did she pull a small bottle out of her pocket. Nervously, she twisted off the cap, poured a pile of white powder into the soup, then quickly stuffed the bottle back into her pocket. It was only then that she realized. Her heart was pounding like a single-cylinder engine, and her legs shook with nerves. She swallowed hard, picked up the ladle, and stirred the powder into the food until it dissolved. The whole thing was nerve-wracking, but it went off without a hitch. This wasn't a movie. There weren't any dramatic twists. The conditions were so brutal that everyone had gone numb. It never even crossed their minds that she might drug the food. At lunch, she carried out a big pot of food and set it on the table. The group immediately swarmed it, eyes bloodshot with hunger. To keep up appearances, she scooped herself a bowl of soup and quietly retreated to her room. Nobody paid her any attention. All they cared about was getting something hot in their stomachs. Hot food meant survival. One more bite was one more shred of hope for staying alive. Back in her room, she sat on the bed with her soup and waited in silence. She'd used sleeping pills, more than half a bottle. The stuff worked fast. A single pill could knock you out in half an hour. And after eating, when blood rushes to the stomach, people naturally get drowsy anyway. A dose this large could put an elephant under. As a doctor, she knew exactly what a dose like that meant. Short of a violent shock, there was no way they'd wake up anytime soon. Before long, the living room filled with a chorus of snoring. Zhou Kuer crept over carefully and saw them all sprawled out dead asleep across the sofas and chairs. Holding her breath, she messaged me. I dosed them with a ton of sleeping pills. They're all out cold. What do you want to do now? Just one wall away was where I lived. I'd been waiting for her message, waiting to confirm whether she could pull it off. Only by proving her worth could she earn a place as a pawn in my hand. I raised an eyebrow and texted back, drag them out onto the balcony. I wasn't going over there. What if it was a trap? Zhou Kuer bit her lip, then replied, okay. An ordinary person would have been paralyzed with fear by now. If Chen Jinghao suddenly woke up, she'd be dead. But Zhou Kuer was a professional doctor, and she had complete confidence in how the drug worked. She did as I said, dragging Chen Jinghao and his crew out one by one and dumping them on the balcony. The wind outside was bitter, but people in a deep coma weren't going to wake up anytime soon. If anything, the cold would slow their bodies down, sending them into a kind of hibernation that would actually prolong their lives. I watched all of it clearly from my window. I knew exactly how many men Chen Jinghao had, and with the surveillance feeds, nothing escaped my eyes. When I saw Zhou Kuer, gasping for breath, finally drag them all out, I nodded in satisfaction. What do you need me to do next? Her voice was trembling. That's enough. Give me a minute. I set down my phone and went back to the bedroom. After thinking it over, I pulled a heavy cold weather suit from my spatial storage and put it on, then took out 10 ropes, each as thick as a child's arm, and hung them at my waist. In my left hand, I held a loaded crossbow, and a machete was strapped across my back. Still not feeling secure enough, I flipped the safety off the handgun I'd bought, but never had a chance to use, and gripped it tight. Only after arming myself to the teeth did I feel at ease. I walked over to the floor-to-ceiling window. For the first time since the apocalypse, I reached out to unlock that door. Fingerprint, electronic, physical, 3 full layers. The lock released, and I stepped onto the balcony. The biting wind hit me head-on, but through the cold weather suit, it didn't feel particularly piercing. I couldn't help but marvel. Professional-grade gear really was something else. Zhou Ku'er huddled by the window, arms wrapped around herself, shivering as she watched me. Are you going to kill them? I smirked, raised the gun at the thugs on the ground, the barrel drifting faintly across her too, and tossed the ropes down at her feet. Not me. You are. I stood on the balcony, but kept my body pressed against the window. The moment anything went wrong, I could retreat inside instantly. Chen Jinghao and his gang lay collapsed on the neighboring balcony, looking dead to the world. But I couldn't be sure. What if it was a setup? Him and Zhou Ku'er were in cahoots to lure me in. The second I crossed over, they'd spring up and finish me off. Then what? Besides, there was a gap of more than a foot between the 2 balconies, and the stainless steel railings were slick with snow. If I climbed across, all Zhou Ku'er had to do was give me a little push, and I'd plummet 24 floors to my death. So, I pointed the gun at the men on the ground. Use these ropes. Tie their hands behind their backs, all of them. And Chen Jinghao's got a gun on him. Hand it over to me. Zhou Ku'er looked exasperated. She hadn't eaten in 2 days, surviving on nothing but water, and she'd just dragged 10 grown men onto the balcony. She was running on empty. Seeing how cautious I was, unwilling to even come over and help, she bit her cracked lips and snapped bitterly. You're being way too paranoid. Caution keeps you alive. I'm not taking even the slightest risk, I said flatly. She had no choice but to do as I said, tying each man's hands behind his back. When she pulled the handgun from Chun Jinghao's pocket, my barrel immediately swung to point at her head. Take out the magazine and toss it over. Suddenly she bit her lip. Why should I trust you? What if I do all this and then you turn on me? Right now, trusting me is your only option, I said. It's the only chance you have to stay alive. She thought for a moment and realized I was telling the truth. She couldn't bring herself to eat human flesh, which meant her only other option was starvation. So she removed the magazine and tossed it at my feet. I glanced at it, confirmed it was indeed Chen Jinghao's gun, then said, go back inside first. She retreated carefully into the room. I knew she was tense too. If those men woke up, I could pull back inside, but she'd be as good as dead. Still, like I'd said, she had no choice. Once she was back inside, I didn't rush over. First, I picked up the gun on the ground, 3 rounds still in the magazine, and tossed it into my spatial storage. Then I went back into the room, hooked up a hose in the bathroom, and started spraying it at the dozen or so people on the balcony. I didn't fire the gun for 2 reasons. First, to save ammo, and second, to avoid drawing attention and inviting trouble. The water gushed out, arcing 3 or 4 meters onto the crowd. Inside it was over 20 degrees Celsius. Outside it was more than 70 below, a temperature difference of nearly 100 degrees. The hot water steamed as it left the hose, then instantly began to freeze the moment it hit them. The icy water slowly brought the group around. It seeped into their clothes, freezing them stiff. Ah! A lackey with lips turned purple from the cold screamed in terror. He tried to get up, only to find his hands bound tightly behind his back, and with the ground now coated in thick ice, there was no way he could stand. Chen Jinghao woke up too, his face a mask of shock as he realized he'd been drugged. But there was no time to figure out who did it. The freezing water hit him like he'd fallen into an icy pit, every pore of his body stabbed by 10,000 needles. All 10 of them were awake now, struggling desperately and howling, but not one of them could get up. They just kept tangling their limbs together. Zhangyi, Chen Jinghao spotted me on the neighboring balcony and let out a furious roar. I stepped out of the room. The window was only cracked open a sliver. Too bad, with his hands bound. He couldn't even save his own life now. You've made enough of a scene. Time to die, I said coldly. These guys had killed nearly half the neighbors in the entire building. If I let him live, sooner or later he'd come for me. I wasn't afraid, but to be safe, killing them was the surest bet. What's safer than a dead man? They struggled and roared with their last remaining strength, but they couldn't get up no matter what. Icy water poured into their mouths, down their collars, soaking their clothes until they froze into solid blocks of ice. 2 minutes later, they lay on the ground, unable to make a sound, just twitching, their bodies gone purple. 3 minutes later, They couldn't move at all. 10 giant ice cubes. 5 minutes later, the 10 frozen lumps had merged into one solid slab of ice. To conserve water, I stopped. Frozen like that, with no modern medicine, there was no way they were ever coming back. I went back inside, locked the sliding door tight, took off my heavy cold weather gear, and then called Joe Kerr. You passed the test. You can come over now. Hearing my voice from next door, the tension finally drained out of her. Okay, I'm coming right now. She grabbed the medical kit and fled that hellish room as if her life depended on it. I undid the 4 locks on my security door, stepped back 2 paces, and raised my gun in my right hand, aiming at the doorway. I glanced at the surveillance feed again to confirm she was fine, then used the app on my phone to release the final electronic lock. Come in. Outside, she raised her ice-cold, pale hand and pushed hard against the door. It was heavy, and she struggled with it. But the moment a sliver of a gap appeared, a wave of warmth immediately rushed out and enveloped her completely. Her eyes lit up with excitement. She hadn't felt warmth like this in far too long. She shoved the door open and stepped inside. In that moment, it was as if she'd entered heaven. The cold gripping her body rapidly faded, and the warmth felt like sinking into a hot bath. Gradually, she even started to feel hot. After all, she was wearing 6 layers, 2 of which were down jackets. In my apartment's 27-degree warmth, she couldn't stand the heat. Ignoring the gun in my hand, she hurriedly started peeling off her clothes. It was just too hot in there. She felt like she was roasting over a furnace, utterly miserable. Never mind the gun pointed at her. She rapidly stripped off the thick down jackets, gasping for breath, tears welling in her eyes. Warm. So warm. This kind of temperature. This was the environment a person was meant to live in. And she hadn't experienced this ordinary kind of happiness in far too long. Aren't you forgetting something? I said coldly. This is my home, and you haven't fully passed my test yet. Only then did she remember there was a man standing before her, my gun still trained on her. She forced a slight smile. You're really cautious, aren't you? I did everything you said. I took out your enemies. Isn't that enough to earn your trust? Those people were a problem for you too. Getting rid of them wasn't entirely for my sake. You needed to survive as well, I said flatly. Taking them out only proves you're of some use, that you're qualified to be my helper. Next, you need to prove you're no threat to me. That was the key. After surviving this long in the apocalypse, I didn't dare trust anyone easily, because even the best person could lose their humanity in a world like this. The only one I could trust was myself. That's how I'd made it this far. She looked a little helpless, unsure how else she could get me to believe her. But there was no way she was willing to leave this warm room. So what exactly do you want me to do before you'll believe I'm no threat to you? She looked at me pleadingly, almost begging. I asked warily, You're not hiding any weapons, are you? She raised both hands. Look at me. How could I possibly be hiding a weapon? I waved the gun. Put your hands up. I was going to search her. She was a little embarrassed at first, but she understood she was in no position to bargain. It was so warm in here. Compared to where she'd been, it was practically heaven. If you want something, you have to pay an equal price. She understood that. Okay, I get it. Working up her courage, she slowly placed both hands behind her head and leaned against the door, like something out of a TV show. I stepped forward carefully and searched her, confirming she had no weapons. Then I glanced at the medical kit on the floor and said, I suggest you take a shower first. Her face turned even redder. She really hadn't bathed in a long time and had an odor to her, but there was nothing she could do about it. Flustered and embarrassed, she darted into the bathroom. I pulled a set of women's clothing from my spatial storage, picked according to her size, and tossed it outside the bathroom door. There are clean clothes here. Grab them yourself. If they don't fit, I'll find you something else. After managing a warehouse for so long, I could tell her size at a glance. She let out a soft from inside, followed by the sound of rushing water. I walked over to her medical kit and carefully opened it to check. There wasn't much medicine left, just a few nearly used rolls of gauze and 2 unopened syringes. After thinking it over, I took out the syringes and tossed them into my spatial storage, closed the kit, then unhurriedly sat down on the couch to wait until she was done so we could talk. In the bathroom, hot water poured down over her, and her eyes brimmed with tears of emotion. People never understand what happiness is until they lose it. All those everyday things she'd taken for granted. Only when the apocalypse came did she realize how precious they were. She hadn't showered in half a month, so this time she was especially thorough. She'd been washing for half an hour before it suddenly hit her that this was my home, and she quickly sped up. Water was so precious now, but I didn't rush her. I had plenty of water stored up, and even in a truly extreme situation, there was an abundance of ice and snow outside. Human activity had long since hit the pause button, and the natural snow melt was clean enough to drink straight. Click, the bathroom door opened. A steaming hand. An arm reached out and grabbed the clothes from outside the door. Soon, she emerged wearing pajamas, her wet hair hanging loose. She was breathtakingly beautiful. I had a gun in my hand, and I turned a blind eye to that beauty, my eyes still wary. Until I was sure this woman could be trusted, I wouldn't let my guard down. In the apocalypse, even seemingly fragile women and children could be deadly threats. Thank you, Zhangyi. I hadn't showered in so long. I wasted your water. You're not mad at me, are you? She asked, a little embarrassed. Being in a strange man's home, she felt tense and cautious, especially since she couldn't figure out what kind of person I was. At times like this, being careful and respectful was always the right move. She didn't want to anger me and get thrown out. It's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go back. Once you've tasted the comforts of a safe house, who would want to return to that frozen wasteland? Zhoukur noticed I was still on guard around her, and she was probably thinking, no wonder this guy's been living so well in the apocalypse. Sit, I said, gesturing to the couch beside me. Somewhere along the way, the gun had ended up back in my grip. She obeyed, sitting down about 2 meters away, hands folded together on her knees like a well-behaved child. Listen, I'm letting you stay because you're valuable to me, I said. But remember, this is my home. You being here is a gift I'm giving you. So you'll obey every order I give, or I'll throw you out. And if you dare try anything against me, the moment I find out, I won't hesitate to kill you. Listening to my cold words, one thought must have been written across her face, cold-blooded. She probably figured that if I'd spoken a little more gently, she might have been moved. But she didn't know that I hadn't always been like this. It's just that all my tenderness had been thrown away, wasted on the wrong people. I pointed to one of the rooms. This was a 3-bedroom apartment. Besides the master bedroom, there were 2 others. You'll stay in that one. But let's be clear, there are cameras in every corner of this place. You're under my watch at all times. No privacy. The bedroom door is a security door, slightly thinner than the front door, but still impossible to open by hand. I have the key. You only come out when I allow it. I pointed at the front door. If you've got a problem with that, get out now. How could she leave? No matter how harsh the terms, compared to the hell outside, this apartment was heaven. She nodded. Okay, I'll do as you say. I was satisfied with that attitude. Smart women make life easy. If it had been someone like Fang Yuqing or Lin Caning, those precious little princesses, there would have been half a day of crying and carrying on. They deserve to die in this apocalypse. I put the gun away and softened my tone a little. You're smart. That'll make things easier between us. You know what kind of hell it is out there. Aside from depending on me, you've got no other way to survive. So now, I'm going to tell you a secret. Listen carefully. Her eyes went wide. A secret? You'd tell me? She probably figured that for someone as cautious as me, any secret I'd share so easily must be no small thing. I'm telling you to guarantee your loyalty to me, I said with a shrug. Even if you leak it, I'm not worried. In a world like this, everyone's struggling just to protect themselves. Who could threaten me? The people who tried to kill me before, I took care of all of them. You saw it yourself. She nodded seriously, waiting for me to continue. I spoke slowly and calmly. The cause of this blizzard, you saw it online too. A supernova explosion triggered a gamma ray burst. That kind of radiation causes mutations in the human body. And so, I gained a superpower, a separate, personal dimension. Ignoring the shock in her eyes, I went on. The reason I can live this comfortably is that I've got a huge stockpile of supplies in that dimension. Just from this apartment, you can tell there's no way to store much here. In other words, as long as I'm alive, you get to share these supplies. You get food. You get hot water to bathe in. But if I die, this apartment will be no different from any other one out there, and you'll starve just like everyone else. I didn't fully trust her, even though I knew she was kind at heart. I only believe in interests, not in human nature. Human nature is far too easy to twist, and it takes no effort at all. Only by making her understand that she lives only because I live, would she be completely tied to my ship. To convince her, I pulled a cream-filled bread roll straight out of the dimension and tossed it to her. Watching me produce bread out of thin air, a flicker of trust finally appeared in her eyes. A superpower? This stuff actually exists. She stared at the bread and swallowed hard, but didn't dare take a bite, waiting for my word. A chunk that big would be worth killing over out there, let alone that she hadn't eaten in 2 days. Eat it. It's yours. She couldn't hold back any longer and bit down. Afraid she'd choke, I poured a glass of water and handed it to her. She gulped it down. This kind of fast food she used to look down on now brought tears to her eyes. I laid out the rules beside her, taking my time. I don't trust you that much, so you'd better be sensible on your own. Cleaning, cooking, don't wait for me to order you. The pipes froze long ago, so for the bathroom, you use special plastic bags and toss them out through the hidden hatch by the window. That job's yours too. Bottom line, from now on, you're my servant. You trade labor for comfort and food. Got it. I don't feed freeloaders in my home. She finished wolfing down the food and nodded repeatedly. I understand. Ma. Master. She called it out, her face flushed. I raised an eyebrow. This little thing sure knew how to play along. No wonder she'd become an attending physician so young. Once she'd eaten and drunk her fill, I rested my chin on my hand, my gaze falling on her snow-white neck. There are so many people in this whole building, and you and I barely know each other. Do you know why I chose you specifically? She pressed her lips together. Because I'm a doctor. You lack for nothing, but there's always the chance you'll get sick or injured. I nodded. That's one reason. I'm healthy, but a person always has to plan ahead for trouble. I pulled out a half bottle of red wine from under the coffee table, conjured 2 wine glasses, filled them, and pushed one toward her. And the second reason? She hesitated a moment, took a sip, and understanding dawned in her eyes. There was no such thing as a free loaf of bread in this world. Because I'm a woman, and a beautiful one. Self-aware. She set down her glass, stood up, and undid her robe right in front of me. I wasn't going to play the gentleman either. More than half a month of pent-up frustration had built up a whole reserve of negative energy in me, and it needed neutralizing. Tonight, it was settled. This night was destined to be a long one. Jokur had finally gotten that warm room she'd wanted. After the apocalypse arrived, I could finally sleep soundly. I locked her door from the outside and tucked the key into my pocket. Business is business, but you've still got to have principles. Even though I knew she was a kind person, letting her through my door and letting her live was already about as generous as I could get. There was no way I'd let my guard down around her anytime soon. I took a shower and headed back to my bedroom to rest. I slept for half a day. When I woke up, I felt refreshed. My eyes were even brighter than usual. Having a woman around added a little fun to life. Living alone all the time, I was afraid I'd crack one day. Humans are social animals, after all, provided she stayed obedient and completely harmless, that is. I pulled up the surveillance feed. She was still fast asleep in bed. She hadn't rested properly in so long that she was out cold. I got dressed, freshened up, and walked into the living room. I pulled some food out of my spatial storage and set it on the coffee table. Then I went to her door, unlocked it, and knocked. Come out and get something to eat. Funny thing is, I could see everything inside her room clearly, yet I still knocked out of courtesy. If we were going to be living together long term, some basic respect was in order. Her voice came through, soft and a little tired. Okay, I'll be right there. I grabbed a beef and cheeseburger and walked over to the window, eating as I went. The giant block of ice next door had gotten even bigger overnight. Snow had piled on top, pure white, and I could just barely make out the twisted shapes of the 10 corpses inside. She came out of her room. When she saw me, her face flushed almost imperceptibly. I liked her well enough. She was beautiful, and what man doesn't appreciate a gorgeous woman with a great face and body? But love? That was completely off the table for now. Maybe once I trusted her fully, I'd let myself get invested. Surviving alone in the apocalypse was exhausting. Everyone needs something to hold on to. I nodded toward the table. She looked over and saw a spread of steaming burgers, fried chicken, and fries. All things I'd bulk ordered from fast food places before the apocalypse. My spatial storage kept them fresh, and they came out still hot. She swallowed hard, walked over, grabbed a burger, and started wolfing it down. Fast food she used to turn her nose up at now tasted so good it nearly brought her to tears. In less than 10 minutes, she'd cleared the entire pile. She leaned back in her chair and let out a burp, then caught my amused, knowing expression and shyly covered her mouth. I didn't care about any of that. You done? I asked. She tilted her head and answered earnestly. Not full yet. But I can't eat too much at once. It'll upset my stomach. So you're done. Come do some work. I jerked my chin toward outside. She obediently came over. I pulled 2 cold weather suits out of my spatial storage. Her eyes went wide. It wasn't her first time seeing it, but she still found it amazing. Her resolve to stick with me grew even stronger. Few people survived the apocalypse. The only way to boost your odds was to follow someone strong. I tossed her one suit and put on the other myself. What are we doing? She asked curiously. I pointed at the block of ice on the neighboring balcony. Go smash that ice up. Her body gave a little shudder. Those people had long since frozen into one solid mass with the ice. Smashing it would tear the bodies apart too. They're definitely dead. Why bother doing this? I shrugged. Maybe because I just really hate them. Seeing her confusion, I laughed. Almost everyone in this building wanted me dead so they could grab my apartment and supplies. I need to make sure they understand I'm not someone to mess with. They used to think I was just some coward holed up at home. I don't care what they think, but after a while it gets annoying. Might as well teach them a lesson. There was another reason I didn't bother mentioning. Zhang Yi, always settle scores. Chen Jinghao had tried to kill me time and again, and I was furious about it. Just freezing them to death let them off too easy. She seemed to catch on, pointing at her own nose. You're not going to make me do it again, are you? She was speechless. From start to finish, she was the only one doing the dirty work of taking out Chen Jinghao and his crew. Now that they were all dead, I was still being this much of a coward? I said, dead serious. This is called playing it safe. Obviously, what if I went over there and you shut the window on me? Sure, all my supplies were in my storage so I wouldn't starve, but once you've gotten used to the good life, who wants to suffer? She rolled her eyes, caught between laughing and crying. She was probably cursing me inside. How can anyone play it this safe? I didn't care. I made a go-ahead gesture and handed her a baseball bat. She noticed that my body was clearly in a defensive posture as I passed it to her. She was livid, but though her mouth was unwilling, her body was honest. She took the bat, climbed over the railing, and made her way to the balcony next door. As for me, I pulled out my phone and started recording.